remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you...
Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And it goes into Davis. And it's Anthony Davis driving. It's in there! 3.4 to go. It's not a walk-off yet, but it's a 2-point lead, courtesy of AD.
And it ended up being a walk-off, and that is how we start off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, with you, trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. The other day, we called out Anthony Davis for needing more. He was an automatic win in terms of underdog bets on the under. I almost hit it last night. I couldn't couple it up with Jack Leiter because I was scared to trust Jack. More on that. Great development in just a second. Well, Anthony Davis delivered with 34, 15, 5 blocks, game winner over the Atlanta Hawks. Monster performance.
Big night. But he's an idiot because they won. And he tried, so I mean, like, that's, I don't really know what to say on that. Like, they won the game, and now they're going to make the play-in, and now they're going to get a worse draft pick, and this stinks.
How are you the rest of these teams, and the Dallas Mavericks lose all these players, and none of you can catch them?
Nope.
They lose Luka, Kyrie, all of their bigs.
Yeah.
They're in danger of forfeiting a game because of lack of roster depth, and you still cannot catch them.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that would reflect really poorly on Doug Christie in Sacramento if you're looking at things. It definitely reflects poorly on just about everybody in Phoenix when you're looking at that team and going like, unless you guys are tanking on purpose because we want to get out of this spot, then there's no excuse for you to be losing games like this. There's no excuse for them to be ahead of you. And now ESPN Analytics had it up this morning, 91% chance for the Mavericks to make the play-in now. They're going to the play-in, and they're going to get their shot to go on their little Cinderella run. Look, AD's great player, probably top 10 when he's healthy. And even last night, scoring 34, wasn't healthy. Got elbowed in the eye, had to leave for a little while.
In Los Angeles, there's many times when he would suffer like an eye injury or a little ricochet to the head. He'd be gone for the entire game.
Yeah.
A little extra pressure right now.
Nope. It really is depressing. Like, because, Atlanta.
And the return of Lively yesterday.
Yeah. Atlanta's in the same, they're in a similar boat, right? I mean, they have, they're in the play-in now, but they're giving their pick, I think, to San Antonio. So they don't really even care. It doesn't matter to them.
They're the 8.
Yeah, they're in the play-in situation.
So how would this work matchup-wise if the Mavs clinch the 9?
9 versus 10.
9 versus 10.
So they get Sacramento.
Okay. So then if you beat Sacramento...
Then you play the loser of 7 versus 8.
The loser of the Clippers and the Grizzlies. Man, the Grizzlies have plummeted. Wow. They were the 3. They were the 3, it felt like, a few weeks ago. They've gone 2-8 in their last 10.
They should fire their coach.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
John tried to fire at someone the other night with the Warriors game.
So if you win the 9 versus 10 game, you're still not in. You got to win 2. When you're in the 9-10 slot, you got to win 2 games to make the play-in. And obviously, if you lose 1, you're out.
Well, I'm going to give them a win over the Kings. And then you get the loser of the Clippers and the Grizzlies.
Okay, so let's operate under the most ridiculous of assumptions.
And then if you win that, you get the 1.
If you're the 9-10, the highest you could get is the 8. Because the winner of the 7-8 game automatically is the 7. They're in.
And then 8 versus 1.
8 versus 1.
And that is the team
Thunder.
Who you represent the kryptonite of. Can you imagine if Nico walks out of this knocking out the Oklahoma City Thunder?
That's what I'm saying. If they win the 2 playing games and they beat Oklahoma City and then their playoff run ends, let's say they get swept after that, are they beating their chest, do you think? Do you think they're very public about, you see the
yes, they
if
are.
we had Kyrie,
absolutely
you see the little breadcrumbs that show you, it leads you to the conclusion that this should have been a championship contender. We had bad luck with injuries.
Not if you get swept.
Yeah.
If you
go 6?
Are you talking? Okay, so you said if you get swept by the Thunder?
Yes.
Yeah, no, if you get swept,
Can't beat your chest off that.
Oh my gosh! Did you know what that could set up for potentially? If they were to beat the Thunder, then it would set up for the Lakers.
Yeah.
And you know Luka's weakness, and you attack him, and you beat the Lakers. So now we have the Mavs in the Western Conference.
No,
Finals.
that is the only way. That is the only way I'm rooting for them to win these 2 play-in games. Then beat the Thunder would be if I can get the Lakers, just so I can watch that drama.
Like honestly, a good idea would be like just set up a big giant hookah right there next to the Lakers bench when they were playing here.
Yeah, or just some hors d'oeuvres or something.
Try to
he'll
tempt him
definitely
with it. Yeah, he'll bite.
But a lot of that Laker drama is even sucked out of it for Luka's return on Wednesday, which I've been trying to get tickets for, but now you don't even have Kyrie there.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing.
I mean, there's something.
No, there's something.
It's not nothing.
It's nothing from the intrigue of the
crowd.
Mavs. It's the crowd. It's the crowd. Like the intrigue of the season. You know, it is what it is with the Mavs. They lost Kyrie. They're not going to win the title this year.
They weren't going to win the title before they lost Kyrie.
They weren't.
The season was done when they traded Luka.
No, because
yes, it was
a Kyrie, Anthony Davis, Lively, Gafford, completely healthy, PJ Washington. I mean, that's a team I don't think people wanted to mess with.
You can get tickets as cheap as $203 for next week. They're in section 315, row N. That's how far back you'd be. You'd be pretty far back. If you want something in the lower level, the cheapest you're paying is $528 a ticket.
Nah.
Come on.
No. $528 a ticket.
And then if you're there, do some man on the street interviews. Grab some people in the plaza.
Anthony Davis on the game winner.
Let Peyton like that one.
And the big night.
Coach Kidd drew up a great play for me to get to my left hand, which I like to get to. That little floater. I've been struggling as of late. A little mental stuff, going on. But today I just wanted to come out and play free and just let the rest take care of itself. And I was able to get in the rhythm. But my teammates got a lot of trust in me. I put in enough work to be able to get that shot at the end of the game. They had to get a stop on one of the best guards in the league, one of the best scorers in the league. So it was a fun game.
Some mental stuff going on. What is he referencing right there?
Well, so I mean, obviously he came back, dealt with the injuries. I imagine that's big. The general hatred around his presence, even if it's not directed to him. And then
I love that phrase, the general hatred around your presence.
Who was it that somebody had the report? I'm trying to remember in the last couple of days. He hasn't been able to find a house here yet. Like he's been trying to.
There's a million of them for sale.
I mean, Lucas, you would think is for sale.
I just bought one.
Peyton just got one.
Yeah. But I mean, he's not moving into Peyton's neighborhood.
No.
But
Shaq's there.
In general, I guess he's had some issues. I'm trying to remember, was it Ravel or somebody like that had the report 2 days ago or something, said that he's had trouble finding a house.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line as the Dallas Mavericks get the W. But yesterday, we were supposed to be starting off this segment not anticipating the AD game winner. By the way, tough shot. You're floating left, leaning left, and shoot it back right. Not left-handed. He shot that back right. That was a very difficult shot that AD hit.
Really quickly, by the way, it was to Mark Spears. Anthony Davis said, the only thing I'm not happy about is I can't find a damn house in Dallas. I've been looking since I got there, and I can't find one.
It's surprising.
What areas would we point him towards that it doesn't have to have too much of a commute to the AAC? You got your
Reitma's building. He can room with Reitma.
Preston Hollow, be good down there.
Yeah. So he said his wife and his kids, they're a little frustrated because they're trying to find somewhere where they can settle in, and they haven't been able to yet.
Do these teams have a designated realtor?
I don't know about in the NBA. In the NFL, they have somebody who their
the Cowboys?
job. Yeah, they're like a liaison who just, hey, whatever life transition things you need, go to them, and they will make sure you have somebody to help you.
Imagine securing that partnership and relationship that you're basically the real estate agent for the team.
Great.
Oh, Lamar Odom gets traded here. Yeah. Oh my God, Kyrie Irving.
You're getting 2-3% commission on $10 million houses.
I think Lamar Odom was looking for a different kind of plug.
That's right. If I was AD, I'm just making the Mavericks pay for my Ritz-Carlton bill every single week. As
like Luka's doing, right?
Just like Luka was doing. Yeah, maybe is doing. We weren't supposed to start with the Mavs. AD changed that. We were going to start with this.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and hit on a hop to Simeon. Out in short right. Flings it to first, and the game is over for the second straight day The Rangers have blanked the Reds 1-0. Something that has never happened in Ranger history. Back-to-back 1-0 victories.
Nate dealt with the call. There's no one in the background there in terms of that crowd noise.
There's not.
The Rangers move to 5-2. They take another series after losing the opener, right?
Yeah, they lost the opener 14-3 or whatever.
The story is about Jack Leiter. This was fun to watch.
He was very good, and who knows how much longer he could have gone. They took him out with the blister, but
man, I was disappointed.
I know, because he was only at 70 pitches. He probably could have. They were probably, I assume, going to push him to 90-95 pitches. So you figure another 2 innings maybe. So could have gotten to 7. Could have gotten the 8th if he worked through it quick. One of the next 2 innings, and that would have been a tremendous way to have the series end with 2 starting pitchers going 7 shutout innings or longer. One obviously Evaldi had the complete game, but they stole 2 games.
Rangers bullpen fantastic with 4 scoreless innings.
They stole 2 games here. When you score 1 run, you're not supposed to win. Like those are losses. Like that going in, when you're looking at how many games you're going to win, you're not expecting to win games where you only score 1 run, especially back-to-back games.
He was in total control. You could just look at his strut. He was McGregoring that thing on and off the mound. Early on, it was the breaking stuff, and then he was painting 99 Bobby. It felt like whenever and however he wanted to do it, in total control of all of his pitches.
Yeah, he was fantastic yesterday. And I mean, the biggest one was probably that 4th inning at bat against Gavin Lux with Ellie De La Cruz at third. That's like a classic situation in the last 2 years where Jack Leiter was going to have, a moment where he'd crumble. And he didn't. He picked himself up, had that 9-pitch at bat, ultimately wins out, leaves Ellie there, and has that big exhale walking off the mound. The way that he's pitching right now is completely different from anything we've seen from him, even at the minor league level. This is the first time in his career, both starts, where he's induced more ground balls than fly ball outs. That's the first time it's ever happened, and he's done it in back-to-back starts. In fact, if you look over his career, even in the minors when he's pitched well, he's been a fly ball pitcher. That's typically what he's done. But he's been just really, really strong. It looks like a completely different pitcher. 12 swinging strikes in the first start, 11 yesterday. That's really, really encouraging.
He needs to be able to get swing and misses like every pitcher does, but he also especially needs to keep the ball on the ground. And at that park, it's even more important because that is a more of a hitter's park.
That wind was crazy yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think it was blowing out necessarily. I think it was more of a crosswind.
And it looked like it knocked out Adolis's to right.
Yeah.
That looked like that was going to go out at first.
So, like, it depends. Obviously, this time of year, the ball doesn't travel well and the wind is crazy. But, yeah, you want to keep the ball down there.
The leather was being flashed by the Rangers. Adolis, he didn't get that ball the day before that bounced right in front of him. He did get under it yesterday. Josh Smith with an incredible play that Seager's probably not making, running into the outfield. Seager out with the calf.
Shots fired at Seager.
Well, look, I mean, when our young stars start having calf injuries, you have to trade them. So I think Corey Seager's got to go. But the Adolis one specifically, like Adolis right now is so encouraging to me right now, both in the field and the way that he's swinging the bat. I know yesterday he didn't get a hit, but man, he has just looked like a completely different player. I was ready to say you should say goodbye to him at the end of last year. We're just like, no, if you're holding on to him, you're too emotionally connected.
Broken down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. And right now he looks like a different player. Now, obviously, it's very early in the season, but I mean, right now if you would have told me that after that first performance they had against the Reds, that hey, over the next 2 days they're going to have fewer hits in the next 2 games,
but win them both.
But they're going to win. I know. You heard it there. Eric Nadel, first time that they've won games 1-0 back-to-back in their history. It's the first time it's happened in the American League since 1991. When Mike Timlin and Jimmy Key did it for the Blue Jays.
No one has won back-to-back 1-0?
Not in the AL. It happened in the NL in 06, I think it was.
It's not a very common occurrence, obviously. And like the Senators did it.
Yeah.
Before they were the Rangers. So it just doesn't happen very often. And the Rangers have never had dominant pitching. They've never been known for that. They've always been known for offense.
Day off today, and then the Rays to start up the weekend series. We will be there as a station on Sunday, so tell us if you're going to be as well so we can Tolo it up and have a few Frosties courtesy of Gavin Spittle's credit card. He just does not know it yet. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. We are the home of the Rangers and the Cowboys. Micah's agent has responded, and are the Cowboys about to make a move in the next 48 hours? We'll take you inside the Star after this. And this is Franklin and Frankel, the GOAT.
No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Is Jerry Jones breaking league rules? We'll get to that in just a second. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, will join us at 8 this morning. Former Dallas Maverick Brendan Haywood at 9:15 to talk Mavs, AD, and the Final Four here on Sean and RJ. It's a show of whales on DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. Before we get to Jerry, are we getting a possible move, Bobby Bell, in the next 2 days?
I think so. I think they're working. They're trying. Steven talked about this. When you get out to the league meetings, there's so many. It's the same thing like with baseball in the winter meetings. There's so many different people there. It's easy to start. Hey, you want to talk about something? Let's look at this. Let's look at that. And Steven clearly said, we're not done yet. And we've got all these different things. So I think they're starting. I think we're going to see them make some sort of a move, probably in the trade market in the next couple days.
Any type of clue or hint or idea where it may be?
I think when you listen to the way that they talk, the two that immediately jump to mind would be wide receiver 2 or backup quarterback. Those are the two that make the most sense to me, I think.
Trey Lance? Oh, that wouldn't be a trade. He's just still sitting out there.
No.
He's still available. Although, didn't the Rough Riders just sign him?
The Rough Riders, did they sign Trey Lance?
Yeah, the Saskatchewan Rough Riders.
Oh, well, no, he was on their negotiation list.
Oh,
he did not actually get signed, and he may still end up with the Dallas Desperados. I don't know. We'll just have to see.
That Joe Milton stuff was out there a few weeks ago. Bobby's been talking about Will Levis.
Go Vols, baby. Will Levis. So that would mean that they definitely would be taking Cam Ward, number 1.
Yeah, in all likelihood, if they made that move. And there's been talk about it. Brian Callahan,
the Titans have been so inconsistent with their talking points. It's like they're really all in on Levis. They're going to draft somebody else or trade out of the pick. And then it's like, oh, well, we could trade Will Levis. They've been very inconsistent.
Because then they create all sorts of misdirection and question, and then you go, oh, they could do anything. I remember San Francisco about 5-6 years ago was accused of, it was actually the Solomon Thomas draft. They were accused of your guys are just clearly faking this, trying to create some market to get out of 2 that doesn't exist. And then it worked. They held Chicago hostage long enough that they flipped 1 spot and gave them an extra first rounder.
Let's say it was for a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the draft pick that you give up that you'd be okay with versus sitting and picking with this class?
Well, it would have to be a young upside guy.
Milton or Levis. Let's say it's one of them.
Then I'd be okay giving up the Trey Lance type pick.
Okay.
If it's...
Was that a 4th?
Yeah. So 4th, 5th. Yeah, I could.
Sure.
Anything that's a day 3 pick, I'd probably be okay
Milton
with.
was taken in the 6th.
Uh-huh.
You're okay with paying the tariff, the quarterback tariff?
Yeah, but
hang on, let me hold up my board.
You do have to. Wait, what was that?
You didn't see the board?
You of all people didn't see the board?
Dude, this is a Saturday.
Oh my goodness!
This is a Saturday Night Live skit. Trump yesterday held up the board of tariffs.
Oh,
with every single country. You ain't gonna be laughing too much here in about 2 hours when the stock market opens.
Hey, I don't have stock. I'm good.
Okay. Well, do you have a 401k?
You know what my dad always used to say? Never worry about where your 401k is at unless you're retired.
Okay.
Because you're just going to buy, you're buying in anyway. If you have
look at his financial plan. I mean, he was paying the first wife for $45.
That's not. But he could afford to. He could afford to.
Yeah,
he could afford to. He clearly knew his money management.
But yeah, if I had stock, I don't have. That's why. If I had regular stocks, I'd be panicked.
Joe Milton was a 6th rounder, but Joe Milton also, when you look at the fact that the little bit of sample that we saw from him last year, he got into 1 game.
Yeah.
22 of 29, 241, a touchdown and 0 picks. He ran for a touchdown. His athletic testing before the combine was really good. He had a really strong preseason. So I think all of that combined is enough to go, all right, he looks like he's put it together, because his whole thing was the tools were there. Could he put it together?
Right.
I think it was like, that's enough of an indication he might have put it together that we can go up a little bit on where his original draft slot was.
You would get the best arm in the NFL. That's what you would get.
The quarterback curiosity is just amazing.
Isn't it?
You can play for a year and be the number 2 or 3 pick, and you can.
And you're done.
And you're traded for a 3rd or 4th. You can be a 6, play for a game, and turn into a 4th.
Right. It's wild. It's wild how that works. But like if you're an upside play, like I would
Matt Flynn, Charlie Whitehurst.
Yeah.
To me, that's what you're looking for out of your back. You could pay money and get Chase Daniel was around forever, right? He was just a solid backup. Just pay him his $6 million or whatever. Cooper Rush, same thing. Your ceiling though. You've got a ceiling. And that's why I didn't hate the idea behind the Trey Lance thing was like, I get it, right? He's all measurables, all upside. Didn't materialize.
Yeah.
Levis is if you high upside. Milton upside. Like that's the kind of guy I would go after.
But look at that. Levis would go probably for a 3rd or 4th.
3rd, I would guess.
And then we're talking about Milton going from a 6, maybe to a 5th, maybe to a 4th. Best case.
Yeah, probably a 4th if the Cowboys do it, a 5th if anybody else around the league does it.
Well, do the Cowboys? how would the Cowboys even give up a 4th round pick?
It would have to be next year. So you'd give up. You'd have to give up 26's 4th.
Can you trade? You can't trade comp picks, right? Or can you?
You can. Yeah, you can trade comp picks that you have right now. Yeah, they changed that rule like 2 years ago. You could change.
Did they get any 4th round comps?
No, but I mean they have several 5ths, so you could do. All right, let me go 2 5ths, and we'll sell that. Or we'll do that. That kind of thing.
All right, so we will see if a Cowboy move is made in the next 48 hours heading into the weekend. Micah Parsons' agent has responded to the Jerry Jones disrespect, and he took the high road. Quote, I agree with Jerry. It's never been about me. David Mulugheta texted Mike Florio. The only person that matters here is Micah, and at the end of the day, our goal is for Micah to be able to do for generations of Parsons what Jerry has done for generation of Joneses.
It's a good quote.
It's a good quote.
It's strong, and he took the high road, and I'm sure he sat there and thought about it for a good 24 hours. Like, all right, how do I want to respond to this thing? I do think that I think the Cowboys are frustrated right now. Not only are Jerry specifically frustrated that he felt like, we talked about yesterday what Clarence Hill had reported and what Choppy had heard. I think that he felt like this is kind of like going back on something, and now I'm just kind of irritated with them. Like I felt like we kind of had something in place potentially, and now we're just kind of walking back. I don't like that.
You think they might think that Micah backtracking a little bit?
Yeah, like I think that they thought like whenever those talks would have been had, I think that he felt like we're closer to this than you're now. You're kind of going, well, no, I mean, talk to him. Even though it's like, well, you were willing to talk a little bit ago, and you were willing to say yes to a lot of things. And I think that's why we started to get a sense of, you saw some chatter from people going, Micah deal, I think it could land somewhere in here, because I think people thought they were about to do it, and then David got involved.
And I could totally see, this is just guessing, I could totally see Micah loving the power of being one of the 3 people to have Jerry sell, going in, talking to him, head honcho, boss, I learned a little business along the way. And then in the midst of those conversations, Jerry thinks we're on the doorstep, but then Micah's like, oh yeah, I do have an agent, and I need him to sign off on it. And the agent's going to be like, well, no, we're not just going to do the deal that you think you should do, because I can get you more and it can be better. So that's just a scenario I see playing out in my mind. Mike Florio says that Jerry Jones is violating the CBA. During Zeke's holdout in 2019, Jerry made it clear he prefers cutting out the middlemen. Quote, that's always been the issue with me and my approach to managing the Cowboys. When you cut out the people in between the money and the player, we all know that agents, attorneys have their agenda. By the way, they're all taking money out of the pie too. When they're there, the straighter it goes from the source to the one receiving it, 9 times out of 10, that's more efficient. I wonder if Jerry Jones would prefer his entire roster to have the Lamar Jackson representation approach.
100%. He wants to appeal to the emotion.
But did that drive the Ravens crazy?
Yes. The Ravens, we've talked before about Indy's always a really good trip, because it's not just what you hear about with the Cowboys, it's what you hear about with the whole league. I remember a couple years ago, all the chatter out there in Indy was just, there were 3 separate times that the Baltimore Ravens thought, this deal was agreed on. He is supposed to be driving up here to sign it right now, and something happened 3 different times to where then it got nixed.
Here's the violation. Florio says cutting out the agent means cutting out the union, which violates the CBA. The NFLPA currently has no comment on Jerry's latest attempt to sidestep or do a deal with the player, and the union might not need to do anything because Parsons knows what Jones is trying to do, but it actually says, the NFLPA says that you have to deal with the agent.
That's interesting. So how is cutting out the agent cutting out the union? Micah is the union. The union is the members. Mike is the member. The
collective bargaining agreement requires Jones and the Cowboys to deal with Parsons' NFLPA certified agent. Whenever a player asks the team to negotiate contract terms with his rep, the team must comply with that request. That's because the NFLPA is the ultimate bargaining entity on behalf of the players, and the union has delegated those responsibilities to contract advisors for individual contract negotiations.
I think that if the PA wanted to investigate this, they'd shut it down really quickly and say there's no punishment, because I think they'd find Jerry was not the one who reached out first. I think that would be something that...
Do you think Micah reached out first?
Uh-huh. I think Micah probably just wanted to talk to Jerry about some things, and then ultimately it kind of progressed, and then that's
what am I saying? The Cowboys never reach out first.
And then,
they don't reach out.
And then he goes, hey, I think it moved a little fast. And then it's like, you know what? You need to talk to David. You need to talk to, and I think the Cowboys ended it there. And so I think they played by the book. It's just the actual initial conversation, I think, from their side looks a little bit like, well, we didn't initiate this either, so we didn't violate anything.
Yeah, the moment that Micah says, "Hey, you got to talk to my guy," then and he'll have to introduce Jerry to him, of course. But the moment that he says that, then that's the end of the discussion. But if they were in the room and Micah said, "You know what, deal, I'm in," then I don't see the problem.
Florio says he doesn't know if anything was done about the Zeke negotiations in 2019. This is one of those things that Mike digs up that really doesn't become anything. He finds all the legalese that I don't think is going to become an issue.
Boy, this is a perfect example on the Franklin injury returns fan text. This is why the Cowboys don't have a GM. Jerry always cuts out the middleman. I mean, he cuts out the middleman in his own team.
And look, it's worked for him in the past.
Yeah.
Zach Martin's deal got done this way. DeMarcus Lawrence ultimately got done this way. Witten used to get his deals done dealing directly with Jerry. There are a lot of players who they have dealt directly with Jerry to get their contracts done.
Be careful of going and consuming the fake Buc-ee's and free concessions at your next college sports game. Peyton Russell has it. You wanted more Payload? You're getting his segment next for the 6 a.m. Club right here on Sean and RJ 105.3.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the Payload every Thursday at this very time, 6:40 on Thursdays. And look, Americans, we disagree on a lot, but there's one thing we can all get behind. That's free food. You bring free food, free drinks to the table, everyone's agreeing at the table.
Baby.
Amazing. And look, shout out to Coastal Carolina because they finally got it right, baby. This upcoming football season, they have announced they will be giving out free concession food items for the entire season.
What's their mascot, Bobby?
They're the I don't remember.
The Chanticleers.
Chanticleers, that's right.
What is a Chanticleer?
It's like
I have no idea. Is it a bird?
Yeah.
It's a Sia song.
Free concessions for the whole year?
Yeah. Now, there is a catch. You might be thinking, well, what's the catch here? They've limited it to like the basics: hot dogs, nachos, popcorn, soft drinks. But you go there, I mean, you take your family, that's dinner, that's lunch, whatever game you go to.
But what is the restriction per person? It's not all you can eat, right? So I can't go get 5 hot dogs throughout the game if I want.
They give you can go, each visit, you go up to the concession stand, you get 4 items. You can take it back to your seat, but you can keep going back and forth. You just can't take more than 4 at a time.
So the Rangers for years on Dollar Hot Dog Night, that has been the only restriction they placed on it, is you cannot leave a stand with more than 5. So you can buy 5, go sit down, come back, buy 5. You can do that.
Yeah.
So, but I mean,
awesome.
That's Dollar Hot Dog Night brings people out. So you telling me it's free hot dogs, free popcorn, free soda? Yeah,
you're packing the place.
That's great.
Yeah, but the Rangers at least are having you buy the soda, the popcorn, the candy. Everything here is free?
This is free. Now, I don't know.
Sounds like a tremendous loss.
It does. It does.
Unless they're going to make up for it with people who buy the tickets to actually go just for this.
Right. They might get, let's just say we get 2,000 people per game. All right. Those 2,000 people buy X amount of, maybe they buy, let's say each person buys, total, they buy $4,000 in food and beverages. Well, now they just open up, everything's free, and maybe now they sell 10,000 tickets or 15,000 tickets.
Yeah.
And now it doesn't matter. They're still coming out on top.
Yeah, and this looks like
how much do you think is a seat? Coastal Carolina ticket.
Well, that's the thing with the mid-major schools, the students get in free. Most of these schools with their students, so they're not making any money on the students, basically. But
and then each person, let's just say that you consume $30 worth.
Food, yeah.
Are you really winning?
Well, I mean,
I find it hard to imagine that those who even pay that much more than $30 a seat for a Coastal Carolina game.
If it was $50, maybe it's $50 a ticket.
Here, and that's so there's the catch.
Maybe they raise ticket prices.
The students, it doesn't look like the students are going to be part of this. It says in the Coastal Carolina release, ticket purchasing patrons visiting the concession stands will be able to acquire 4 items per concession, and that they'll have to use this soon to be launched Coastal Carolina Athletics app to scan to get the item. So you probably have to buy, but I mean, a lot of people probably do it. All right, you got to spend $25 on a ticket to then get this, but they've partnered up with their concession distributor Aramark, and they're the ones who are. It looks like it's some partnership where they're funding this, I would guess.
So you can get in. The cheapest ticket for the East Carolina game is $79.
Cheapest ticket.
The most expensive available right now is $204. That's right there on the 50.
Coastal's they've been okay at football the last few years. I think they've been ranked here and there. They're not a terrible football team, but
they have a teal field. Their field's like that teal color.
They copied Boise State. They're
Either
doing
way,
Boise State.
the Atlanta Falcons right now, the professional standard that we all wish we had for concessions, and now you have Coastal Carolina in college.
A single seat in the upper level, if you want season tickets to Coastal Carolina, is $150.
Wow.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think I'd do this if I was living around there.
Look, and Jerry Jones, if you're listening, I know you're a big fan of the Payload. You give us a hot dog for free. Give us some popcorn for free.
I heard that I saw some Cowboy season ticket renewals sent out with a nice little price hike in those. So don't know that Jerry's going to be doing that anytime soon. So Cowboys price increase according to some.
All right, guys, OnlyFans. It's some of
Jerry loves hot dogs. You know he values a hot dog. Him and Steven at the high school football game.
Something I never thought I would see, but OnlyFans is getting sued. Sued by 2 of their former subscribers. They're no longer subscribing now. And you might think, well, what they get sued of? Is it, sued about? Is it a model? What took place here? So these guys decided to pay, because you can pay for services on OnlyFans. You can pay for private messages. Now, these guys that were messaging, these guys that were messaging a model were like, okay, we're actually talking to this girl. Listen, it's 2025. You're not talking to the girl that you think you're talking to, because in the dating world, you might think you're texting someone.
Yeah, tell us about it, Peyton.
Bobby, let me finish.
Are you saying they're getting catfished on OnlyFans?
They're getting catfish. You're paying for a service. You think you're talking to the OnlyFans model, that you're looking at all her pictures and videos, but that's not the case here. You're talking to a mod, basically. You're talking to someone they pay for, and they're replying to you. And so these guys caught on to it. And look, I give this one guy credit because he's not trying to hit on the girl. Basically, it's very unique. This guy's DMing this girl, and he just wants a friendly conversation here, right?
Yeah.
He just wants to talk about her life.
He just wants to talk about his cooking.
Law school's doing.
Where's your dad?
He just wants to talk and share photos about his cooking creations. So he's not like being a creep or anything like that. He just wants to talk about what he's cooking on the table for his family, or maybe his not family. And so listen, ladies here. Not every guy is trying to hit on you when they talk to you. Some guys just want to talk about their hobbies.
This is
so amazing.
This is the worst take you've ever had, Peyton.
This is so amazing.
Literally, the only thing you are doing on OnlyFans is to hit up. This is not this isn't a jump in logic from a lady to go like.
No, but this guy's suing her because he wanted to talk to the actual girl, and it found out he caught onto the messages here, because sometimes they send messages that are already printed out for you, basically. They're automated messages. And so he's sending a picture of like his steak and say, what do you think? And she's like, oh, like, you think this is really hot? And so he caught on to basically the issue here. And so he's suing them. And look,
So am I stupid to have assumed, I would have assumed that if you're paying for this individual subscription, you probably would message back and forth with the person.
I would have assumed the same thing. Like it's their account. It's like when you DM somebody on Instagram or whatever.
Or a Cameo.
You're talking to them.
I didn't think it'd be like my wife would have J-Lo. She's like, I'm texting J-Lo happy birthday. And it comes back with a 1-800 J-Lo response. I'm like, all right, we all know that's not J-Lo. I would have thought that this was the person when they decide to respond to you. Not a fake mob.
Supposed to be.
I would have guessed it.
It's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be. That's why they're getting sued. This is not, and it's not just somebody that they've maybe outsourced to reply. It's also AI responses like ChatGPT.
So when someone writes like, hey, send me your feet, how does that get relayed?
I'll let you know when we do that.
Yeah. How does that get relayed to the actual the model if she's not checking or interacting with the DM?
It probably doesn't.
It does somehow because they deliver the content for people for the charge, right?
So, yeah, I would guess.
You do special requests, I'm assuming?
I would think so.
I've never tried it.
I would guess it goes either to an inbox or an email. Maybe they set up an email to do it or something like that, and you can reply through there. But they've also gotten in trouble in the last year or so for somebody will start an account, and then they just use AI-generated images like ChatGPT of like, oh, yeah, and so there are these people who are finding out they've been subbing something that it wasn't even a person. It was literally just AI-generated images they were looking at.
Yeah, like, would it stun me, I guess, if you think about it, if, like, I don't know, if LeBron had somebody running his social media for him?
No.
Wouldn't surprise me at all, right? But I still think if you DM them,
and I'm paying though,
but you're paying, but it wouldn't surprise me though if you DM them if you couldn't get a hold of them somehow, right? Like that would eventually get to them.
It's the Payload every Thursday with Peyton Phillip Russell on 105.3 The Fan.
And look, I understand he's mad. He spent a lot of money. He wants to talk to the actual girl. And look, if they go to court here, which I imagine they will, I think he has a good case. If you're paying to talk to an actual girl, you should be talking to them. It's like, come on, girl. Like, you're getting paid millions of dollars a month. Just talk to the guy.
Am I paid to talk to the girl? Am I paid to just get her photo feed?
It depends how it's worded in like the bio, because you're paying for private direct messages.
Okay.
So I assume that means you want to talk to the actual girl, but I don't know here. All right, last story here. Buc-ee's, do not mess with the beef here. The Buc-ee's gas station we all know and love
is
suing.
The beef or the beaver?
The beef.
Oh, the beef.
Oh, the
beaver.
Okay, I think it's the beef.
Well, yeah.
Buc-ee's is suing once again. Look, we all know and love Buc-ee's because their food. You walk inside, you can't spend less than $50 if you just walk throughout the entire convenience store. There's stuff to buy. There's shirts. There's, beavers. There's fudge. There's everything you love. People will learn one day not to mess with Buc-ee's because they are once again suing these lookalikes and frauds out there. Aiden has the picture up. This is their latest. Look, you can see who they're suing. Barkeys. They got the logo, the wording's the same. It's like all you're doing. It's like whenever I wanted to plagiarize in college.
God.
I just change a couple of the letters, a couple of the phrases of the sentences, and I get away with it.
Barkeys.
I mean, just call it Barkeys, spell it Barkys, and then just go.
The hyphen gives it away.
Yeah, yes.
The C's and the hyphen.
The C's and the double E's.
So you're using an animal logo here. You got the car. Buc-ee's has also another logo they use with the beaver in the car. So
you said once again, is Buc-ee's involved in a lot of litigation?
This isn't the first time that Buc-ee's has sued. In January, they sued a North Texas gas station, Superfuels, regarding their logo using an animal design in there. So it's I guess they have a lot of
copycats,
trademarks basically out there of like, you can only use specific things, but like Buc-ee's has made it like, we're using our logo here, our font, we're using the animal here. So
they got me for jerky.
Yeah, the jerky's great.
The beaver jerky is one of the most overpriced things.
It is overpriced.
God, it's so expensive. The beaver nuggets and whoever's making their barbecue. I got their turkey sandwich the other day. My God, I mean,
very good.
It's very good.
Very good.
Very good.
The breakfast tacos or burritos or they're fantastic.
Yeah. I was about to say the Superfuels one sounds a little petty and a little litigious, but no, yeah, I do kind of think that you're trying to invoke something there.
That's
you're
a little close.
Play off of
That's a little close.
Is that a dog though? Is that a dog with a cape?
Yeah, but it's generally the same sort of like cartoonish look
It's
and
the nose.
pose and everything.
The
So
nose,
I
the
get
eyes,
you're
yeah.
trying to make somebody just kind of think, oh yeah, I've kind of seen this somewhere. Let me stop in there.
And all you got to do is have a big billboard and then 400 gas tanks, excuse me, and you pull in.
My favorite billboard they have, because there's 80 of them all throughout Texas. I think it's the one you leave past Madisonville. When you leave there, it's the very next 1 mile down. There's another billboard that says, "Sorry you missed us. You're only 200 miles away from the next one." Like they're advertising strong.
Yeah, it is.
It's the Payload every Thursday for now. Maybe another Payload, another Philip Russell segment
What a
coming
stud.
in the near future after our Tolo morning show survey that we ran down yesterday here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with at 7:20 during the commercial-free Expressway. We got an AD game winner. And how do you get the Rangers offense going? Next on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan.
Pitch to Josh is swung on, lifted in the air, left center field, carrying well. Friedel back at the wall, and that's beyond his reach and off the wall. Peterson around third. He's heading home. De La Cruz drops the throw from the outfield, and there will be no play at the plate. It's a double for Josh Smith, and the Rangers grab a 1-0 lead in the fourth.
And yet again, the only run support that a Rangers starting pitcher would need. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. For the first time in franchise history, back-to-back 1-0 wins. Eovaldi was responsible along with Wyatt for the first one. This time, it's Josh Smith and Jack Leiter. Jack Leiter, a .90 ERA through 2 starts. Had his best start to his career in his first one, and then he stepped it up yesterday. 5 innings, 1 hit, no walks, no runs, 6 strikeouts, and I thought he was in complete control. 99 whenever he wanted on the paint. And then early on, Bassick was just talking about the breaking stuff.
Yeah, and it was a bummer that he wasn't able to continue the outing. And
I was getting ready to question the great Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, for sure. I was like, why not let him go longer? I mean, he had at least 2 more innings in him with a pitch count of 70. It was just like I felt like an unnecessary move, not necessarily the wrong move. You're trying to treat him with kid gloves and
third time through the lineup,
third time, all that stuff, right? And then the other thing is, you want him to end on a good note. But it just felt like it was like an unnecessary move. But then all of a sudden you see, he's got a blister forming, and those things. CJ Wilson will tell you all about blisters. Those things, he'll be soaking his hand in pickle juice or doing the old Jorge Posada Moises Alou on him, later today. But if you know what I mean, you know what I mean.
I do.
If you don't, then don't worry about it. But it's just blisters happen this time of year.
Bobby, what impressed about Leiter for you?
They kind of mentioned it. Mike mentioned this on the broadcast, the TV broadcast, the slider that Leiter had working yesterday. Because, that was the big thing when he was coming. It was like all he had was the fastball. That was the thing, was just he blew it by people, and that was something that early on, apparently, that was getting him in trouble in the minors, was just he was trying to blow the fastball by people that it didn't work like that anymore. Now he's kind of settled into, all right, he knows how to attack. He's got a plan. That was another criticism we had heard, it felt like, was that Leiter doesn't go up there with much of a plan. Like, how do I attack these hitters? What's my process? How am I going to set this guy up? And yesterday you saw more of that. And like I said, 4 strikeouts on the slider in this game, which is more than he's ever had. I don't know that he had 4 strikeouts on the slider all last year. I need to look. But 4 strikeouts in this game just on the slider. He looks completely calm, completely collected, is not getting rattled the same sort of way. It's really encouraging.
Here's Boch on Jack.
I mean, you can just see the confidence growing with this kid. He's got great stuff, and now he's starting to figure out the pitching part of it, and because he has really good secondary pitches to go with the big fastball, and he adjusted. I give him credit. He had a good game plan, and he and Jonah worked very well today. So that's what you want to see from these young guys, just growth and a really, really impressive job.
70 pitches, 11 whiffs. The numbers through 2 games: 10 innings, .90 earned run average, 10 strikeouts, 1 walk. It's starting to feel legit. Major League Baseball, young kid. You never know. You get rocked for 7 in his next outing. But dang, if you can have Eovaldi, DeGrom, Leiter moving forward, you feel really good about that. What are you going to get from Tyler? He's going to get the next start against the Rays tomorrow after the Rangers have a day off today. But, RJ, you asked the question. You always feel weird asking this question because you're less than 10 games in, but where can they find some offense?
They got to get the offense. They do, because they know deep down, like, you're not going to win games when you score 1 run. I mean, I was looking for the number yesterday. I just couldn't find it. The percentage of games you win when you only score 1 run.
What did you compare him to, Pepe? Which Rangers team?
The 2016 team that won like 35 one-run games.
Yeah.
The Rangers have 5 wins this season. 4 of them are 1 run.
Look,
is that one of the Banny teams?
It's one of the Banny. Was it the?
I think they won the West.
That was 95 games.
That was the swept team by Toronto in the first round.
And I mean, it happens. You'll have years where you don't win hardly any 1-run games. You have a terrible record. and you miss the playoffs. Then you'll have other years where you're like 35-10, and then you make the postseason. I think Baltimore was like that a couple years ago, where they had a ton of one-run victories. But look, the guys at the top, and it's Simeon and Seager to an extent when he's out there, they got to get going. And it should not be any surprise that if you're not going to have production from the top of your order, you're really going to struggle as an offense. And I don't know what they're going to do with Marcus Simeon. He did have a hit yesterday, but he's still looking for an extra base hit. He's one of the few guys of the team that don't have one.
I mean, they're not going to do anything. They're going to keep playing them.
No, are they going to keep playing him, though, at the top of the order? Yeah, you absolutely keep playing him because you don't have another option, really. I mean, I guess you do, but you're not going to pay him to not play him.
Not getting anything. Sorry, go ahead. Did you have an idea?
Yeah, do you think, and how long into this season do you go? And it's way too early for this. Like, these are discussions that you make in May. Or decisions that you make in May, discussions that you start having, though. When do you decide to move him out of the leadoff spot?
Well, if you're having trouble, maybe you say, hey, things haven't. We were wrong. We shouldn't have sent down Evan Carter. We should call him back up. Well, I mean, there's a little problem with that. So in the first 4 games of the year down at Round Rock, Evan Carter 1 for 17 with 7 strikeouts.
Dude,
he's starting to scare me. That one's getting really concerned. He had 3 strikeouts in his most recent game down in Round Rock, and it's just this isn't good. That Evan Carter thing is starting to really feel like that could be like a Rangers version potentially of Robert Griffin, where it's like he was so good when he came up, and then it's injuries and just losing it.
Let's go around the rest of the sport. I think they're the first defending champion ever to start off 8-0.
High fly ball to center field. Harris is back. Oh, Tommy! Inevitable!
A dream start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Shohei with a walk-off. They are 8-0.
They are on the road for 162. 162-0. And they come back. I was watching this game. This was a 5-2. Braves were up 5-2 in this game. And they just completely fell apart. And that was going to be their first win. The Braves have been swept. The Braves are 0-7.
Wow.
No 0-7 team has ever made the playoffs in the history of baseball. And it's been 42 years since a team that started 0-7 had a winning record.
Woo!
Woo! It is not. I mean, it might be over before it even starts.
Odds are changing quickly from Bet Online. National League East, Phillies, Mets, Braves. The Braves are now plus 225.
Okay, see, that's not good enough odds for me to place a bet on it yet. If they were like 8-1, like hammer it, right? Let's go. They could still. I mean, they have 55 games left.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they're still a good team, but history shows, they'll never make the postseason. That's the reality of it.
And then, Bobby, they're changing things up in the American League Central as well.
Oh my gosh, the American League Central right now is a mess. I was just scrolling through the standings. Look at this. Every single team, all 5 teams in the American League Central are 2-4. Everybody's 2 games under 500. They're all tied for first place. Do you know who is the only team in the American League Central that, even with that 2-4 record, still has a positive run differdifferential?
Positive run differential. The White Sox.
The Chicago White Sox are the only team that's even above on the run differential right now. But yeah, everybody's 2-4 right there in the AL Central. This is that weird time of year where you start just very early in the season. You'll just some weird stuff in the standings, like Atlanta being 0-7. You'll see Boston, who's supposed to be a big time contender, last in the AL East. And then you've got the entire Central under 500. Every single team in the AL West right now has a run differential that's negative.
Wow. That's the whole West?
The entire West. Everybody's got a negative run differential.
And you talk about Boston. I mean, one of their struggles is because of Rafael Devers, who finally got a hit. He finally got a hit,
buddy.
And then he flexed at second base.
No.
I'm like, bro, you were 0 for 19 with 15 strikeouts.
Baseball, Jalen Smith.
Like, put the bicep down, okay? You'll be fine. We don't need to see that up there. But Tom Verducci had an article about him, and they are talking about how a majority of his strikeouts have been on the fastball, and that he's been late. And they are wondering.
Way to listen to me, Tom.
Is his bat? Is his bat slowing down? Is he have a hole in his swing? Is his vision going? Like, can he not see? Is he not picking up the pitch? What? Because the fastball, and this is why teams are throwing more off-speed pitches than ever before. Analytics have shown, the easiest pitch to hit is a fastball. It's because it's straight. I don't necessarily 100% agree with that, but that's what the data shows, and he's the one that's missing on these pitches.
We got a ticket giveaway to hook you up with during the commercial-free 720 Expressway. Corey Majors just let us know Ice Cube is joining KNC at 11 o'clock this morning. We'll have Mike Florio at 8 from ProFootballTalk.com and Brendan Haywood, who Bobby is in love with, at 9:15 today to talk Final Four and Mavs.
Oh, baby.
He is fantastic. I really like Brendan Haywood a lot. And Ice Cube later, that you said last week, Ice Cube's your favorite diss track.
I mean, No Vaseline, I think it's the original. I think it's the best. You know me. The original is the best at everything.
Dan Orlovsky coming out and saying, now all off season, he said, how are the Cowboys going to contend? They have a $90 million cap hit. They got all these cap hits. They're not going to contend. Well, now magically, I guess there's a player that if they selected 12, can make them sneaky good.
Love the pick. If you told Cowboys fans that you're going to get CeeDee Lamb and Drake London, would you take that?
Ooh,
because that's kind of what his game is like. Drake
that would
London,
be the copy
right?
here the most often for Federo. Yeah.
Ball skills are off the charts.
Yeah.
He's kind of versatile. He's not just an outside guy. You can play him a little bit on the inside. And it's completely opposite of what CeeDee Lamb is as a talent-wise. And for me, it's the first guy, I think, since T.O. that goes to the Cowboys who has that big frame. They haven't really had a big frame. Michael Gallup briefly, but a big-framed wide receiver since then. And we've talked about it on our show a ton of just the small people that Dak has had to throw to over the past couple years. Look at these guys when it comes to the size and the history within the Cowboys organization. I love the pick, and I think the Cowboys, if this is the pick, will be sneakily better than people expect. I think this could be a good football team next season.
And my bad. I thought they were going to say the name in the beginning of it. I should have said Tet McMillan was the mock pick there that has Dan Orlovsky thinking the Cowboys could be sneaky good with, and Drake London has been the comp.
Yeah, Drake London is a common one that you get. But this is what
now
he
be
does.
Careful because
this is I don't care
because of your recent following.
Yeah, this is what he does.
You said
though.
Dan Orlovsky's father followed Bobby on Facebook. How about that?
This is what Dan does though. He makes it up. He makes it up as he goes along, and then he acts like I've said this the whole time. What are you talking about? Like that's what he did when he sat down with us. There were like 3 different things at the Super Bowl.
The boys from 105.3.
That he was like, what do you mean? I've said that the whole time. No, you haven't. It's like, well, look, I didn't say that. That's made up. Okay, well, all right. If you're just going to say it doesn't exist, then I guess there's literally nothing anybody can say back to you. And also, what the hell is he talking about that they haven't had a bigger bodied receiver since T.O.? They have had they've had several receivers about the size of T.O. Des Bryant, Roy Williams. They just traded for Jonathan Mingo, who's kind of a similar build. He just makes things up.
What do I call Roy Williams?
Roy Williams is a big receiver.
He was tall.
Well, that's big.
When I think T.O.
Roy was
McMillan.
thick.
Tet McMillan's not like thick.
Then I wouldn't compare it to T.O. Like, to me, T.O. is like I compare it to like David Boston. Just this absolute muscled
what
up.
What are you talking about?
You got to be muscled up if you want to be compared to T.O. T.O. was yoked.
6'3", 215 for Roy Williams. And T.O. is 6'3", 224. That's bigger, but I mean, that's still, Roy Williams is a big dude.
And you can't count any David Boston weight legitimately.
Well, it's not legitimate, right?
Yeah. So I had just heard Orlovsky all off season immediately dismiss the Cowboys, which I get, but then like Tet McMillan at number 12, sneaky good. All of a sudden you love him that much, so I thought you'd find that amusing.
What the hell is that too? Where he's like, he's kind of like he's kind of like you've got a Drake London and he's like CeeDee Lamb, and then like 10 seconds later he goes like, and he's nothing like CeeDee Lamb. He's like the complete opposite.
I thought he said with CeeDee Lamb, you pair him up, but I know you're gonna hear what you want to hear.
Oh, yeah, it's not difficult to hear whatever you want to hear with Dan Orlovsky because eventually he'll say it.
877-881-1053, the number to hit us up with in order to win the Tolo ticket giveaway as we go commercial free with the Expressway. Do these basketball Hall of Famers deserve to get in? Should Ja get in trouble for another gun? And Shaq wants to fight Luka? Commercial free Expressway after this on Sean and Art.
Reeds has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it the Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by the on-time experts.
Bring this one over the finish line. Into Young. Young with the ball. Young, the step back three. Good. It's all over.
The Dallas Mavericks get another win, and Anthony Davis goes off against Atlanta. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the commercial-free Expressway with Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Thank you for turning on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and hopefully you win these Tolo tickets that we're about to give away right around neighborhood watch time. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. He got the response from Micah's agent after the Jerry Jones disrespect. Florio will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Anthony Davis with 34, 15, and 5 over Atlanta, and everyone just needs to come to terms with the Mavericks as a play-in team.
We ain't done yet.
It's so...
You are, Mark, but...
You are done. Yeah, you're done. You especially.
No, I saw Mark in the tunnel. One of our Tolos, I think it was Kevin, was like, look at him fist pumping AD. So Mark is still there attending.
He's still there.
But he thought it was a weak fist bump. He's like, do you think this was AD blowing him off? He just kind of gave him the half-hearted knuckle touch.
No, that was Kevin overlooking, really overhyping that.
It's there. Resign yourself to the fact they're going to go to the play-in, and they might win it. They might win the play-in game, and then they'll
against Sacramento,
and then they would have the loser of 7 versus 8, whoever that winds up being, Memphis and Clippers. And look, I mean, if LA is healthy, there's some juice there. If LA is healthy, but
yeah, Luka always kills the Clippers.
I know Luka always does kill the Clippers. So we'll see what happens there. Maybe he'll come back for the day.
Okay, you say they might win the play-in, they might win it all. We don't know what the diets have been like for the rest of the Western Conference. Nico's been on top of them, making sure they're getting all their complex carbs, the necessary ones, no fatty carbs,
and the return of Derek Lively as well. So all the bigs are back. Especially Anthony Davis, after he had his eye bloodied yesterday by Gafford. That was big on big crime there.
Yeah, they can't get out of their own way over there at the Mavericks, and so he got the elbow to the eye and had to leave for a little bit. He came back out. He was doing his post game interview with a giant bandage right over his eye, and he looked good. 30 minutes too. He put that stat line up in 30 minutes flat. He's really good when he's locked in and he's healthy.
That was an impressive game winner. Said he had been battling through some mental stuff, but the Mavs get the victory over the Hawks. And general manager Trae Young,
assistant general manager Trae Young. How about that? He is now the assistant GM at the University of Oklahoma for basketball.
This blew me away.
Steph Curry is the assistant GM at Davidson. So they're doing the same role. And they haven't really we don't know exactly what the GMs do, and it's not like the same. They're going out and finding players. There's no doubt about that. They're dealing with a lot of money.
Michael Lombardi.
But what does the assistant GM do? Is that a fundraising job?
Is that a Zoom call that you make of your Steph?
Yeah, I mean he's probably not flying out to North Carolina on the weekends to kind of handle some business. But yeah, I assume it's a Zoom call here or there, because I would not imagine that their teams would be remotely okay with them doing a whole lot of legwork. It's probably a fundraiser. Hey, come play golf with me if you're Steph, and then you donate $50,000 to the NIL fund or something.
Like the president emeritus. It's like, yeah, they're just kind of
there.
It's a role, it's a title, but in reality, we're just trying to align Trae Young with the university for recruiting purposes.
So like I said, I'm sure it's fundraising of some kind, but I don't know. This is weird. It's like you're taking a lot of time. How much time are you dealing with this? If you're Steph, your career's on the way out. It's like, you're setting up for the next thing.
Yeah, you made 12 threes.
You made 12 threes the other night. You're cooked. Prime Steph would have been 13.
I hate the Hawks. Whenever I hear Trae Young and the Hawks, I'm sick of it. I was a little intrigued with Quinn Snyder going over there. One of those teams they should just wipe out of the league. Just get rid of them.
The Atlanta teams in general, kind of annoying. Braves can be a little annoying.
I grew up on the Braves. I can't hate on them.
No, back in the I'm talking about this current version of the Braves. I find them a little annoying. And the Falcons are just irritating.
What do you find annoying about them?
I don't like them as
Ozzy or Ronald.
No, I don't like Acuna.
Really?
Yeah. And I mean,
Olsen.
No, yeah, I don't like Spencer Strider. He annoys me a little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
He's a big dumpy for a little guy.
Well, then you would like him, I get. But yeah.
All right, another Atlanta story. Chris Haynes NBA insider dealing with home invasion, legal home invasion.
Yeah, look, squatters are a big problem. We know this. We've talked about it here on the show. It's been a little while, I feel like, since we've had I feel like some of that's died down a little bit, or at least the coverage of it has. It doesn't feel like we get a new story every other day or every other week.
This
like we
feels
were
like
in the past.
something that Trump would have and should be wiping out.
Squatting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
how did this get started? I still don't understand.
I still don't understand how you do it. You just you enter somebody's home and just stay there.
And this, yeah,
so like, if I get home today and if I come back from work this morning and Sarah's already gone, there's somebody in my house, I can't get him out.
Right.
So
legally, I'm not allowed to get him out, even though I live there.
That should be a bet payoff for one of us.
This is
you gotta
Texas.
squat.
You got to what?
You got to squat one of the other person's home.
Oh, it's amazing. That's amazing.
How long can I stay in RJ Choppy's house before he notices
Well, no,
me?
you got to go to a random stranger. That's the fun of it.
So-
see if you got possibly shot.
And the issue here is that a lot of times it happens with Airbnbs, I guess. So when you rent it out, then somebody just never leaves and goes, no, I actually made an agreement with them to rent this property, like, moving forward. And they're like, no, they didn't. It's like, well, that's a dispute that has to go to court now because they're going to claim that there's legal documents. So the police say, we can't actually do anything about it because it's a legal dispute that has to be settled in the court at that point. It's a dumb loophole.
So it's a loophole about you're arguing that you're continuing to pay me rent?
It's that they've made some sort of an agreement and the police can't run through the paperwork to see do they legally have this.
It has to start with like
An agreement, a rental
relationship that you know of,
or just somebody has
started.
That's how they most frequently start. This one with Chris Haynes, I have no idea. He didn't get into the details of how exactly. I don't know if he knew how they ended up in there. So this is a house in Atlanta. He lives in Sacramento. This is his house in Atlanta that he has.
Why would you live in Sacramento?
I don't know, but Atlanta is.
I'm a big A's fan.
He got a house there so that his daughters, who were going to school around there, could have somewhere to live, and so. They were not in the area. They were going back, and when they were going back, a realtor had called them and said, hey, I just want you to know there's somebody that's been driving your car around that's at the house and have been staying there. He's like, I have no idea who that is. So this is when he said he hopped on a plane. He was going to Atlanta. He was going to go deal with this. He's like, I'm not going to have my daughters walk up on this.
Yeah.
So Chris Haynes is heading out there, and this was when he was told by Atlanta police what exactly squatting is.
Well, when I arrived, I contacted local authorities, Atlanta authorities, and I told them, I said, hey, can you have someone meet me at my place? I need to get some people out. And I was not familiar with the term squatting. I didn't know what that was. And so the police were the ones that were telling me, oh, you got squatters in your house? It was like, I was like, yeah. He was like, okay, well, you'll just have to take them to court. I'm like, what you mean take them to court? It's like, yeah, well, you know, they'll probably claim that they're renting the space out to someone. I'm like, they're not renting the space out to anyone. I'm the owner. What you talking about? I got the paperwork to show I'm the owner of this house. What you mean take them? I was like, listen, I said, officers, I'm going to my house and I'm getting them out. Now, y'all can come over there and meet me like I'm asking, like I'm requesting of you, but it's going down tonight. They're getting out my house.
And he continued on. He said the police showed up. They didn't do anything, and right away the people that were in the house were like, nope, we're renting this. We've made an agreement. And Chris Haynes said, you have 1 hour to get out of my house. And he said he turned over to the cops and he told them, okay, guys, I understand you said you're not going to do anything about this, so you can hang around if you like. I'm taking them out of that house in 1 hour. And the cops kind of hung around for a little bit. And he said after an hour, they did bail out of there. They left. And when he walked in, he said the house was destroyed. There was dog feces everywhere all over the house. They had just been wrecking the house while they had been staying there. But he's like, at least they got out, I guess. And so now he's having to clean it up and get everything figured out.
I love the term squatters' rights. You don't have any rights. You're there illegally.
You're trespassing.
You're in my house. You're trespassing about. You don't have any rights. What are you talking about, squatters' rights?
I hope
suckers and losers.
I hope squatting is not legal in Texas. It feels very un-Texas-like to be able to let someone get away with that crap.
Yeah, it's just like it's just a dumb loophole that somebody's exploited where it's like, well, you know, how, because there could be an instance where somebody's saying, I own the house, kick them out. And there really is somebody who has paperwork, and it does have to be if there's ever been landlord disputes. But now you have people just taking advantage of it where it's
how has this not resulted in shootings? If I walk in my house armed and I see random people in there, how does that not happen or result in gunfire?
It has in a couple of we've seen a couple stories of people and I think one of them got prosecuted for shooting the squatters.
Let's move on before I get myself in trouble.
In Texas, it's generous.
There's probably a squatters club out that'll make me go into a community service.
in Texas, according to AI, it is generally illegal and can lead to criminal charges, but they can claim ownership through adverse possession if they meet specific requirements, like continuous, open, and exclusive possession for a certain period and potentially paying property taxes. So, like, if they just move in, like, if you have a rental property, they just move in and they just stay there for X amount of time, you don't even know it, they could theoretically just take ownership of the home.
And they have to pay property tax.
They would have to pay the property taxes.
Well, Sean, it's your worst nightmare because we have a situation from Atolo. 940 says, squatters live in my friend's house that we built in college. They've been in there since 2023 and still can't get them out. Authorities won't do anything. No rent has been paid in years. This is in Denton.
What the heck? Let's move on. Seriously. It's 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. We're going to have a Tolo ticket giveaway to hook you up with momentarily. The most local segment in radio, the Neighborhood Watch, is coming up. Mike Florio at 8 o'clock. But we have an basketball. It's not the NBA. It's a basketball Hall of Fame announcement.
Yes. Carmelo Anthony. He has been inducted or will be inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame. 10-time All-Star. I've actually got no problem with this. And I know the Basketball Hall of Fame means absolutely nothing. But this is like probably the best U.S. Olympian from a basketball perspective, that we've had recently.
Yeah.
And then
just because he's played so much.
He's played a lot. Yeah. He's played a lot. He's done generally pretty well. He's played well with the Olympic team. And then, he had kind of like a Dirkie college title, too. His college championship at Syracuse it's viewed very highly because, he was the main.
I was like, Dirk won a college title?
No.
Okay.
So Dirk's Mav title and Carmelo's Syracuse title, it wasn't just him. Like, they had Hakeem Work on the team. That was a good team.
Yeah, it was a good team. Jerry McNamara. They had good players.
That's not Jerry
McNamara was a good player.
Let Jerry, Mr. 5'9". Okay, let's just not talk about Jerry McNamara. But
well, look, let's have fun with this. Let's separate Olympics and college. Yeah. I always like to just make it NBA Hall of Fame. If it was just Carmelo Anthony is an NBA Hall of Famer, are you signing off on that?
Just up NBA. Probably not.
Probably not.
I don't know. Would you?
I would probably say yes.
I'd have to go.
All right, Carmelo or Westbrook?
There's a lot of similarities.
Both of them should go in. Probably
but you agree
probably
both,
Carmelo.
You agree both should go in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Carmelo's 12th all time in scoring. He made 10 All-Star teams. He was 6-time All NBA.
Carmelo was just one of those guys where it felt like he wasn't team conducive enough to ever win the championship, but he'll go. He's one of these guys who the players love. The line probably most often used of Melo is he's going to get you. He gets buckets.
He does.
He's going to get you a bucket whenever. He was monster. Problem to deal with in the post. He can hit the mid range. Now he's going to shoot all the shots.
Yeah,
as Phil Jackson had a problem with in New York. But I would say, Carmelo Anthony, to me, I know you're going to argue with this. All right, rank these three.
Okay.
I know. I think I know who you have third. Carmelo, Ginobili, Tony Parker. Ugh. Right, because Ginobili and Parker are in.
Yeah, Carmelo, Parker, Ginobili.
Carmelo is better than the other two.
Okay.
He's less Hall of Fame worthy than the other two.
Why?
Because he's a loser. Because he's a loser. He's a loser.
Okay, well, I think you should expound upon that point. It's a strong take.
Well, he's lost everywhere he goes. That's the best way I could put it. He's lost everywhere he goes. I would put if I had to say who am I starting my team with, it's 100% Carmelo Anthony. Who am I putting in the Hall of Fame? It's those two versus Carmelo over on Carmelo.
Okay,
you know what I mean? Carmelo is objectively better, and they're objectively more Hall of Fame worthy to me.
Okay.
Oh, no. Ginobili, I don't care.
You don't like it because he played for the Spurs.
No, it's literally got nothing to do with the Spurs. It's literally got everything to do with, he was basically a career sixth man reserved at, no. He played 29 minutes a game, his whole career, and he was never, I never saw that guy play and was like, holy cow, how do you stop Manu? He had some clunky ways that he played. He helped with the Euro step becoming really big in the NBA.
Is the Euro step.
Yeah, it's a big part of the, but
who did he who started in front of him? Because I think a lot of Spurs fans would come back with the argument of, well, Manu volunteered to come off the bench. He should have been and could have been the 2. Was it Bowen?
Probably.
Was he
Bowen.
backing up Bowen? Steven Jackson was there for a second. I don't want to get my timelines mixed up, but I don't know if it's because
I don't
Ginobili
consider
was
him a 6 man. I don't consider him a 6 man.
Well, I think that is the crux of the Ginobili argument. Was he really a 6 man or was he not a 6 man? He volunteered to be a 6 man.
I don't think Jason Terry is a 6 man either. He came out the bench a lot.
Ginobili for his career, he started 349 out of 1,057 games, so 70% of the time he was coming off the bench. He averaged for his career 25 minutes a game.
Wow. I think Carmelo, he's an all-time scorer, but you weren't going to win a championship with him. You're not going to win a championship with Westbrook. You know, the other add-on, and I searched 2 different articles for this. I'm like, why didn't they announce the whole class? You know who got thrown into this announcement, like on the side? And he's not even officially in the announcement. You know who else is in this class?
So Dwight Howard.
Sue Bird. Dwight Howard, Sue Bird. They just, like, are they not officially announced yet?
They're just finalists. They haven't announced anybody else
Then why did
yet.
Carmelo's come out? You're supposed to announce the whole class. Like, the whole class is supposed to be official. But my point is Dwight Howard on a lower tier? How do you feel about Dwight Howard, NBA Hall of Famer?
Oh, I like Carmelo better.
Okay.
I would put Carmelo ahead. Although I guess, Dwight did make a finals.
Dwight made a finals. Dwight was Defensive Player of the Year 3 times.
Yeah.
What's his career numbers?
15 points, 11.8 rebounds, 2 blocks.
And it felt like Dwight Howard in his prime was more than that. What was he in Orlando? His points high.
So, yeah, the LA trade destroyed him. After that, he was never the same player again. While he was in Orlando for 8 years, he averaged 18 points, 13 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks.
Again, one of those guys where it's like individual freak, but he never had enough to reach like that Shaq level. I don't know whether it was want to. He didn't have enough of an offensive game developed, but he's kind of like the Russell Westbrook of bigs for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Freak player. I'm not trusting him like as a franchise guy to win the championship. He's going to compile all the numbers and all the stats. He should probably be in, but I would have Melo over him. But I just was like, okay, Dwight Howard, he kind of got thrown to the side here.
I think Dwight Howard, when he was at his best, like 07, 08, 09, like around there, Dwight Howard in that era is better than Carmelo was. At whatever Carmelo's peak was. Carmelo's
because Dwight went to a finals with a lesser team than Melo ever. Denver had some talent on that squad.
They did.
Now, there was some older talent, like Iverson was considered starting to get washed up. They had Kenyon Martin. I got to go look up who else they had.
Yeah, Dwight had he had Turkoglu. He had
Nelson.
Lewis.
Jameer
Nelson.
Ugly team.
Rashard Lewis was there.
Yep.
They had their moments. The East sucked too then.
Yeah, the
East was garbage.
That's a team I view as Dwight Howard, like taking them to the
that
finals.
was a lot of people viewed that Orlando loss by LeBron that was one of the catalysts for eventually he was like, I got to get out of here. Like, I got to get out of Cleveland. I got to go to Miami because they're never going to put a team around me.
All right, so there it is. Little hoops action with some barroom debates.
By the way, the other finalists, you said Dwight Howard, Sue Bird, Maya Moore, Mark Few, the Gonzaga coach, Billy Donovan.
Like Sue Bird is probably she's the number one most accomplished of all them.
Of all these players, yeah.
I'm assuming she has championships. I don't know. Call Reggie.
She's like 4 in college or whatever. And then the entire 08 U.S. Olympics men's basketball team. So like the team is going to go in, just like the team itself. That's going to they're not individually going to go in. They're going to go in as a unit.
That's so
nice. Is that the Redeem team? That's the Redeem team.
That's the Redeem team. That's sweet. That's nice. I like that. Everybody gets a trophy.
That's so stupid. God, that is so stupid. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tollers, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Alterium. Our sister station, Alt 1037, presents Alterium with 311 Saturday, May 10th at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we got Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. Let's get even more local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, man, this is a massively depressing story. I don't mean to bring it down, but this is the biggest story probably locally right now around DFW. Frisco police were called to Frisco Centennial yesterday at Kirkendall Stadium, where a 17-year-old student had stabbed another student at a confrontation, and ultimately he passed away.
Stabbed in the heart.
Yeah, this is Austin Metcalf, a student there and on the track team, and there was a dispute. There was some sort of confrontation with 17-year-old student Carmelo Anthony, who is, it's spelled with a K, not a C, but Carmelo Anthony, who had this dispute. They had an argument, and ultimately he stabs him directly in the heart. Austin Metcalf was a twin. His twin brother was there, apparently, and the way this has been relayed is that his twin brother immediately was trying to kind of put pressure on his chest and stop it, and ultimately he passes away in his brother's arms there on the field, and just devastating story. The dad, Jeff Metcalf, spoke with NBC5 yesterday, and I don't know how he was able to talk. I mean, this is 6 hours. Like, he's standing in front of his house 6 hours after this happens, and he's emotional, but it's like, I wouldn't be able to spit words out. I wouldn't be able to talk in front of a camera. I wouldn't be able to do anything. This was just an absolutely awful story, and Carmelo Anthony right now is in custody. He is 17 years old, so that makes him able to be tried as an adult.
Good.
So this was a devastating story yesterday.
This was awful. We have a very close friend who knows this family, and she said, like, obviously they're all crushed and devastated over this, and it's over a seat, like you're in my seat kind of thing.
Gosh.
That's what the reports are, and it's just senseless. It was completely senseless.
Do they, walking through school, metal detectors? How do they know you don't have a weapon? Out of curiosity.
Honestly, I have no idea. I don't think. So I've walked into my kid's school to pick him up, and I mean, there's police there. Like there's an officer right there, but and sometimes a couple of them, depending on how big the school is. But I've never seen a metal detector. Maybe they have to walk through one in a different entrance. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I mean, if they were, I don't know. Did he have it on him, or did he not? Did he not have it on him when he entered school? But when he went to the track, he got it. Like,
yeah, but
he went to his car.
I'm just asking, going into school. Do your kids' school have a metal detector?
The high school that Jake went to did. I think the high school did. The middle school, I don't believe, does. They might. I haven't been up there nearly often enough because she did. No, I've taken her food up there twice.
You guys know your kid's school has a metal detector.
No, it's the first year. It's the first year at the middle school. So I haven't, like, we're into this first year. I've been up there like twice. It's not like we've spent the whole time there. But I don't think that those ones do. The high school did, though, where you had to walk through the metal detectors. But this was just, this was a terrible story. This is one that everybody was sharing yesterday. I saw somebody on Facebook shared a post from the dad from over just this past weekend where he had taken those two boys hunting, and it was like the last time they were going to be at that specific deer lease that they had been like growing up at, and he had shared all these photos. And his son Austin, who passed away, he got his first hog this week. And so, I mean, it's just like 3 days ago you see those posts, and it's like, just like that, it's over. Absolutely devastating. Awful news. Thoughts and prayers with the family of Austin Metcalf, and that'll be a hotly contested court case, I would imagine, moving forward. All right. No more bad words in the state of Texas, it sounds like. So you know how Dan Patrick and others have been really trying to emphasize getting more movie projects into the state of Texas. They've got this fund that they've had where they've tried to get more people in here. The Texas legislature was talking about this.
Thought I saw McConaughey and Woody Harrelson.
Yeah.
Woody, yeah.
Yeah, they were both at the Texas State Senate talking to the Finance Committee. So on Monday, the Texas legislature's Finance Committee held a debate on the merits of increasing funding for the Texas Moving Image Industry Incentive Program. And while they were talking about this, while they were questioning some of the folks, including one of them sitting there, Matthew McConaughey, and you'll see the video on the fan cam here in just a sec, State Senator Donna Campbell made sure to tell everybody she doesn't want any profanity, gosh darn it.
So personally, I think there's no value at all using God's name in vain in movies or anywhere else. But while I see listed specific projects not eligible, but I don't find that profanity is limited in any way. Is it? And are there ratings? I mean, you'll find God's Name in Vain on PG-13 movies right before the plot thickens. But is there anything like that in here? Listen to you. And it's really more the F-bomb. It's really more the F-bomb and God's Name in Vain. But I don't find where that has a limitation of it at all. Is there?
Royce West, his reaction, you'll see it on the fan camera right there. Royce West's reaction to this when it starts getting out, he's looking around going like, what is she saying? She doesn't. Look, I understand. You don't want profanity in your presence. Totally get it. Certainly understand if you have certain hangups or certain things that you don't, like about certain words you don't like hearing, that you cannot legislate that. You guys aren't going to say the F word in these movies that we're funding, right? Dude, don't say those on Texas soil.
Look, as somebody who may or may not have took the Lord's name in vain during my dad's funeral speech in a church on accident.
You got that drop, Peyton?
Look, do sometimes movies overdo the language? Of course they do. Like they just sometimes they just overdo it. You can't legislate this stuff. Like just relax. Donna? Relax, Donna. Oh, Donna. Richie Valens song.
Donna.
Great song.
Great song. Who of the four of us would you say would be most in trouble with Donna Campbell off the air?
Great question.
Oh, man.
Either, I would put myself up there. I curse a decent amount.
You say the F word probably more. I definitely take the Lord's name in vain more.
Yeah, I try not to do that.
I think when I say
I
it.
blame my dad for that one.
I think when I say it, there's usually 4 or 5 of them smashed into one sentence. I use the most in an individual sentence, but it's pretty close.
Don't sleep on this one back here.
Oh, yeah.
With his text.
Whoa.
If he texts like that off the air,
yeah.
what does he say off the air?
Dude, I'm so working in radio. My friends will say this all the time. They ask me, "How have you not been fired yet? Have you not slipped up on air?" And it's like, dude, it's like an on-off switch. It's so weird.
We don't let you talk that much. Do you curse a lot off the air? Like you versus Mackenzie, cursing wise.
Oh, she's worse.
Oh,
she's worse. Yeah, and she gets my blood flowing where I'm like starting to talk a little more now.
Yeah,
so,
Amanda's the worst in our. I didn't realize it till I had kids.
Yeah,
I'm like, yo, I have to tell her like once a week, like, yo, stop, no, stop. The kid's here.
Kristen is way worse than me. The girls will tell people, they'll be like, shit, mommy says it more. Mommy says bad words more. No, I was saying should. That was not that. Shop. You can stop looking. But
very close.
We've gotten this thing now. Laura's new obsession, because she's not allowed to say anything bad. Her new obsession is whenever she hears about somebody who's made Kristen mad or something else, her immediate first question to Kristen, she goes, can I say the F word to them? Can I say it?
How do you guys legislate kid cursing, Choppy? I mean, I know you already know the answer here.
Yeah. Lucas 15. For me, it's like you're driving.
Got the green light.
You're about to drive.
Yeah. Gotta curse the drive.
You gotta curse. You can't drive without cursing.
Right,
so
right.
I don't really get upset with him. I mean, he's played baseball. He's in the dugout. It's impossible, right?
Yeah.
Julian, I'm having a tough time with this one because he is the over curser. And
how old is he?
He's 12. He's 12, and it's boorish. It's not becoming. And I've had a real discussion with him because I sent some.
Because there's a new TikTok thing apparently where kids are allowed to go in the bathroom and drop their curse word or their rant, and parents are like filming that, and they're like, F, and they're saying all the curse
like
words.
little 3-year-olds screaming into the camera. And again, Laura said, I just saw this yesterday for the first time. Laura was like, can I do that? I'm like, no, you can't do that. You're not allowed. And so clearly our policy is no, they can't. I understand it's going to happen, but they're not allowed.
And Jacob?
I mean, he's out now, so he can. But when he was in high school, it's like, no, you can't in front of us. You'll get in trouble.
So I'll send like motivational text to him every now and then, like on a group chat, just, whatever. Like I see something corny, I send it. And I was like, I said something like, nobody wants to see you be great more than me, right? I want to see you be better than me. And he goes, yeah, Dad, Julian, yeah, Dad, I'm going to be the next Johnny Sins.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, how do you know who that is?
Wow. Neighborhood Watch.
12.
Expressway here on one. But your problem is you react like that with a
Of course, I laugh
with
at
a
it.
smirk.
I was not happy with it. I was like, please don't. Please don't do that.
Yeah.
But
how does Jana deal with them being a teacher?
She rolls her eyes.
Okay, so she doesn't like freak out.
She's like she's upset that like he is like my older one, again, we don't care. But the younger one, she's upset that he is like changed him. And it's also like it's our last one. We don't want to we keep seeing photos that come through our timeline of like him as like a 4-year-old, really cute, innocent. And now he is
George Carlin.
He's George Carlin.
Yeah.
And if he might actually turn into a comedian. Like he's funny, but we're not thrilled. And we're trying, but it's just impossible because TikTok is his parent now.
So that happens. Peyton, you know who George Carlin is, by the way?
George, no.
Okay, didn't think so. All right, scammers are on the loose out there on social media in DFW. You need to watch out. CBS 11 reported this week that Sherman police, in particular, are a little concerned about a scam they've noticed that involves their police department. And it's occurring with other police departments across the country, but here in North Texas as well. What's happening is scammers are sharing in these big Facebook groups, like the Rockwallian, for instance. They would walk in there and they would put up a post and say, this Rockwall police officer is missing. Something really bad happened at a crime. You guys need to share this post. Please help them find him. And then once it starts sharing and people, they want to feel good. They want to help find somebody and they're sharing it all over social media. Once it's been shared a number of times and amplified to the entire audience, they are then doubling back and they're editing the content of the post to then put some sort of malicious link in there for you to click on. And then when people click on it, they're getting their information stolen based on whatever they fill out there or whatever they do. You know, whether it's like, oh, fill out this survey or, oh, fill out the, sign this petition to do this. And then they fill it out and it gives all this information and screws them up. But yeah, Sherman police in particular were dealing with this where they had a number of residents that had clicked through on an edited post and it was all a scam.
You know how you watch like Bronx Tale or Casino and someone gets recruited into that type of life, a gang, or caught up with the mafia.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get caught up in the scam game? How do you get recruited into
to be a scammer?
You know, like, hey kid, I'm going to show you the ropes. Here's how you steal one's information.
I'll
tell you how.
A scammer finds somebody like this guy who could do anything with a computer and AI, and they say, "Hey, you want to make a couple bucks on the side?" See, you're their target. Because you're good. I could easily see you.
Yep.
Being like somebody who steals information. You can do it.
One of my favorites is these scammers. If you've ever seen the YouTube videos of where somebody who's really good with computers gets a hacker call and they've got these YouTube accounts where they'll film them like, I'm going to hack the hacker back. I'm going to show you. And they'll film the whole thing of them eventually getting access to their information and calling them by their real name, and they freak out and hang up.
Neighborhood Watch. Every Thursday, commercial-free Expressway. Thanks for checking us out here on DFW Sports Station with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The agent from Micah Parsons has responded to Mike Florio and what's going to happen with the tush push eventually. What do the Cowboys have left up their sleeves? And what's the latest free agent and draft buzz? Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, has it for us next.
touch Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. That HOV portion of the Expressway was driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. The agent from Micah Parsons has responded. Is Jerry Jones going to be in trouble with the league? The man who got the response and wrote the column is Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, Football Night in America, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Mike. How are you, sir?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Doing well. David Mulugheta, what did he have to say back to you after Jerry's disrespect?
Well, I thought that he took the high road. Basically, it's not about me, he said. It's never about me. It's about trying to get a contract for Micah Parsons that secures multi-generational wealth for him, similar to what Jerry has secured long ago for his own family. So I think it was the right tone, it was the right content, and it was the proper message. I wouldn't have been as charitable after being openly disrespected by Jerry like that. I don't even know his name. Good Lord. I mean, how can you not know the name of one of the most prominent agents right now in the NFL, one of the most successful agents in the NFL? And this all comes down to basic trust and relationships. And Mulugheta recently negotiated a new contract for Derek Staley with the Houston Texans. 3 years into his career, no clock ticking. You know, the Cowboys feel like they need to have a ticking clock in order to get deals done. You can get deals done if there's mutual trust and respect. And it's clear that the respect is not mutual between Jerry Jones and David Mulugheta.
Yeah, what would Jerry get out of this? First off, do you believe he did not know his name? Why would he do this? And I don't know how well you know Mulugheta, but do you expect him to allow this to factor into the negotiation? Like, okay, I'm going to make you pay a little more now.
I doubt that it'll be a factor. At the end of the day, it's going to be a significant contract, and the Cowboys are already leaking this idea that they've already offered Micah Parsons the best contract for a non-quarterback in NFL history. And, of course, that will tend to put pressure on Parsons to take it and overlook things like structure and guarantees and other details that could make the offer not as attractive as the headline in the report that clearly was leaked by the Cowboys. But I think that Jerry knows who he's dealing with. This is just the way that really, really rich people, obscenely rich people, this is how they make power plays. When the Carolina Panthers fired Frank Reich a couple of years ago during the season, the owner of the team, David Tepper, deliberately mispronounced his name and called him Reich multiple times. Who in the hell thinks Frank Reich's last name is Reich? And once is an accident, multiple times is just a signal. It's a message. And it's how the ultra-rich stick it to people when they want to stick it to people. And that's what Mulugeta is dealing with. At the end of the day, he's just trying to get the best contract possible for his client. And he'll get it. It's just a question of when. And here we are with the Cowboys. Once again, what do they do? What do they do? They drag their feet. They drag their feet instead of just sitting down and doing a deal. Guys, it could be done in an hour. This is simple. It's about the money. It's about the structure. It can be reached very quickly if both sides are willing to do it. And the Cowboys are willing to do it only if they can talk directly to Michael Parsons and cut the agent out of the process.
That's the thing, Mike, I can't wrap my head around, right? These are not dumb guys. They're going to be richer than all of our bank accounts ever put together times a million. Why wait? What are they seeing that we're not seeing in terms of not getting burned by the delays?
I just feel like the Cowboys, and this is where there isn't a completely seamless connection between the way Jerry made his money in oil and gas and how you successfully negotiate contracts in the NFL. He has built his empire on doing deals that are very good for him and maybe not as good for the other side. And it's about one deal after another, and you do a good deal, and it's win-lose, or at least I win, and whatever happens to you doesn't matter. You keep doing these good deals, and you think that that's the same way it works in the NFL. And so they feel like if they wait, one of these days the player is going to wake up and take the offer that's on the table. It really is nonsensical, and it has impacted the ability of the Cowboys to be as competitive as they need to be. They have put themselves in horrible positions. They'll never admit it. They'll never admit it.
Yeah.
They put themselves in an awful position with Dak Prescott by waiting too long to sign him, and then they waited too long to restructure his contract, and it put him in a horrible position again. They put themselves in a horrible position with CeeDee Lamb. It ended up costing more than it would have cost, and they didn't have him ready to go when the season started. So, and they've also made mistakes on the other side, too, like when you pay Michael Gallup and maybe you shouldn't have. When you use the franchise tag on Tony Pollard and maybe you shouldn't have and paid over $10 million, although that's a different vibe now than it was a couple of years ago. It's a weird way of doing business, and there's a stubbornness and there's an arrogance and there's an emperor's new clothes reality where who in the building is going to risk their own job by standing up and saying to Jerry or Steven, you guys are messing this up.
Mike Florio here on the Fan.
You guys going to do it? I mean, he's already threatened to fire you once. You guys do
it depends on how the recent contract negotiations go for us. Mike Florio here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike, how often is the agent cut out, and why would the NFLPA not be happy with Jerry?
Here's how this works. The NFLPA is the union that is there to represent the interests of the players collectively and individually. Collectively, what they do is they have a negotiating team that will meet with the league when a collective bargaining agreement is being discussed, negotiated, and finalized. Individually, the NFLPA has delegated its ability to represent every player to agents who are certified by the union and regulated by the union to negotiate contracts on behalf of players. That is the representative of the union who is representing the player in the talks. So when a player has decided to hire an agent, the NFLPA has delegated its exclusive authority to negotiate on behalf of the player to that agent. You can't just ignore that agent. And you can't just go talk directly to the player. And that's what Jerry likes to do. He likes to throw an arm around the guy, whether it's Des Bryant, to whom he did it. He was doing it to Ezekiel Elliott. These comments, he was on your show, or at least your station in 2019, saying he was doing the same damn thing with Ezekiel Elliott, cutting out the agent. You know, the agent gets his piece. And trying to, look, they want to directly deal with the player because they're going to get a better deal if they directly deal with the player, because the player doesn't understand the nuances. The player doesn't understand the industry. The player doesn't understand the markets. you're gonna be in a better position to get the player to do a bad deal if he's doing it on his own. And credit to Micah for making it clear there's not going to be any backroom deals here. He's going to have to deal with David Mulugheta, and that's the bottom line. So the wait's going to continue, and the number is only going to keep going up. If T.J. Watt gets a new contract at some point soon, that's going to potentially drive the number even higher, and it's never going to get cheaper. That's what drives me crazy about this. Waiting never makes it cheaper. It only makes it more expensive. It delays the cap space you can create to do other business. And if the player holds out, he's not going to be as ready to go when week one rolls around as he could be.
So, Mike, if they were just having this discussion and Micah said, "Yeah, I'll do the deal right now," and David was not a part of that, even if Micah agreed to it, it's still not okay with the CBA and the league?
No. And the CBA specifically says that the commissioner must disapprove any contract that was negotiated directly with a player if he's represented by an agent and the agent is cut out of the loop. That is highly improper, and the NFLPA was looking into it 5 years ago. They never did anything about it then, but it tells me that whatever they did didn't stick, if they did anything, because here's Jerry doing it again. And look, this is just a reflection. It's billionaires' privilege. You can do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. We see it all the time now. We're in post-standards America where people just do and say whatever they want to do. And the hell with the consequences. There are no consequences. I'm just going to do and say whatever I want to do. And that's what they're doing here. And, the problem is the fans line up behind the owner because the fans line up behind the laundry. The fans just want the players to be in the fold and happy, and the fans look at it and they say, well, how could he not be happy? He just said last week he'd be the happiest man on earth with $40 million a year. Why doesn't he just take the offer? Why doesn't he just sign the deal? Why doesn't he just get this behind us so we can worry about making the team better? It puts the players in a horrible spot because the teams know that's how you pressure a player. You turn the public against him. You make it look like he's being unreasonable and selfish, and they hope he's just going to wear down at some point and say, fine, I'll just take the damn offer.
Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, so Mike, you say even if he agreed to it, that wouldn't matter. Does it change anything in terms of the way the PA would look at it or potentially want to take action against it if Micah had initiated the discussions?
Well, it's one thing to talk, but when you're talking about negotiation, when you're talking about working out the contract and getting it to the point where there's terms on paper and he's going to sign it, I mean, the agent has to be involved in this process. And Micah has made it clear, whatever talks he's had with Jerry, David is doing the contract, period. And there's a certain amount of cooperation that I think you need to have because ultimately you're trying to get this multi-billionaire to give you the contract. And if he wants to talk to you, so be it. But I would suspect there are plenty of agents out there who would tell their clients, never talk to the owner without me there. Never talk to anybody with the team about your contract without me there. They're going to try to get you to agree to things that aren't in your best interest. I need to be involved to make sure I know what's being said, and I know that what is said on your behalf is going to be the thing that needs to be said, and it doesn't undermine our position. It's tough. It's tough because the player is there around these people, working with these people, dealing with these people. They're on the same team. It is a strange dichotomy that is part of the business. There are moments where you have to take a step back from the team and take care of yourself, or they're going to take advantage of you, and that's the reality. The teams will always find a way to try to take advantage of the player any way they can to get him to take less. And cutting out the agent is the easiest way to get a player to take less.
Biggest takeaways from the owners' meetings?
Well, this tush-push thing has become the story of the offseason, and now we have to wait until late May to see what they're going to do about this rule. And it's the first time in the 50 years I've been following the NFL where I feel like there's, and I'm sure that there's been some rule changes that have been proposed in the past and to try to come up with phony arguments that mask what's really going on. But this is the first time I've seen health and safety concerns weaponized in a way that seems to be aimed at taking away the best club in the bag that the Eagles have. They've perfected this strategy of pushing the quarterback from behind and getting first downs, basically turning every 1st and 10 into a 1st and 8 because those last couple of yards are going to be automatic. And they say there's safety concerns. Well, where's the data? Well, there is no data. Well, then why are we having this conversation? Well, it could be unsafe. Well, when could it be unsafe? Well, I don't know. We need to monitor it. Oh, and by the way, it doesn't look like football. Well, what the hell does that mean, it doesn't look like football? And it's this moving target, and at the core, it just feels like petty jealousy because even though it's available to every team, only one team has perfected it. And we're going to see whether or not they turn the clocks back to 2005 when it was a violation to both pull and push a teammate. They removed the ban against pushing because they were never throwing a flag when a lineman would run downfield and shove the ball carrier when he was close to wherever he was trying to get the ball. Nobody thought, hey, one of these days somebody's going to turn this into part of their offense. And it's amazing to me to think the Eagles have figured it out and no one else can figure out either how to stop it or how to do it themselves. So it just feels like they're trying to erase it from the books and take away that edge that the Eagles have.
Loudest draft buzz that you're most interested in right now?
Well, I mean, the Shedeur Sanders talk is going to dominate, and it's going to continue to dominate. And you hear all these different, he's not going to be a round one pick. Of course he's going to be a round one pick. Of course somebody's going to take him in the first round. You're willing to take the risk of a bust at quarterback if you get a franchise guy. And there's 3 types of teams in the NFL: teams that have a franchise quarterback, teams that don't, and teams that have a guy that they hope will maybe at some point develop into a franchise quarterback. And the teams that know they don't have a franchise quarterback are going to be willing to roll the dice. One of them, all it takes is one. 31 can say there's no way Shedeur Sanders goes in round 1. All it takes is one to say, we probably should take him if he's there. I think that he's still got a very good chance of going top 10. And if not, I see like in the teens, a team is going to jump up and trade up and grab him. Because if he's there at 21 when the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, I can't imagine they wouldn't take him. And I think you're going to have to get in front of 21. And it may be the Steelers who have to spring up to make sure they get him. But, all this talk, because it's all over the place. Oh, he's not a first-round pick. Oh, he's not going to be a good NFL quarterback. Look, there's been a lot of guys who were both bad and good quarterbacks who went in round 1 relative to Shedeur Sanders. He's going to be just fine, I think. And that's going to be, the big question mark as we head into the next 3 weeks.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, Football Night in America. Where are you with the book series?
Hey, 99 cents ebooks for Father of Mine. Its sequel, Son of Mine. And the next one is coming, hopefully by the start of football season, maybe sooner, whenever it's done. I just, once it's done, one thing I've learned after doing about 10 of these, once it's done, it's not done. And you got to go back and you got to read and you got to read and you got to read. And with 400 pages or so, the challenge of finding every little glitch and every little typo and making sure everything is said the way you want it to be said and there's no better way to say it. It's a hell of a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. So 99 cents ebooks. You can't buy anything for 99 cents. Father of Mine, Son of Mine on Amazon, 99-cent ebook. It's a little bit more if you want the hard copy, and some people prefer it. But if you want something cheap, right now, go to Amazon, 99 cents. Father of Mine and Son of Mine. That's $1.98 together. Is my math right? That's nothing. That's nothing. It's a newspaper nowadays. Do they even have newspapers anymore? I don't know. If they did, it'd be $1.98.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. Keep up the great work. Mike Florio, D&M Leasing Hotline here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Are your Texas Rangers last year's Kansas City Chiefs? And what type of weather are we dealing with to close out the week next?
After we get you over to...
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and hit on a hop to Simeon. Out in short right. Flings it to first, and the game is over. For the second straight day, the Rangers have blanked the Reds 1-0. Something that has never happened in Ranger history. Back-to-back 1-0 victories.
Eric Nadell with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. In case you did not know, good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt live with you on DFW Sports Station. Rangers 5-2 to start the season. Do you know who is in second place in the West?
Is it the Angels?
The Angels.
Look at that.
Get rid of the cell phones. Ron Washington. There's a lot of schools now. I saw a national story yesterday talking about getting rid of cell phones in schools. So Wash said, get rid of the phones. Better team chemistry. 4-2. Every single team in the American League West has a negative run differential.
Yeah.
The Angels are at -9 at 4-2. Bobby talked about the AL Central earlier. Every single team is 2-4. And the White Sox, last place, have the only positive run differential.
It's the part of the schedule and the part of the season where you get these weird, quirky,
There are five
standings.
There are 5 teams in the American League in the green. 5. That's
5?
it. 4 in the East. And the White Sox.
And the White Sox. That's it.
Of
Holy
course,
cow.
the White Sox. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Everybody would have expected the White Sox to be that team. Boy, I can't believe the phone thing. Julian was watching opening day on his phone in class. So what are we doing here?
Do you take that to the teacher?
Addison's middle school, they won't let you have your phone, at all in school. You have to lock it up.
There are 9 teams in the National League with a positive run differential.
I'm guessing the Braves aren't one of them, being that they're 0-7.
Yeah, they're not close. But the NL is definitely looking stronger right now. Obviously, with the Padres and the Dodgers undefeated, and all of the run differential splits that we see here. I also, I should wait before I read this. Do I have proper consent from everyone here in the room to read something from the group message yesterday?
Well, it depends on
Choppy.
Yeah, it depends on what.
It's a stat. Is that okay?
Sure.
Is that okay. All right. Good. Glad I got consent. All right. The Rangers yesterday with that win went to 5-2, and at the time of that game when it ended, they had the 8th worst run differential in Major League Baseball at 5-2. And that's the weird stuff you're getting. You're getting under 500 teams that have positive run differentials, and that's what happens when you win 1-run games and the Reds beat you down in one of the series, one of those games that you played. But 5-2 with a negative run differential.
Pepe called the Rangers last year's Chiefs.
The Chiefs, the only way you can win a one-score game baseball is to beat a team by 1 run. The Rangers have done it 4 out of their 5 wins so far. That's the Chiefs of last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's look, it's good that they're doing it. It's also like a bad thing because you think that you're just waiting for the odds to catch up, and then you start getting some breaks that go against you. But the reality is that they're probably not going to pitch like this the rest of the year, and they're also not going to hit like this the rest of the year.
Historically, if you finish with as many 1-run victories as the Rangers did in 2016, or you win as many 1-score games as the Vikings did a couple years ago, or the Chiefs did last year, historically in any sport, it generally says you're not going to win the title. Like that, you're going to go up against a buzzsaw team. You're eking things out, and eventually things are going to catch up to you. And that's what happened. That's why a lot of people picked the Blue Jays in that series in 2016, was because they were like, yeah, it doesn't matter that the Rangers had the best record. They were winning all these close games.
The Dodgers, I saw the stat yesterday. The Dodgers, since the start of 22, have won, of their wins, they've got like 315 wins, right, since the start of 22. 82% of those wins came by 2 runs or more. Now, league average, when you're the favorite, is 73%. So they're if you just bet the run line on the Dodgers, you would have covered 82% of the time they won.
When do they say in baseball you just sit back at the beginning of the year and don't think about any adjustments or changes? Yeah.
30 days, 30 games-ish?
30 games.
Yeah, at least.
Okay.
So this year, because they started at the end of March, just look at May 1st on the calendar. Just look at May 1st and go.
Yeah, the famous saying is always, well, you can't win the division in April, but you can lose the division in April. That's what the Braves are trying to do.
The story is Jack Leiter, though. Confidence, swag, 99, painting corners, breaking stuff, done after 5. We're like, what the heck? I was freaking out. Blister precaution. That's what they're calling it. Kid Muse tweeted me and said Nico traded him. Here is Bochy on right now, the young stud.
I mean, you can just see the confidence growing with this kid. He's got great stuff, and now he's starting to figure out the pitching part of it, and because he has really good secondary pitches to go with the big fastball, and he adjusted. I give him credit. He had a good game plan, and he and Jonah worked very well today. So that's what you want to see from these young guys, just growth, and a really, really impressive job.
And the bullpen, including Luke Jackson, Bobby, 4 scoreless innings after Leiter had to come out early.
Yeah, Luke Jackson, everything's solved. We're not worrying about him at all anymore. Sandler was right. Boy, Sandler, you know how many victory laps Sandler's probably taken today against me, Gavin Dawson, others, just like, I told you I know this baseball team.
Sandler put Leiter in the pen. He said, "Oh, he's going to be a good closer."
Goodbye.
That's true, but he was he was going after Dawson for an incorrect.
Yeah.
Actually, I guess in the end, Dawson's right because he was a number 2 pick, and now he's pitching like an ace, and that's what you wanted there. The slider so far, I went and looked up the analytics on the slider so far for Jack Leiter, which that's been a great pitch for him. He's thrown it 41 times this year. He has not allowed a single hit off of it yet. He has struck out 4, not walked anybody, no hits allowed. Last year, hitters hit 286 and had a 430 slugging off of his slider. And he's already got half the strikeouts he had last year on the slider.
Wow.
Ooh, man.
Something else also happened crazy in baseball that had Bobby Belt liking the New York Yankees.
Yeah, look, more specifically, it's not even the Yankees. I like the New York Yankees more than I like Michael Kay. I just don't. I don't like Michael Kay. I think he. There have been too many times I've heard segments of his or rants of his or the way he calls it. I don't like his call. I think his call's stupid.
The TV voice.
Yes. See ya. It's the worst call in sports. There's nothing worse than Michael Kay's see ya. I hate it.
I like it.
But this was pretty entertaining. They were watching Jazz Chisholm come up to bat yesterday. Jazz Chisholm strikes out in this at bat while they're watching him. They don't commentate on his at bat at all because Michael Kay is too busy informing Paul O'Neill about Jazz Chisholm's fascination with anime.
What have we got going here, Michael?
Well, that is, he wears a lot of things from an anime series called One Piece. And on his armband, you see Monkey D. Luffy, also known as Straw Hat Luffy. He's the captain and founder of the Straw Hat Pirates.
Nice.
And protagonist of the anime and manga series One Piece. I know you were asking about this, Paul, that Monkey D. Luffy has the properties of rubber after accidentally eating one of the devil fruits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad you explained that.
Jazz is a big anime fan.
Now, guys, you know that big chain that he wears sometimes?
Yep.
Hat? Well, that's from that series as well, and he also has that same design in his teeth.
In his teeth, really?
Yes. I saw it was new this spring. I think he got it at the end of last year. I asked him about it. I was like, wow, I haven't seen that before. A lot of diamonds.
That's up close and personal.
A lot of diamonds.
And then they go, all right, we'll be right back because he had struck out. The inning was over. Jazz Chisholm had ended the inning, and they didn't talk about his at bat at all because what I love about it is he's clearly, what he's got there is, and he's picking up a sheet of paper that either he Googled or he, when talking to Jazz Chisholm, had to write down. But I did like him just effectively sounding like I'm very up to date with this.
Properties of rubber.
He ate the devil fruit.
Is that what Troy did? One Piece?
Oh, was it One Piece? It might have been.
He was Borderlands.
What?
Borderlands? Didn't he do? He voiced over for that.
Okay,
you could have said any word there,
okay.
and I would have agreed. I have no idea.
Yeah, no clue. So there it is. Yankee broadcast diving into anime.
Oh, Tolo Chris on the YouTube says, I love One Piece, especially the live action series.
Tolo Michael Barish sent a red zone setup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different devices on weather apps and maps.
Wow.
I know it's supposed to rain, but is it supposed to be that bad?
It's it's the next couple of days. Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at the dang weather this morning. All I see is red the whole day.
75% chance of rain, 86% humidity, 13 mile per hour winds. Like all my house projects, everyone's canceling them. Like, no. Yeah. We have to reschedule for Monday. Looking like today, tomorrow, and Saturday before 53 degrees on Sunday.
And all of it during our commute hours. These storms are all scheduled. They're all scheduled to take place from like 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. over the next few days.
Wow.
During the day, like for instance, I think the rest of the day we'll have some scattered showers, but we're clear. The severe threat with this hail and different things, that's all supposed to hit at like 4 a.m. the next 3 days.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love hail while we're driving in. It's
you
fantastic.
had me scared of tornado warnings yesterday. Was that in Arkansas?
Was that? Yeah, it was a 5 out of 5 on the severe weather. So like the National Weather Service only does like 2 or 3 5 out of 5 severe weather days a year. Like it's very rare. And that was it. Yesterday was one of those days, but it was in like Arkansas.
Look at that. That thing is terrifying.
That was a massive tornado.
And it like some of the damage you saw after that had shredded that area of Arkansas. Just totally destroyed. Those are, I mean, they're going to survey that today. I bet we're going to see that's probably EF4, which is the second highest one you can get.
Is that close to where you vacation? Hot Springs?
Nope, that's not where that is. But I mean, they were like, that's shot from a storm shelter. The guy was up filming it and then jumped back in.
Yeah, you got your storm shelter. You're set to go.
I do have a storm shelter, Calipari, sitting there like, where the hell did I
go?
Where the hell did I go?
That was in Kentucky. Where did I go?
Kentucky, all these
bourbon trails,
slick East Coast cities.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden in Arkansas.
Kentucky has plenty of tornadoes too, I feel
I'm
like.
sure they do. That whole kind of, West Virginia, before the apps.
Yeah.
Before the apps.
The apps?
The Appalachians.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the new emojis on the cell phones.
We got 8 new ones.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up here on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. Why the New York Jets might be the most depressing reality for Dallas sports fans, especially after the AD game winner last night. That's next. And Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Krl.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Go get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And it goes into Davis. And it's Anthony Davis driving. It's in there! 3.4 to go. It's not a walk-off yet, but it's a 2-point lead. Courtesy of AD.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
A Mavericks highlight? And below the belt? How is that the case? This is supposed to be about football. Well, it is. It is about football and how Woody Johnson makes me sad to be a Mavericks fan. So Woody Johnson is, would we say he's the #1 seed right now in professional sports for just like dumbest owner, or just like
He
that's
seems
the
pretty bad. Tepper seems like he's getting a bit of a pass here because Woody's taking all the heat. But Woody is, I mean, look, when you've had 9 straight losing seasons.
Is it 9?
9, and you haven't made the playoffs in 14 years. I mean, it's tough to get you off the podium there.
Like, Tepper seems like more of a jerk.
Right.
Woody seems maybe a little more clueless.
Yeah, Tepper's
unserious.
Tepper's a jerk, and Tepper has no patience. Like his issue with like changing through coaches and everything, that's his biggest problem. He seems like in the last year or so, I haven't heard much from Tepper. It sounds like he maybe has pulled back a little after the league slapped him on the hand. Woody Johnson never pulls back at all. He just goes like, how much more power can I give my teenage son Brick? Let's see what he thinks about the Madden ratings.
He also I think you're about to get to it.
Well, so the NFLPA report had they give the team report cards. We go over it every year. And Woody Johnson and the Jets got absolutely crushed in it. In the new survey, they were ranked last in a number of different things. The Jets ranked 29th out of 32 teams, and Woody Johnson ranked last in a question about each owner's willingness to invest in facilities. So when you hear that kind of news, we heard the Cleveland Browns this week talk about, man, we screwed that up with Deshaun Watson. We're sorry. Shouldn't have done that. We have to own that. That's on us.
You see Deshaun's social media response basically saying, it would bother me if I wasn't built for it.
I'm built for the moment, so it doesn't bother me. And that's like, that actually is, okay, I didn't hate it. Didn't hate the response.
You didn't?
No, I mean,
I think he's shown that he's not built for much. Like, that's been an issue. Like, between the ears is exactly the problem with him. So it seems a little. Is that like a.
Choppy's sending that to his son in the newest inspirational phase today.
That's right.
Maybe if I weren't built for this, I'd let it phase me.
You should do that as your new bit of your inspiration quotes. It's just whatever Deshaun Watson's tweeted that day. Send that to Julian.
You seem the opposit of inspirational quote guy.
Not even inspirational quote. I saw something and I was like, remember, like, there's not another. No. What did I say? I said, I'm the only man who wants you to be better than them.
Okay.
That's it.
The new RJ Choppy.
No guy wants another guy to be better than them, but you want your son to be better than you.
I thought you.
No, we understand it.
Yeah, like
we just don't understand how you've transformed.
Because I have to create a toxic masculine man, and that means that's what you have to. Toxic masculinity is inspired by motivational quotes.
I thought
because we're dumb and we're easily manipulated
The
by
quote
those things.
the
Yes,
quote sets your guideline.
Right.
I thought you having a daughter was going to soften you up. It's soften Chop up somehow by transitive properties, it looks like. So the Jets got absolutely destroyed in this survey. Woody Johnson was asked about it. Typically, like I said, Cleveland owns their stuff. Steven in recent years has said, guys, look, legitimate criticism you want to throw at us, and we got to own it. Like, we got to prove y'all wrong. That's generally how people respond to things. Not Woody Johnson. They said, Woody, what do you think about this? How are you going to respond to it? He goes, my first read is I think it's totally bogus. So he says, nope, BS. This anonymous survey from players who are in the building, they don't know what they're talking about. He went on to say that his problem was, he said the whole thing was the issue. They said, what specifically is wrong? He said the whole thing, how they collected the information, who they collected it from. How are you supposed to know who they collected it from? It's anonymous, Woody. It's supposed to be a process where we have representatives and they have representatives, so we know it's an honest survey. Really, that sounds like you want to bully the survey is what it is. He says that was violated in my opinion, so I'll leave it at that. There's a lot of owners that looked at this survey and said this is not fair, not balanced. It's not every player. It's not even representative of the players. And my first instinct was to laugh at this because, misery loves company. Yeah. We've had a bad run here recently with the Luka trade, things ending the way they did with the Cowboys. But I was chuckling at it. I was like, at least I'm not a Jets fan. And then I realized I am a Jets fan because this complete refusal to accept feedback people provide to you and the things that are told you of like, hey, this is a concern for us, this is not the first time with Woody Johnson that he's had this happen. This is to a T Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks. And I realized the Dallas Mavericks right now are the New York Jets of the NBA. That's what they've become in their refusal to we are so right and we are so dug in and it's going to be our way. And if you don't, you're just too dumb to comprehend it if you don't think it was right.
To be fair, how long did you say they haven't made the postseason?
It's 14 years.
Yeah. The Mavericks are a couple months into this. So
true.
Coming out and holding a press conference and saying, we made a mistake, that's ridiculous.
True, but Woody Johnson got to the AFC title game, had success with the Jets early on, just like Nico's had success early on. It turns at some point. This is the path he's following. I'm sure Nico Harrison, if not for his distaste for the European Union, I'm sure he would be an ambassador for the UK or something else too. But no, that's not what happens. This is that was the thing is that when I read this and I went back and looked at the article from October that The Athletic did on the Jets, and the way that they handle disagreement, the way that they handle people saying, I don't think you're doing things the right way, it's the same sort of silence tactics and the same sort of, issues of just like, you don't get it. If you don't see it, you don't get it. It's not that I'm wrong. It's that you don't get it. And Woody Johnson, at least he is offering to pay some people. He's at least offering to give people a check to get out of there.
Man, this was Sports Business Journal. The Woody Johnson has offered 170 of the 250 employees the Jets have a buyout. So 2/3 of the company.
2/3.
So it would give them, these employees, ready for this, 18 months full salary.
Whoa.
Plus health insurance if they leave.
Where's this coming from?
Sports Business Journal.
No.
Oh.
People wanting to leave.
So this is a cultural shift for them. This has nothing to do with money. He's hoping the offer causes workers reflecting on your long-term goals, interests, and whether you fit with the franchise. So, like, if you're just here for a job, a paycheck, he's like, just take the money and get out. Because if you have a job like that where other companies have this HR, accounting, whatever, sales, you take your 18 months salary, then you go find another job. You're still getting the 18 months. You can find another job. It's not like now if you work for like the website and you're like a writer, you might not do that because those are scarce, right? But if you have a job that like you can go to any company and on LinkedIn and there's 50 jobs available, take your 18 months, man. That's a year and a half free salary. If you're making $100,000, they're just going to give you $150,000 and health insurance for the 18 months, and then go find another job and double dip.
I take it back then. They're worse than the Jets because Patrick Dumont is not paying people to go away. Yeah. He's just, you can leave if you're unhappy. He wouldn't pay for Lucas Supermax. He's not going to pay people to do nothing for him. All right. Over at Pro Football Talk, we just talked to Mike Florio earlier this hour about the Micah Parsons contract negotiations. But he summarized the latest league discussions surrounding sportsmanship. And as we all know, NFL stands for No Fun League. That's what it has gotten the moniker for. The NFL will double down on sportsmanship next season. Executive Vice President of Football Operations Troy Vincent told reporters on Tuesday, violent gestures are up 133%. I like this description.
Is that the CD sniff?
They would count one of those.
That, yep.
And sexual taunting is up 52%. What is sexual taunting to them?
A lot of hip thrusting, maybe some DX stuff.
I'll show you my son's second base celebration here in a little bit.
Your son's?
Yeah, I'll show you that one.
So this isn't like Madam stuff. This is about like the celebration.
This is about the celebration, but yeah, like that's.
Is it worse than the Coke sniff at Tennessee?
No, that was at Michigan. That was at Michigan.
Oh, Michigan, sorry.
Yeah, that was diabolical, man. That was a mess. I haven't seen that yet. I have not seen any youth players slide into third and then sniff the chalk.
This whole no fun league, though, that's been toned down because they've allowed celebrations, and you can even get together with a teammate to celebrate.
A little bit, yeah. They've done that, but this is similar to the last hour when we played the state senator who was like, "Well, look, if you're gonna do movies here, no cussing. Like you're gonna want them to be these warriors on the football field and have these coaches coach them up with that sort of mentality, and then you don't want them to celebrate in a manner that's like in a very alpha. I'm the guy.
Well, it doesn't
type of
have
way.
to be an OnlyFans video that you're making. You don't need to have. I don't need to see ravishing Rick Rude out there.
Look, as long as they just actually reply to the DMs, I don't think the NFL should have a problem with the players as long as they're not outsourcing that. Troy Vincent said, it just has no place in the game. We have clear video examples we'll share with the players and about just what it means to be a professional at all times. My thing is, who's complaining about it? Because I don't see the fans really
that
complain.
Woman, that Texas movie
Donna
woman,
Campbell.
Yes.
Donna Campbell, who said no cursing.
Yeah, and I mean, she's glued to her TV every Sunday watching 12 hours of football.
Yeah.
But the fans are not the ones complaining about this. I don't think the advertisers would. I guess it's them. Is that who it must be? Some advertisers have complained about it? Because if it's not that, then this is just some weird NFL stance of going, we're gonna set a certain standard for morality that we think we should have here, which I don't know why they care about.
I mean, the NFL advertisers are aren't generally geared towards men. Like, are men really worried about that?
I mean,
it doesn't bother me. I mean, but do these beer companies really care?
This is probably just a fake PR thing. We've gotten past concussions for the most part.
Now this is our next thing.
This is our next thing. We got rid of equality on the field. We scrubbed that from the end zone, so this is our next initiative.
They ended it. They were able to take it out of there. They ended it. Real quickly here, last note, the NFL has changed its rules about teams who can appear on Hard Knocks. It is broadened now. In the past, if you made the postseason, you didn't have to do Hard Knocks the next year. They have removed that from their list of criteria. The new criteria to where you can get an exemption from Hard Knocks is a team that does not have a first-year head coach, is not a member of the division that's being featured in Hard Knocks in season for the upcoming season. So if the Eagles are being featured, then Washington, New York, and Dallas couldn't be featured. Has not been featured in Hard Knocks training camp in the previous 8 seasons, and is not then exempt from selection based on such clubs' participation in Hard Knocks or a similar access show prior to the 2024 pursuant to the new parameters. So if you've made the playoffs, that used to be a way to get you out of this. That is no longer the case. The NFL saying, nope, we got to find more teams who are willing to do this stuff.
Once the word pursuant was thrown in there, I have no idea what the hell the whole thing meant.
Does it list the teams eligible, or it's just so wide open you can't narrow it down?
No, yeah, it's a little more wide than that. They just had listed that was the new parameters that could get you picked for it.
Below the belt every single day here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Brendan Haywood, the former Maverick, talking Final Four with his NCAA coverage at 9:15. But RJ has a college kegger first. The Texas A&M Aggies put in their place. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow! Confetti!
Was Texas A&M put in their place? Boy, this is a tough week. Tough week for the Aggie faithful in College Station and across the state. So we had talked about on Monday how the Maryland job obviously came up because Kevin Willard left Maryland and went to Villanova. And two of the names that were thrown out there were Porter Moser at Oklahoma and Buzz Williams at A&M. And the MO on Buzz is he stays a place 5 years. He was in Marquette for 5 years, Virginia Tech for 5 years, College Station for 5 years. He's a grinder, man. He kind of grinds on people. But he's also from here. Right, he's from just up north by the Red River, so like he's kind of home. He was at A&M before, so people weren't entirely sure what he was going to do, but he was the front runner for the Maryland job, and he wound up taking it. He took the Maryland job, which is it a better job than the A&M job? I mean, that depends on what their NIL money is like for basketball. Obviously, the Maryland NIL budget isn't great. Because otherwise, Kevin Willard wouldn't have left for Villanova.
Pay and obey.
Right?
Sean wouldn't have left for Kansas City.
Right. But people are speculating that some SEC coaches basketball are worried about the revenue sharing situation that's about to come to college athletics and how much of that is going to be impacted by football. Because make no mistake about it, like as much as I love college basketball, we all recognize the SEC is run by college football. I mean, all of college athletics are run by college football. But, if you have a $50 million NIL budget and now you have to revenue share with all the programs, how is that going to be impacted by your individual budget?
Yeah.
So a school like UConn doesn't really care about their football team. They'll throw $25 million in an NIL budget, and so
this
will
is
Duke.
The North Carolina angst, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, at the end of the day, like, people would think, North Carolina doesn't care as much about football, but then in the end they did. They threw more money at the football team as soon as Belichick got there. Yeah. So you're still just, a move away from that impacting you at Maryland or anywhere else.
So Buzz leaves. So what does A&M do? And the only way that we thought they could salvage this was go get Chris Beard. And you had mentioned this, that you had somebody text you and say, hey, they were going to be, they're going to go hard after Chris Beard.
I think it was Tolo Chris Navarre.
Chris Beard. I mean, all the Chris's stick together.
That's right.
So they went after him.
Mm-hmm.
And he said no. He is staying at Ole Miss. He got a raise, and he got a bigger NIL budget. And now you're looking at, so now they're going to look at Brad Underwood, who's at Illinois. He was at Stephen F. Austin. Remember, he had that nice little run at Stephen F. Austin. He went to Oklahoma State, right? Good coach. Got a Texas tie. They're going to look at Grant McCaslin at Texas Tech, see if he'll move out of there. They're going to look at Fred Hoiberg at Nebraska. And they're also going to look at Porter Moser at Oklahoma, according to everything that I have read. So this is going to continue with A&M where they go Because this is look, they got a lot of money. They've got a lot of money to spend, but it's a competitive conference.
Which program do you just think of as better between Maryland and the Aggies?
I think Maryland has A&M has a better recruiting base.
Okay.
You know what? I shouldn't even say that because Baltimore's
DC.
really, really good. Baltimore, D.C. area is really good, and they got a lot of the prep schools there. I think Maryland might be, but I guess with the money, I don't know what their money is like.
Right.
You know, I don't know. Kevin Willard left for a reason.
Yeah.
You know, he went to
Stabbed
Villanova.
us in the back.
Yeah.
A crab claw.
Is Ole Miss better than A&M?
No.
Is that a better job?
I would not think so. They don't have, I always wondered how Ole Miss was going to be a viable player with NIL because they don't have, who's the businesses that live in Mississippi?
To be fair, the laws on repeat domestic violence offenders are a little more lax in Mississippi than Texas, so that might have been part of what Chris Beard was looking at
Man,
there.
you drew that up with time saved.
Yeah. So on a completely unrelated note, the punishment for a repeat offender in Texas is 2 to 10 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. In Mississippi, the penalty is a fine of no more than $500 and or a term of no more than 6 months in county jail. Not even prison, county jail. So Chris Beard has potentially saved himself $9,500 and a full 18 months of earning power.
Wow.
And so, I get why he did. He's playing chess, not checkers.
The TV ratings were great for round 1 and 2 of the NCAA tournament. They were up highest TV ratings since '93.
What?
In the first 2 rounds on Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, the highest since '93. But the Elite Eight down 30% from last year. Now, granted, the first game was a blowout. Right, the first game on Sunday was a blowout. It was Tennessee, Houston was a blowout. The first game last year was Purdue, Tennessee. It went right down the wire. They had $10 million in that game. This year had $7 million. Duke, Bama had about $10 million Saturday night, slightly down. Sweet 16 was flat year to year. So while they love the big dogs of the first round, advancing, they hated the blowouts of the second weekend.
Because we usually say when it comes to Sweet 16 Elite 8, we want the chalk. We want the Cinderella early, then we want Cinderella to go bye-bye, and we want the big dogs, and we got all chalk that Peyton won't even be able to take advantage of.
Peyton certainly wants that. Well, here's the thing. I always felt like you want Cinderella up to the Elite Eight. I always felt like it was Final Four is where you'd want them out. And so maybe that's okay. Maybe they just were like, this is boring. There have been too many teams that have just checked the box all the way down here.
What would explain, though, the through-the-roof numbers for the first and second round when it feels like college basketball regular season is irrelevant?
Excitement for the tournament, but the games weren't great. There was no... you only had, 4 or 5?
But what would explain through-the-roof rating?
The new way they count bar watching and things like that with the ratings. That's been the thing that keeps resetting it in every other sport the last couple of years.
But to be up that high first time in 30 years and had the numbers like that's a lot. Because the game, like I said, the games were not... There was no buzzer beaters. You only had a couple of games decided by 4 points or less.
Yeah. It felt like a pretty mid-tournament.
Yeah, it was just, it was there. It was like basketball
Still
was
happening.
On. Yeah, basketball was on. Basketball was on. And the Final Four is this weekend. But, yeah, the ratings were pretty good.
And why does San Antonio get the Final Four?
Oh, they're in a pretty steady rotation. They get it every 7 or 8 years. It's a good little city for the Final Four. They like it down there.
You think it's like the basketball version of Indy?
I don't know. I don't know that it's as walk. It's definitely not as connected.
No,
I like Indy as a city to host something like that more.
They
I
actually
don't know why.
like.
Do you not like San Antonio, Sean?
Well, I was just wondering. It's okay. Everything did feel pretty close to downtown.
They actually like the
too narrow, very narrow.
Very
the Riverwalk was very narrow. The marketplace, which I liked, felt like a nice party scene. Very narrow. I'm like, if there's max capacity here, this is going to be like St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, they like the Alamo Dome, to be honest, because they feel that it's smaller.
Yeah,
but it's still a stadium.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel like a cavernous, football stadium.
What about big old women in San Antonio?
Because some of the guys on that set, they were saying that is either the best this weekend, and Will Chambers stuck it to me, is that you picked the wrong weekend to go. This weekend with all Final Four teams there is the most electric sports atmosphere that there is. And I was a little jealous that I was not around that.
It's fun.
You've been there with the Final Four teams?
In San Antonio or in general?
Period.
Yeah.
Because you got all 4 fan bases there. all feeling like they can win the thing.
Yeah. I was in Indy for the 2010. That was West Virginia, Michigan State, Duke, and Butler. And Butler was right there, right? They were in Indy.
Yeah.
And then I was in Houston for VCU, Kentucky, Butler, and UConn. That was cool. And then when it was here. So there's like 3 in a row right there. And it's really fun. It's a lot of fun that you get to go down to that. And the games are, I mean, the 2011 was terrible, but the 2010 game was phenomenal. The Duke Butler game. That was really, really fun. So,
all right, speaking of the tournament, there's RJ with the college basketball kegger, the North Carolina Tar Heel, the former Dallas Maverick, and current college basketball analyst Bobby Belt is in love with him. Friend of the station, Brendan Haywood, joins us on Sean and RJ next.
But first, let's talk about some...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
A pass to Haywood, looking to get on the scoreboard with a hook shot. Rebound number 11. Now he's on the board. Gets his own miss and put back.
We got breaking news here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. We have Brendan Haywood set to join us as well. Bobby was talking about a possibility to start off the show. That's why you got to be a member of the 6 a.m. club. The Dallas Cowboys are trading for quarterback Joe Milton. Bobby, what's the compensation?
It's Joe Milton and a 7th coming back to Dallas, and they're giving up one of a few 5th-round picks they have from the comp pick. This is great value to me. The fact that you just send a 5th over, you get a 7th and Milton, guy with really high upside, that's a really great trade for the Cowboys.
Look, if he can figure out and realize that he doesn't need a driver for a chip shot, then he's the best arm in the sport. That's what they got. They got the best arm in the sport.
The Dallas Cowboys have a new backup quarterback in Joe Milton. We'll talk about it and dissect it right after the North Carolina Tar Heel college basketball and basketball analyst Brendan Haywood, the former Maverick NBA champion, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, big fella. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
We're reeling. We're still upset over the trade. How much have you heard from Mavs fans, and what is your thoughts on it months later?
I mean, obviously, Mavs fans were a little disappointed, very, very disappointed. And then the way the season went, Anthony Davis being hurt, even though he just came back at the big game winner last night, Kyrie going down. So the way things unfolded, the fan base is very upset right now. But I think it will all end up working itself out in the end.
How?
Well, if you get Anthony Davis and Kyrie healthy, there's a vision for what Nico Harrison wanted for this team. And right now, this team is just injured. This isn't a bad roster.
Yeah.
The team is hurt. You know, when you look out there, whether it be Gafford, Lively, AD, all those guys have missed a ton of time, and Kyrie's hurt. So it hasn't really worked out. But to a certain degree, I understood why they did the deal. Let's say this. I understood why they did the deal. They didn't think that Luka had the championship habits. So you make that move, but maybe you do a deal where you get a little bit more in the trade. Like you might wait till the off season and try to do a deal where you have more time and you can get like more draft picks, maybe more young players involved in the deal, because this is a guy that made 5 straight first-team All-NBAs, and that normally never happens.
Brandon, I'm not asking you to name names, but I'm curious, did you play with anyone that had the Luka doubts that Nico and the Mavericks have, where you're like, if they just did a couple of little things, they could win the championship, we could win the championship? Or do you think some of that is overblown?
When you say, did I play with anybody that had the doubts, like, what do you mean?
Like someone who, okay, maybe they didn't have the best conditioning or didn't give all the effort on defense. Some of the doubts that the Mavericks traded Luka for. Did you play with anyone similar? Super talent, all NBA, but maybe was coming. I'm asking, how much do the quote unquote little things really matter when you're that great?
Well, I think for Luka, it wasn't the little things. It was everything. To trade somebody that's 25, 26 years old, that's coming off of 5 straight All-NBA selections, you're not trading him because of the little things. Like that, they might say that, like on some of these shows on TV, it's because he drinks beer or hookah. That's not that. If you're 25 in your prime, they traded you because they don't like outside. They don't like They don't like most of the things about you. Mm-hmm. At 25, that means we don't like the way you condition. We don't like the way that you take care of your body, the way you eat. We don't like the way that you lead. We don't like the way you talk to your teammates, the coaching staff, the support staff. We don't like the fact that you don't get back on defense. We don't like the fact that you don't play defense in the half court. The guy had a 50% blow-by rate. We don't like the fact that you don't like being coached about your defense. if they trade you, if you see a young superstar get traded like this, it's not the little things. They don't think you have championship level habits. And there are guys in this league, I like to call them, I'm not saying this is Luka, but there are guys in this league, I call them unserious superstars. And those guys have superstar talent, but they're unserious in so many aspects of the game that they're never going to win. They're unserious. You know, like, let's say if you're looking at Philly right now, got some questions, right? We know the guy's talented. Is he going to show up in shape? Is he going to train? Is he going to eat the right things? Is he going to be on time? Is he going to be a leader? All those things seem like small things until you're trying to win and you realize, man, our best player doesn't embody any of those things. You cannot be some of those. Everybody's not Steph Curry and Tim Duncan, you know, but you can't be everything negative. And that is why Luka got traded. And I think to a certain degree, maybe you jump the gun. Maybe you do that. Maybe you do a Luka trade, but maybe you just wait till the offseason so you can get more value.
Brendan Haywood joining us here, courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for the most up-to-date game lines, futures, props on the Final Four. Real quick, is it, in your opinion, is 24, 25 years old too soon and too early in a superstar's career to make that kind of judgment on them?
I don't think it's too early. You've seen that kid since he's a rookie. You understand that you're going to have to pay the guy basically $70 million a year coming up soon. So you got to make the decision, right? I mean, and let's be honest. If you really, really, really paid attention to it, the writing, I won't say the writing had been on the wall, but the first sign was Rick Carlisle leaving. Rick Carlisle didn't get fired. He left. Why did he leave? Why did he leave? You know, you in Dallas. Why did he leave? I'm asking you because I'm asking, why did he leave?
Yeah, he and Luka did not get along.
Because he couldn't coach him. He couldn't coach like that. Rick Carlisle was like, you know what? I can't do this. Got up, left, went to Indiana. Indiana they didn't have Halliburton and all those guys back then. He just said, so he took a downgraded job because he was like, yo, I don't think he's it.
But Brandon, there's been a lot of guys in every sport that's been thought of as a difficult superstar, right? Like Mike early on with Phil in the triangle, and Kobe and Shaq and getting in shape, like the Lawrence Taylor doing what he did with Bill Parcells. Like there's a lot of diva tendencies with superstars in sports.
Oh, for sure. That's why I said you can't. If they traded you, they must think you're everything.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
Like you brought up Kobe, right? Kobe was hard to deal with. But you know why he was hard to deal with at times? But because he was there at 5 a.m. and was working harder than everybody else, you know what? His teammates looked at him like, we'll deal with that. The organization said, okay, you know what? He might be a little bit hard to deal with, but that's fine. This guy's one of the hardest workers.
Yeah.
But what happens when you're kind of hard to deal with and you're not one of the hardest workers? And you're not in shape? And you're not getting back on defense. And in the film session, everybody sees you're not getting back on defense, but then you don't want to hear about not getting back on defense. Like, these are the things, it's like, you can't be everything. As a superstar, I'm saying, like, I think Tim Duncan and Steph Curry, they're perfect. They work hard. They're good guys. They're leaders. They do everything perfect. And then you have imperfect stars. But then some guys, they just check so many boxes. It's like, I'll compare Luka to Joel Embiid, even though Luka went to the finals and Joel hasn't been. Like, why has Joel never been past the second round?
Right.
Got Brendan Haywood here joining us on 105.3.
Why is he always hurt? Like, you start looking at some of this. Like, can we win if our best player has so many negative characteristics as far as setting the culture? Who wins like that?
So just for the record, because you're a friend of the station, you got Mavs fans who love you, you understand it. You're not saying you support the deal.
I'm saying that I understand the questions that they had.
Okay.
I, per se, would have done a deal. If I'm moving a player like that, I would have done a different type of deal, but I would have considered it.
Okay.
But Luka's Luka's a luxury item now. And let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen luxury items go on sale? Have you ever been to the Louis Vuitton store and seen the clearance rack? Have you ever gone to Louis Vuitton and seen the clearance rack?
No.
Exactly. So what I'm telling you is I might have considered trading Luka, but I would have not had a sale. I wouldn't have traded him for below market value. You ain't never been to Gucci and been like, you know what? Oh, man, they got 50% half off. Get the wife and kids. We got to go today. Today's the day. Nah. Luka is a luxury item NBA player. That type of talent should have never went on sale. And no disrespect to Anthony Davis or anybody else in that trade, but we know the deal for Luka was not what it should have been. There should have been more draft picks, maybe a higher-end young player. Like, if I'm doing that deal, I'm calling up Orlando, like, can I get Payload, Suggs, and 4 first-rounders? That's what a deal that Brendan Haywood is trying to do is going to look like.
Brendan, really quickly, here in just the last minute or so, we got you. Final Four, all number 1 seeds, second time in tournament history. How are you viewing this setup that we have here for the Final Four? And is Duke just the overwhelming favorite at this point, or is it closer than that?
Man, I love the setup. I think this is the best collection of number ones we've ever had. So much star power, big-time players in this Final Four. Unfortunately, I think Duke is going to cut down the net. They're the best team, top 5 in offensive and defensive efficiency. I hate saying it. Grant Hill has been quite unruly in the group chat this year. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But it's looking like it's going to be Duke's year.
Brendan Haywood, as good as Bobby said he would be. We've heard him on the other shows here on the station. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate you and enjoy the final games.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Brendan Haywood, courtesy of Bet Online. Check out Bet Online for the most up-to-date games, lines, futures, and props on the Final Four.
Woo! I had somebody had mentioned the Rick Carlisle thing like a couple days after this happened. Like, did we kind of get tipped out to the? And I think it's a really valid point about Rick. Like, coaches don't leave superstars.
Did Rick leave though? Refresh my memory. Was that Rick's decision, or that was the organization saying we need to do something new?
I felt like
was it mutual?
The way I recall that, because it was obviously kind of muddied and nobody. I remember it was surprising when it first happened. Everybody was kind of taken aback by it. But I think it was muddied and it was like a thing of just. It felt like both sides realized this is broken.
Yeah.
The way I remember it is, he didn't remember. Donnie had just gotten pushed out, and that kind of hacked him off the way that happened. And it was that, and then probably maybe a little bit of Luka, and then maybe a little bit of the new owner, the new GM coming in. Nico was going to come in and wanted his own guy. But yeah, I mean, I think technically Rick left.
I think, he sounds like it sounds like Brendan Haywood is a big supporter of Nico Harrison. It sounded like he sees a lot of what it sounds like he sees a lot of what he's talking about.
Well, that's why look, Bobby couldn't even say it without his eyes rolling.
I mean, he was a Nike athlete who used to be repped with.
Well, that's why I wanted to clarify, though. Like, and he said at the end what many of us said in the beginning. Like, okay, you want to have a conversation. Yeah. The real fury and anger is the compensation.
And listen, there's no such thing as an untouchable player in sport. Patrick Mahomes is tradable. If the Chiefs wanted to trade Patrick Mahomes, they can trade Patrick Mahomes. Now, the problem is that you got to get the proper compensation for him.
Right.
But if they offered Kansas City 15 first-round draft picks, like Patrick Mahomes is tradable.
I think Brendan was trying to explain. He did explain Nico's mindset, like all the little things. Kobe Bryant can be a pain in the ass, but Kobe's going to be the hardest worker. Yeah. I love that he called out Embiid right there in that interview. Embiid's having like another surgery. Anyway, more on that. I know it's salt in the wound. Listener survey said don't talk Mavs. The breaking news, thanks to Alec Medford in the building, Josh Clark in the building, all the great teammates sending us the breaking news, and we're all pretty excited about this. This is refreshing. The Dallas Cowboys have traded a 5th-round pick for Patriot quarterback Joe Milton and a 7th. So it's a 5th for Joe Milton and a 7th. We did the exercise in the 6 a.m. Club Choppy. What would the draft pick be that you'd feel okay giving up for a project or a backup versus just sticking in there and making the selection? And I was a little leery talking 4th for Milton, who was originally drafted in the 6th, a 5th rounder, and you get a 7th back. I like it. I like that
it.
value.
It's good. And you're getting a quarterback. Quarterbacks.
And now that pressure to find that quarterback that Steven says always goes before we think they're going to go, that's gone.
They don't have to worry about it. They don't have to worry about picking a quarterback. Now, if if one falls in their lap, they can still take one.
Yeah.
You can still take one if one falls in your lap. But yeah, the reality is that if Shedeur drops to 12, I suppose if they wanted to, they could. But this is an upside move. This is to me how you want to approach your backup quarterback. I don't want to pay the backup $6 million.
Give us what you remember about him from college, coming out, and then Bobby, your scouting report on him that you had.
He's an animal. I don't believe that I could stand next to Joe Milton and even remotely think
I'm a man
that we're of even the same species. Like, this guy is just built differently. Josh Allen wishes he was Joe Milton.
Wow.
Slow down.
Joe Milton is such a tank. He's got the best arm in the sport. He's a unit. He has one deficiency. It's like the Billy Bean, the Moneyball thing. This is Joe Milton. He is 6'5", 260 pounds. His only deficiency is he throws the most majestic incomplete passes you've ever seen. Yeah, he throws on a 10-yard out. He throws it 48 yards down the sideline. He throws the ball so he will break fingers. He doesn't know where the ball is going. He has no idea.
I remember someone telling me during the draft process that this is both meant as a praise, I think, of Joe Milton and a little bit of a maybe dig or basically criticism of how high up the rest of the league had Anthony Richardson. But somebody told me, they're like, I don't see much daylight between Milton and Anthony Richardson.
Wow.
Like, to me, they're both the same type of player, which are just incredible athletes, big time traits. They don't know how to put it together. You are going to have to see, and that's a big question. That's not just a little thing of like, oh, we'll just teach him to play football. No, there's a lot that's going to go into this. But if you want to just talk about built in a lab type of traits, Joe Milton's got it. The problem is that he is the very bottom rung in terms of where he's at, in terms of his polish and how advanced he is with his processing and different things like that.
Is he as unpolished as Trey Lance?
No, he played a lot more than Trey in college.
Yeah, but I might say he's more
what?
Unpolished.
Yeah, he doesn't even know.
He's very raw.
He can't even find the polish either. You send him to AutoZone, he wouldn't even know where to look.
Caleb Williams couldn't help him with the polish.
No, there is no polish, man. Like, there's none. Like, again,
he looks more raw than Richardson, or as raw.
Yeah, easily. He played more than Richardson in college.
Yeah,
Richardson only played 15 games.
He's very raw, but all the traits are there. I'm absolutely in favor of, if they would have given up this 4th round pick that they gave up for Trey Lance, if they would have just given up that flat pick for Milton that they did for Lance, I would have been happy with the trade. I was never happy with the Lance trade. So to me, Milton, the upside is so much greater, and you can hone something more realistic into a potential player with Milton.
He ran a 4.62, 35-inch vert, broad jump of 10 feet.
I was expecting even faster than 4.6.
Yeah, he's just tanking.
How big?
Wait, he's 6'5", 235.
Oh.
His wingspan's 80 inches. If you look at his percentile among quarterbacks in the NFL, he is in the 90th percentile or higher in height, weight, wingspan, arm length, hand size, vertical jump, and broad jump among quarterbacks.
We continue to cover the breaking news. Joe Milton is your new Cowboys backup quarterback. Let's discuss it with the K&C Masterpiece next.
of V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
Yeah, well, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Precut?
No.
It's to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax. Enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece with the breaking news that
we got the World Cup in 2031. Woo! Is that not the breaking news?
World Cup's an even year thing.
For the ladies.
No.
The Cowboys have traded for Patriots former quarterback Joe Milton, Tennessee Volunteer, and they gave up a 5th-round pick while also getting a 7th in return. immediate thoughts, Corey Majors. I like that hat.
Thank you very much. I got it at the game the other day. My immediate at the
game,
opening day Rangers game,
and it says good.
Yeah. This is good. It's a brand. It's a golf brand, I believe, and it's got the Rangers logo on the side.
Okay,
they're gonna spare us to death next week with golf, right?
You had this one too?
I got it last year,
Nice.
but
then maybe that's where she was just like, "Hey, I'll give it anyway."
What a sideswipe comment.
they're a
by you.
competitor. They're a competitor.
I got it last year.
Oh, to Bogey Bros?
Yeah, so I don't know.
That's so fall of '99.
I don't care.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I have trouble matching.
Rangers won you. I do too.
Trouble matching
Look at what I'm wearing.
What do you
today.
think about
Weird.
Milton?
6'5", big. He looks. Watch him run into the end zone off a read option. He looks just like Cam Newton. Then you watch him roll out and throw it across the entire field for a touchdown, and every coach is going, "Never throw it across the field." He's like, it was a 48-yard touchdown. They're like, still don't do that. And he's like, but look, it just worked. He was wide open. So there are going to be things that he's still got to learn. It's kind of like, in my mind, Kamar Rocker. Rocker, as good as he is, still has a lot of baseball to learn.
He's a beast.
Yeah, as really as beastly as he is, he's got a lot to learn about the game at this level, and Milton still has a lot to learn about the game at this level, the nuances that come along with it. And if he can learn that while watching him as observing Dak, get into the film room and study a lot, he'll be a beneficial backup for 6-7 games this year. I mean, that's likely going to happen. So
if that happens, Pittman's catching more passes from Milton in the front row than CD is in these games.
But
that Pittman?
Yeah.
This is one of those moments, though, where they said, we need this. Instead of having to get it in the draft, we'll get something that's already been in the NFL for 1 year.
All right, Bobby, your life is on the line for an accuracy contest.
Mm-hmm.
It's the old NFL quarterback challenge, and you have to answer.
Yep.
Trey Lance or Joe Milton?
Lance.
Oh.
But, I mean, look, all of the tools are actually there. Like I always
supposed to be with Trey, too.
But so much more majestic with Joe. I mean, I'm telling you, these
right
are the
about
most
that.
majestic incomplete passes you're ever going to see.
I like that.
He's a little like Joey Gallo at the plate. Like he will run into the baseball and you're like, how the hell do you hit the ball 500 feet? And then he won't hit the ball at all for the next 2 weeks.
Not really sure I understand your reference. Joey Gallo's a pitcher.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, exactly.
If I understand.
Exactly.
In his game where he threw 22 of 29, there was a lot of rollout easy stuff, kind of like they did for Dak, when they were like, look, we'll get these rollouts to the tight ends.
Rookie
and things. Yeah.
If you get Joe on the move, he can throw the move. If you set him back in the pocket, we'll be at camp next year videoing. He'll throw the pass. We will tweet the video, and it will fall incomplete after we've posted the video on social media.
He's got hang time on his throws.
He's got hang time for days.
He will. I mean, he's honestly, it's like Brett Favre velocity throwing the ball with him. It's absurd the type of talent that exists with him. It's just, can he put it together? I think there's nothing to hate about this trade to me.
It's great.
It's
value.
100% worth it, and 100% worth rolling the dice on and seeing if you can develop him a little bit. I think it's a perfect trade to make.
Alec Medford continuing to crush it. Why is he sending me this stuff before you, Peyton? Joe Milton tells Jordan Schultz, my family grew up a Cowboys fan. My mom always had a Cowboys shirt on. She always talked about them. Living in Texas has been a long-time dream of mine.
I love it.
And now I'm with them. I'm ready to work.
They've been working on him for a while, too. They've been researching him.
Yeah, we talked about this a few weeks ago.
This goes back to January, I think, where Schottenheimer was doing study on him.
He's a Dak, Jalen Hurts level dude, too. Like Hurts got benched.
It's a pretty big gap.
A good guy.
Yeah, Hurts got Hurts got benched and at Bama, stuck around the next year. Didn't complain.
Couldn't talk to his head coach in Philadelphia. Was actually kind of a malcontent. Is notorious in Texas high school football circles for being a total diva.
Yeah, now he's not. But I'm talking about Bama. And Milton lost his job to Hooker and moved in with him.
Hey, RJ, Corey wants you to be quiet.
In 2024, Joe Milton tied Josh Allen's record for the fastest throw in combine history at 62 miles per hour.
Whoa!
So he can throw it hard.
What's the point where you're like,
it's too hard?
I'm not going to catch that. You threw the ball too damn hard.
Stafford threw one the other day at DeChambeau, and I thought he broke Bryson's chest out on the golf course. It's like, holy crap. But Kevin, you are satisfied. You're happy with the value.
I love it. I think it's good value. And also, there were multiple Patriots beat reporters that in training camp last year thought early on Milton was ahead of Drake May until they were like, well, we can't freaking start him. That would be problematic. So I like it. I'm excited.
Corey, what else is coming up on the show today?
Guys, at 11, this is huge. This is huge. At 11 o'clock today, he just closed a deal for another Friday movie. Ice Cube will join us.
Whoa!
Yes, Ice Cube, who I once
today is going to be a good day.
been once called Doughboy because
Fridays
my buddy
from
bet
now?
me I would. What's that?
We call it 2 Fridays.
It'll be
from
the
now.
fourth Friday.
The last
so-
Friday.
Last Friday. Yeah, the fourth Friday of the month. I don't know. One of those two
Is
things.
he coming in?
No, it'll be fun.
Okay.
Tell him what happened last time he was on.
Call him Doughboy because my buddy bet me I wouldn't. He literally has a line in one of his rap songs says, "Don't call me Doughboy," and I said it. And Kevin, do you remember what Mike's assessment of that was? He said something along the lines of, he didn't look pissed, but he also didn't look happy. So I'm kind of concerned if he remembers this from last time. But we were on Zoom last time, so maybe he's just going to be like, I don't know. I can't see the guy's face.
Yeah, Doughboy's got a temper. I wouldn't push him.
Exactly. So I'm really looking forward to it today.
Is
Really
Chris
looking forward.
Tucker in this?
We'll find out. We're going to talk with Ice Cube today at 11.
Yeah, the first one is just all-time great. I love it. So many lines. I still stop down and watch it. Was there 2 and 3?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen is the third one the Christmas one? Or is that...
I've never seen any of them.
What?
Excuse me? Why not?
I've never seen any of them.
What's
You
the
haven't
reason?
seen the first Friday? Why?
I don't know. I just never got around to it.
Seems.
You should.
I mean, it seems like something that you would totally pose about.
Yeah,
you
no,
should-
Even when you ain't have no job and you ain't have S to do?
Nope. Didn't see it. Never saw it.
You're going to get knocked the F out.
It's literally right up your alley.
I know this. You remember Brad Kaya, the quarterback at Miami about a decade ago? His mom is Felicia. Oh, really? I do know that. That's my one Friday fun fact.
It's Friday, next Friday, Friday after next. Looks like this one's going to be called, oh, no, that was last Friday maybe is potential. So
Does Chris Tucker have to be in it for you to be all in?
has he been in any of the other two?
No.
I don't remember him. I remember Mike Epps was in them.
Yeah, Mike Epps was in
And I love Mike Epps. He's hilarious.
Yeah, I would love to see Chris Tucker back. We'll ask that question.
Because we had the dad on, right? Clarence Witherspoon.
Don't go in that bathroom
He
for 35.
He died.
passed away.
Yeah, we did. We had him in.
Pops
He
from
was
Wayans
in,
Brothers.
he was in studio, right?
Yep.
That's right.
Kevin, are you buying Jack Leiter stock? Is it time? Do you feel good about it? With the stock market in such great shape today.
Oh my gosh, for real, dude.
Are you hurting, Corey?
I just saw a lot of red when I opened the app, so
Have you guys checked your 401k this morning?
no, I'm
Who
afraid.
cares? Are you retiring today?
Yeah, that's exactly my
Doesn't
dad.
matter.
That's my
what
dad
Warren-
always used to
that's
say.
what
to me.
Warren Buffett
He's
said.
like, never
I
check your
trust him.
401k.
That's what Warren Buffett said. He goes, "You lost $1 billion today." He goes, "No, I didn't. I'm not selling today." So you
I didn't lose
lost
anything.
nothing.
Okay. I like that perspective.
Should I make a joke that I didn't watch the game and Jared's going to call me, or are we not? We're not doing that.
No,
right?
we're not doing
You
Okay.
didn't watch the game. You're just like, I just have a day off.
I'm kidding. I watched the game. That was
He looked awesome yesterday.
I'm absolutely buying Jack Leiter stock because, I mean, adding the little kick change is great, but you've seen him be more relaxed to start the game, and he's starting to... The fact that he threw so many off-speed pitches yesterday because Nate Eovaldi was like, hey, they're vulnerable to that, I thought was tremendous.
Yeah, he followed that perfectly. And he even said that when he was on with G-Bag. He was like, no, it's great to be right behind Eovaldi because he can kind of show me the path. We're both righties and everything. We throw similar type stuff. So that was awesome to hear. But then he goes out there and trusts the plan. And Eovaldi said that, too, on the pregame show yesterday. He's like, we had a great plan for Cincinnati, and I just went out there and did the plan. We didn't even have to trick it up very much. I just did what we thought. So that was a great thing. But he's not just saying, I got to burn everything by you. He's taking a little bit off, setting them up, really setting them up with his location. And that's something I'm really excited about because that's a future arm that's really growing into something. And as we discussed yesterday, maybe we pushed him a little too soon because we started seeing some other guys go up early. But what's the history of it? Is guy gets drafted, it might be 5 years before you even see him. And now here we are.
Are Carmelo Anthony and Dwight Howard Hall of Famers on their NBA careers alone?
Hey, I'm going to answer your question
With
Thanks.
a question?
Doesn't
Appreciate
sound
it.
like you're going to
Well,
the way you're saying
given
this.
the events of the last 24 hours,
Okay.
isn't that really weird that this is when that news came down that Carmelo Anthony is going into the NBA Hall of or the Basketball Hall of Fame, and that Carmelo with a K, Anthony, is the person who's being accused of murdering that kid in Frisco? Like, that's bizarre to me.
Are you trying to say there's a conspiracy?
No,
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 it's just
no,
connection.
no, no
Coincidence.
conspiracy. I think it's just weird that, like,
Just
hey,
creepy timing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was your question again?
Do they deserve to be in off their NBA careers?
Carmelo, I think, does. And now I'll say they both do.
Corey?
Yeah, they both do. Carmelo, despite never winning a championship, was an elite scorer. And Dwight Howard was, he was a dominant figure for a period of time.
Carmelo or Westbrook?
Oh, and because college and Carmelo gets that for what he did
but
this
just
year.
NBA.
But just NBA.
NBA career.
Oh, NBA career. What was the question?
Oh, my God.
I think Carmelo over Westbrook.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I think Westbrook, just because of the nature of the Basketball Hall of Fame, will make it as well.
Oh, he's going to make it, but I'm just saying, in your mind, deserve. From now on, whenever we talk NBA on this show, NBA Basketball Hall of Fame,
Put it in the football or baseball Hall of Fame. Like,
talk
level
about their
of scrutiny.
NBA career. I don't care about Carmelo in the Olympics or their college career and stuff, or whether they will get in. Are they in your mind?
I think so. I needed to look back a little bit more on Westbrook now because I don't remember who it was. Was it Nick Wright that put the burn on him? It was like, he hasn't been part of winning basketball in 10 years. And I was like, oh, man, that feels true, but I didn't actually do the research
But
yet.
he's so athletic, you want him on your team most of the time, yeah.
I guess. But I think he's a Hall of Famer probably too. First triple-double for a season we've seen since Oscar. I think so.
Oscar who?
Oscar Robertson.
I thought he was
Meyer.
Pistorius.
I was just going to see if he looked like he was hesitant, couldn't remember the last name.
Will
Robertson.
you watch Friday? It's
Yeah,
not
I'll
as,
watch it. No, I'm not against it. I just haven't gotten around to
It's
it.
not as up your alley as Eastbound and Down is for you, RJ. It's criminal.
Oh, my God, I could see that.
And you've never seen Wolf of Wall Street. That's pretty criminal. That's amazing.
I've
Yeah,
never
that's
seen
you.
Entourage either.
That's you.
No, what?
What?
You
That
are
show
on
feels like that. Yeah, it was
I know.
based
You
on
are
you.
Medellin.
Well, see,
Except
I'm just-
with fame and talent.
What part was based on him? Who is he?
The obnoxiousness.
Oh.
I was going to
I'm
say
a little bit of all of them.
He's Johnny.
he's Entourage
And
without
Turtle.
the fame.
You
Johnny
think
and
he's-
Turtle.
You think he's Turtle?
Yeah, he's got the ability
Oh.
to think forward on
You won't
things.
like that.
See, and
He's
that's
the
why
driver.
Turtle turns out to be awesome.
I
late.
don't need to.
I think you're Johnny Drama.
Sure. I mean,
I could definitely see
my
that.
kid would probably think that's a porn star.
Will you yell out victory?
No, he wouldn't think that because he knows who they are.
knows
That's right.
He wouldn't guess.
All right, let's get out of here. We're back
Oh,
tomorrow.
are you disappointed in this crosstalk?
Kinda. You guys
Oh.
try to derail it.
What was your question?
Hit the button.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You've got Corey Majors and the Alec Medford. We are going to work 4 times as long and twice as hard today.
All right.
Because remember, we crammed 2 segments into each segment yesterday. So we're going to adjust accordingly. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
TV people.
How are we doing today?
Man, actually doing really well from the 972. What did we give up for Joel Milton? If I use the Mavs trade chart, it says we give up CeeDee Lamb and a first-round pick.
Okay,
and
that's fair.
Cowboys, Kevin, they only gave up a 5th to get him and a 7th. So they added another pick to it. And from Todd Archer, the Cowboys did have interest in Jacoby Brissett in free agency, but he signed with Arizona. So they also discussed the possibility of adding Drew Lock, which is what. Joe Milton under contract for 3 years, much lower numbers, betting on upside on the Patriots. He's a 6th-round pick last year. Oh, yes. So he was their 6th-round pick last year. So they're betting on his upside. He's a good backup for this team.
Sexy pick.
It is. I mean, actually, you're kind of right about that, Jerry. At 6'5", he's like the prototype football quarterback. Exactly what you're looking for there. So there are some intriguing things. We'll get to watch him most of the preseason because he's going to be the guy, right? Like, do you think Dak's going to be out there playing any preseason games this year?
Not really.
Not at all.
No.
So we're going to get our eyes on him plenty. He'll get plenty of opportunities, and hopefully he never has to step on the field for the Cowboys. Like, that's the real hope.
Sure. I agree with that.
I think there's a feeling of reality that exists with what we've seen in Dak's career over the last few years now.
And the reality is that you think, unfortunately, an injury could come along at some point during this year.
Yeah, and I do. So if you're asking, will he be able to keep this team afloat or carry them to a championship? I have no clue. I have 0 clue if I think that. But I think that you'll have a guy who is if something bad was to happen, you'll go, all right, so let's go see what this guy is, much like we felt with Trey Lance.
Now, this is tough because Corey's pretending to care about Joe Milton, and he's going to pretend to care about Jack Leiter. But I've looked at the fan text.
I really care about Jack Leiter.
Or do you care about, and if I'm going to pronounce this wrong, I apologize. I've seen multiple texts already that the real breaking news is that Verdansk comes out today. You said that earlier today. I know what that is just because you told me. How big of a deal is this?
All right, so, Alec, you may have to do some prep tonight. I'm just letting you know. Some extra prep.
Because you're going to be all...
You might even have to prep C-Block.
Are you going
tomorrow.
Kyler Murray on us?
I might disappear tonight. I told my whole family not to talk to me today whenever I get home. I said, just leave me alone.
How did that go over?
If y'all come into the room where I'm playing, I won't answer you no matter how loud you talk. Yeah, no, I know. She's smart enough to know not to talk to me during that time. But I've told everybody, even you can read the text I said to Adrian, tomorrow Verdansk is back. Don't talk to me. And so I've told everybody, just leave me alone. So I already checked it out this morning. I think TP said it was 11. He's a streamer. He said it was 11 o'clock was when it drops for when it officially opens up. But it's a big deal, Kevin, because anybody that played during COVID, like that's where a lot of people got back into playing it, the Battle Royale version of it. That's when I started playing it, and they kind of stuck with it or went away from it. This is the map that everybody loved and has been saying, please bring it back, please bring it back. And finally, Call of Duty was like, hey, we're going to give you what you want.
From the 817, I can't wait. From a different 817, it's huge. And then from the 903, is this the fan? Yes.
This is
if you text it in from 903, is this the fan? It is the fan.
You better be listening also.
From the 817, Corey, will you talk to me? From the 214, did you claim the kilo gun, Corey? All right, I'm going to see this to you. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah,
is it filled with cocaine?
No.
And you're like Scarface really wanted to?
That's something you would like, huh?
Yeah, it's just one of the ARs.
Okay.
It's an AR that you can roll out there that everybody loved back in the day. And C4 has been buffed, so you can blow up helicopters and other vehicles.
I know what C4 means. When you say buffed, does that mean it's like stronger now?
They made it better, so you can actually blow them up instead of just causing damage.
I do know this. When a gun or weapon gets nerfed, that means they've like way downgraded.
Buffed and nerfed.
Yeah, okay.
That's the two
See,
ways it goes.
That's because I spend a lot of time with Corey and Colby, and they will complain about said thing.
And this is right, too. They literally said they'd never bring it back. And then Warzone was so bad, they were like, we have to bring it back just to bring people back into it. So we'll get rolling on this tonight. I'm excited about it.
From the 254, now apparently we're messing up people's days. I forgot to update before I left this morning. Damn it.
No, you should have put it in rest mode last night.
How long is it going to take to update? Follow up from the 469. Did you get this text? So if you sent that from the 469, yes, we did. How long is it going to take to update?
Crap, I don't know. Yesterday I rolled in. It was a 22 gig install, and it took me 60 minutes. But I couldn't play for the rest of the day because it was locked until this morning. So it'll take about an hour based on your internet speed.
From the 972-1053, the nerd, that's fair. I agree with you.
Yeah, and that's fine.
And from the 469, back to sports. Here's the thing. I agree with you on all of that. I don't care about this at all. But guess what? If it's something that the people are talking about, I'm going to try to learn about it. And when Corey goes, no, Verdansk is where it's at. And I'm like, did you just mush letters together? I don't know what that means. And he explained it to me.
Yeah, it's just a fun, exciting map that we all learned how to play on. Most of us learned how to play on, and then they took it from us, and we've been begging for it back. And now they're giving it back. And guess what, Kevin? This is like going to summer camp on Full House. And then they leave, and then they go back to summer camp, and nobody's there, and it's not as fun. I have a feeling we're going to get back, and it's not going to be as fun, and we're just going to be like, oh, my gosh.
It's going to be a Happy Gilmore 2 situation.
Maybe. Dude, Happy Gilmore 2 is going to be awesome, all right? Awesome.
But will you admit you have some concerns?
No.
You have no concerns?
Dude, if MJF is in it after what I experienced last week, then I feel like it's going to be, you're going to have a villain that you love to hate.
From the 469.
Yes, this is the KNC masterpiece.
People followed up in mass effect. Gaming is a sport, stupid. From the 972. Hey now, esports is sports. Alec, what's happening right now has always been my dream. I told Corey that I would like this show to turn into a turnkey operation where we read a text and the rest of the segment is filled with text responding to other texters and back and forth. We almost got that really early in the show when we said Dak Prescott or Tony Romo or Joe Flacco next.
Good luck.
And then just people started texting in, and it felt like other people knew what the other folks were saying, and they were responding to each other, and it was freaking incredible.
Yes, the HDR is a sniper. It's going to be one headshot to infinity and beyond. So that's something too, Kevin, that you'll know is like that one's going to be your sniper you're using. I know everybody liked the Car 98 for a long time, but the HDR is the one they're going to roll out at first here.
From the 682, if you're upset about this, you're probably going to be upset when they talk about the Stars as well. Hey, by the way, coming up in today's show, Corey says the Stars are going to win the Central.
Oh, yeah, they are.
So we nerded out and did the math, and here's what it's going to take to get it done. In the meantime, will you please give me cut number 2, good sir? Because we need to talk about the Rangers. We need to talk about Jack Leiter.
Leiter winds and fires. He struck him out swinging with a fastball at 99. A 1-2-3 inning for Jack Leiter. He has now punched out 6.
All right. I want to talk about Jack Leiter, but I have a quick question for you guys.
Yeah.
If somebody asked if this is the fan and then said, if so, and included a derogatory remark about somebody from another show, should I text them back and be like, I saw your text, right? And not read it out loud, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fair.
All right. I just wanted to make sure. But yes, I see your text. All right. We talked about it a little bit in Crosstalk, but Jack Leiter was the story yesterday, although stick around for the noon o'clock segment where, yes, we will, in fact, talk about the offense. But for the first time in the history of this franchise, since they've been in Arlington at least, the Rangers have won back-to-back 1-0 games for the first time ever, which on the one hand is incredible, and it shows you the back-to-back power of Eovaldi and Leiter. For people concerned about the offense, we will get into that later in the show. But I want to go back to this. It's taking the advice from the people who've been there. Corey referenced this in the crosstalk as well. Eovaldi, he threw a really low percentage of four-seam fastballs to start his out his career. He was mixing in the splitter, and he started going with his curve more often, and he did that 2 days ago against the Reds. The Reds are really aggressive. So what did it do? It kept them off balance. So when he talked to Jack Leiter, one of the key words he said is soft. Throw the ball soft. 70 pitches for Jack Leiter today. By the way, let's appreciate that. How far he got into the game off of just 70 pitches. That's a big achievement for Jack Leiter as well. 41 of those 70 pitches were off-speed pitches.
That's interesting, too, because he threw a 92-mile-an-hour changeup yesterday, and I was like, the hell?
So, I don't know. Mike probably saw that and was like, the hell, that is an off-speed pitch. Like, that's your heater right there. But the point is, for somebody who can dial up the heat, we've talked about how his velo's been up a couple miles per hour year over year. It is impressive to see him say, but that's not what's going to win the game today. And big props to Nate Eovaldi as well for giving him that path. But Jack Leiter saw the game plan, and he said, what's going to win today is not four-seam fastballs, or not a plethora of those fastballs.
Elly De La Cruz in the last 2 games got 1 hit. That's special, because considering what they all did in the first game for one, but him only getting 1 hit yesterday was fantastic, and that wasn't even off Leiter. That was later off the bullpen, I do believe. Yes, one of the sayings that I've always loved is the hitters will tell you if what's going good for you that day.
Sure.
And if you watched Candelario yesterday, he swung at a pitch that he didn't even see. Like, he just threw his bat head out there. It was high and away. But the way Jack had worked him throughout that at bat, he worked him over to the point where the dude was like, I don't know, I got to throw my bat at it. And then, was it Gavin Lux yesterday? What felt like a 58 pitch at bat. And then Jack Leiter punched him out. And I was like, yes! I threw my hands up for it. I was on the treadmill when Josh Smith made that diving play out in center field, too, as he was running from shortstop. Seager's not making that play, I don't think. But also, that was awesome.
Fair.
You could see it on Jack's eyes. He was excited. And then he looked directly over to Adolis Garcia because he was like, you made 1 too earlier in the game. So the defense was there. But Jack Leiter, man, he went out there and he pitched within himself. That's what you should be expecting, Kevin. You said yesterday, his strikeout numbers, you expect that's where his bread and butter is going to be.
Yes.
He's going to be in that 6, 7, 8, maybe even get to those 10, 11 strikeouts sometimes. But this is where we expect him to be from now on.
Now, you mentioned the Lux at bat. I want to stop down for just a second and talk about that at bat. So we go back to the 4th inning. And this was great because after this at bat was over, Jack Leiter was asked about it, and he goes, well, that part of the game is not really like a time to get fired up because you still have work to do. So keep that in mind, and then I'll give you the rest of the quote. And I thought it was phenomenal stuff from Jack Leiter. So full count on Gavin Lux because he kept fouling off pitch after pitch. I'm sure that is frustrating for any pitcher and probably encouraging for a hitter because you're like, hey, regardless of how this at bat ends, I'm taking pitches off of you today. And then on the 9th pitch of the at-bat, Leiter threw a slider. It went outside the zone, and he got Lux to chase after it, and it left Elly De La Cruz at third base to end the inning.
Okay, there you go.
And you mentioned it, the kind of fist pump, and Leiter goes, it was only like the 4th inning, but yeah, there was a man on third. Elly always causes problems, and Lux was putting together a tough at-bat. Those long at-bats, when they finish in a punch-out, it's always nice. And that's one of the things that you can look at and say, that won the game, or that prevented the game from going to extra innings. I realize, and we're probably going to do a deep dive on the first week of the bullpen tomorrow, since the Rangers are off today. And I realize the bullpen deserves a bunch of praise for yesterday as well. But you saw it from Jack Leiter, and it's just really cool to hear that breakdown. He goes, I didn't celebrate because it's the 4th inning and we still are doing stuff, but he was like, it was cool to strike him out.
It was also cool, Kevin, because Hunter Green's a fantastic pitcher. Like, you want to look at one of the reasons yesterday that the Rangers didn't get runs, you can give Hunter Green some credit for what he accomplished in his 7 innings yesterday. He's 25. Jack Leiter's 24.
Yeah.
That was fun to watch 2 guys that throw really hard, but also that are the future of pitching in baseball kind of getting their opportunities head-to-head against each other. So that was another fun matchup to watch. Obviously, after 70 pitches with Jack, I was like, hey, dude, this guy can finish this game out. We're good. And, I guess it was a little blistering. That's fine. He can get used to it. That's okay.
And he is listed as day-to-day following that. We'll obviously look into a follow-up.
But yeah, dude, give the bullpen their credit, too, for following Jack Leiter up and taking care of their business.
And Jonah Heim. We'll absolutely give Jonah Heim credit as well. We've talked a lot, especially last year, about his offense, but his ability to call and frame pitches is top-notch as well.
And he's working so well with the young pitchers.
Yeah.
And Higgy and Evaldi have something special going. I don't know.
I could see that.
Maybe I'll save this for later,
Okay.
but there was a story I heard yesterday about something Higgy did late in the game that I thought was very special.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, coming up at 11, it's going to be a good day because we got Big 3 founder Ice Cube coming on the show. Coming up next, though, Lively is back. Are you sure you can't get interested in this season's Mavs? What would it take for that to happen? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it goes into Davis. And it's Anthony Davis driving. It's in there! 3.4 to go. It's not a walk-off yet, but it's a 2-point lead, courtesy of AD.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk a little bit about the Mavs. We're going to talk about the new Cowboys backup quarterback, and then also this from the 903. Talking winning baseball is much more effective for my current Tolo Go situation instead of gaming talk.
Yeah.
The midday shows for lovers, mind you. I do not want to see that as a shirt or a sticker. Do people still make buttons? So I don't want to see it either way. All right. We're going to talk about the Mavericks in just a minute. And are you sure you can't get interested in this season's Mavs? Is there anything that could happen outside of Luka coming back that would change your mind? But in the meantime, the news that we got, it broke with Sean and RJ, actually breaking news first, for real. Joe Milton traded to the Cowboys. So it's Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick to the Cowboys in exchange for a 5th-round pick. I'm sorry I didn't look up which 5th-round pick.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of them.
It was because, yes, they have
Don't they have 7?
I think they have 4.
Feels like 7.
They have a plethora of 5th-round picks. But this is one of the things I like, is because the Cowboys said, hey, we're going to get a young quarterback, probably going to draft a quarterback, and you've gone ahead and done that. And Joe Milton, to me, for a 5th-round pick, and I know it's not quite equivalent to that because of the 7th coming back, I feel good about. He was a 6th-round pick last year. He turned some heads in training camp. I've talked about this. At the beginning stages of training camp, there were multiple Patriots beat reporters that were like, if you didn't know their names, you would think Joe Milton was the number 3 pick and Drake May was the 6th rounder. And clearly they're going to start Drake May, and we all understand why. So I like this move, and I like to see what he could eventually turn into.
Go check out the tweet Dave Hellman posted about 50 minutes ago.
Okay.
And he says Joe Milton had one of the wildest throws of the season on a snap that was ultimately called back. And remember that one where Joe Milton ran around for about 10 minutes and then threw a touchdown, a dart. And it was amazing to see that. And again, like Choppy said, on the move, you want him on the move.
I agree.
In the pocket, he will chuck one and he can throw it deep. He has some good, from what I've seen, what I've watched of him, he has good feel in the pocket, knows when to get away and can get away. That's a positive thing. The throws, you don't know what to expect.
Look, you're gonna have to eat some of these throws and be like, the hell was that, Corey?
Well, not if he doesn't play. If Dak's starting and Dak's healthy, he doesn't have to worry about it.
But I mean, even in training camp, I guarantee you will report on a throw or two in training camp where you're like, I don't know what that was.
Bill Simmons tweeted this. He's a Patriots fan.
He is.
The Pats needed to trade Joe Milton because for the next 10 years, he was a walking billboard of how effing stupid the Crafts were last season. So I think that's another point of the Crafts were miserable, and he was part of that because they didn't believe in him. Why would you get him? The whole Drake May situation. So I think it's good for the Cowboys to have a backup that can do some things like get away and escape whenever they don't have what they need in place, and that is what their quarterback typically is. So he's going to be fine.
He's 25. He's cheap. He is essentially your replacement for, not essentially, he's your replacement for Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. We'll see if they do anything else with maybe Will Greer will be sitting there as a third quarterback as well.
And if there's time for a YOLO ball, Dak doesn't need to be on the field.
That's for sure. Joe Milton can, look, this is probably not a great attribute for a quarterback. Joe Milton might be able to throw the ball higher than any quarterback you've ever seen. And again, I know what you're thinking. Well, how's that helpful? Didn't say that. Just to Corey's point, if you need to throw a Hail Mary, well,
that's the guy.
You're going to get the hailest of Marys on that one.
We've seen Dak try before.
Absolutely. From the 903. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I'm going to make it a thing, Kevin. Thanks for the idea. I just ordered 1,000 The Midday Show is for Lovers custom buttons. I don't think that's true.
Are you serious?
Because no.
Like the big ones or the little ones, like the I Like Ike?
That was too fast. If you would have texted that in like 12 minutes, I would have believed that you had the time to customize the button, put the order in, decide if the shipping cost was worth it, check and see if there was a coupon code somewhere. I don't know if these are all the same things that people do.
You did get the take a load off shirts made, so you know how long the process takes.
It's not as quick as you might think.
Unless they're button makers. If they're button makers and they know how to do it fast, then I believe them.
The economy changes quickly, and I have to admit, I do not know if there is still consistent employment for the button makers of the world. I don't know if you have to own the company and hire people to be the button makers, and that's the only way you can keep a living. I'm not sure.
I agree with J-Met. We need Tolo Go frequent flyer cards, by the way. I agree.
As long as they're frequent flyer cards for you. Because I do not want to go to Buffalo Wild Wings and have people hand me 3 of these cards and be like, you know what that means? No, I don't want that. I want to make that very clear. All right.
Are you saying Tolo? Never mind.
Yes.
Never mind.
No.
Never mind.
All right, give me cut number 5. We'll go back to the Mavs. And you just heard, Followell, it wasn't a game winner, but eventually it was.
Bring this one over the finish line. Into Young. Young with the ball. Young, the step back 3. No good. It's all over.
And you know how I knew Trae Young was going to miss that 3? Because Trae Young was taking that 3. So there was obviously an overwhelming likelihood that he was going to miss it. But in all seriousness, he got forced into, because of the clock, because of the defense, into a really bad look. But that was pretty much the best opportunity that you were going to get to try to win the game. But just a reminder, Trae Young is shooting a robust 33% from 3 this year, despite taking 8.4 threes per game.
Well, Kevin, I mean, look at where the Hawks are. They're 8th. He's a winner.
He is a
won
winner.
36 whole games this year.
Okay, well,
Mavs have won 38, and they're tanking.
That's a good point.
Kind of.
So, but they're not.
Right.
And that goes to the other question. What, if anything?
They can't catch Memphis or the Clippers.
That is true.
Like they're not going to catch them. So.
Okay, but my question is, are you still out on the Mavs, and what would change your mind? I talked about this a couple weeks ago. I'm still really frustrated with the Mavs, but Lively came back last night. You saw Gafford come back. Also, for half a second, I wished Gafford wouldn't have come back when he elbowed Anthony Davis in the face, not on purpose, of course. And then I thought, oh no, because with the luck of the Mavericks this year, Alec, didn't you kind of think when Anthony Davis got elbowed in the face by Daniel Gafford that he was going to be done for the rest of the season, and that's just how our luck went this year?
In a weird way, I was kind of hoping that he was going to be fine, but there was going to be some sort of layer of protection needed, so we would get Bane Mask AD, and then I would have been totally reinvested in this season, because Bane Mask AD just destroying defenses would have been my favorite thing on the planet. But yeah, I was terrified when it happened. I was like, yeah, that's par for the course this season, isn't it?
So it looks like we're trending in this direction. Because remember, the Phoenix Suns hate each other and they don't want to win games because they don't want to have to play together more. So it looks like it's going to be Dallas and Sacramento. At the moment, you would host Sacramento in the 9-10 game. If you win that, well, if you lose that game, your season's over. If you win that game, then you will play the loser of the Clippers Grizzlies. And you would have to win that game as well to make it into the real playoffs. I'm going to stick with this, Corey. I'm more interested because all of the bigs are back.
Yes.
But it's going to take them getting into the actual playoffs, the 8-team playoffs for the West, that will get me like hyped up.
So here are a couple of different feels for me here. Derek Lively's back. You mentioned that. That's something. Go look at the roster right now from last night and look at all the guys that you were excited about before the Luka trade. You loved Najee Marshall. You love PJ Washington. Oh, he wasn't. He was sick last night. You love Derek. Love basketball. Love
Quentin Grimes.
Derek Lively.
We have to at least mention Quentin Grimes.
You were happy. You were ecstatic about the Clay trade. Gafford. You love Jaden Hardy. You were excited about his potential future.
I agree.
So there are lots of players again on this team that didn't make that trade, and they're in a room right now going, "We got to play with who we have." And so I am rooting for those guys. I can again look sideways at Nico and Dumont and be like, "What? Why would you trade that?" But also, when you were in the finals last year, which you were in the damn finals last year because of Luka.
I know.
Right? But you saw they hunted Luka. And they said, let's find him and beat him on defense because that's how we're going to win. And they did it over and over and over, and they did it consistently. If they had traded Nico looked at it and said, I'm going to have 2 holes defensively on my court at all times. If I have Kyrie and Luka on the court, I have to make a concession somewhere. He traded for Anthony Davis and said, I'm hoping that I fill the points, I fill the rebounds, and I get a guy that can also facilitate. Guess what? Last night he had his best game since he's become a Maverick. 34, 15, 5 blocks. And he closed the game.
5 blocks.
Yeah, and he averages, I think, 2.1, and Gafford averages 1.9, and then you got, Derek Lively, who's at 1.6 or something, and that's a lot of blocks.
By the way, that was more than all of the Hawks had yesterday.
Exactly, because Trae Young can't block a shot.
Or make a shot.
But Anthony Davis closes the game out. He closes the game out driving to the basket. He closes the game out with a block. Like, that's what you do have with him. So if I'm going to, I will move on from what happened. It's over there for me because there's no way to make it go back. I've always been an Anthony Davis fan, and I like what I see. I think this team can play good, strong defense and can score also, and they have a lot of different ways that they can do it. It stinks to lose a Luka. It doesn't make any sense. I get that whole part, but the guys that are stepping on the court are guys that I like. And so I'm going to be rooting for those guys, Lively especially, because that's the future of the Mavericks. Maybe that's what Nico meant when he was like, we're trying to get ahead of the Supermax because we're going to have to sign Lively at some point. I don't know, but there are a bunch of dudes on this team that I'm interested to see in the next, 10 games? How they can get this thing to work and maybe win a play-in game and maybe do something special after that.
By the way, you would have to win 2 of those play-in games to make the official playoffs, and only then would you be bumped out of the lottery. So they can still, if the Mavericks finish 9th, 10th, whatever, even if they win that first game, if they lose the next game, they will still have a shot in the lottery. Now, your shot at Cooper Flag would only be 0.5, so essentially a 0.5%, so a 1 in 200 shot. And somebody brought up, I'm only going to care if they get Cooper Flag. And I hear you on that.
Won't.
But that doesn't fit for this year. And I think the question is there anything else the Mavs can do to get you back in this year? And I understand everyone who says no, because this is one of the most flagrant burnings of a fan base you've ever seen. In terms of hey, I know the guy you like, but don't really care.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It'd be like, hey, you like Troy Aikman? See you later.
Yeah.
You like Tom Brady? We're trading him. Those kinds of things for people. I totally get that. I'm excited about Anthony Davis. If he stays healthy, I think a lot more people will be dude, that is an exciting brand of basketball to watch. And that's what the Mavericks that's what they were relying on when they made the trade, was people will change their minds as soon as they see how this thing looks with PJ and Gafford and Anthony Davis and Kyrie. Well, now Kyrie's out, and so they got to figure another way out. But Jason Kidd's doing the best he can right now.
And I think this is a perfectly reasonable stance. Was at the game last night. I'm still mad at the ownership, but the game was great. That's a perfectly reasonable stance to have.
And that's where I am.
Are not reasonable stances to have. From the 3-2-1, I can't believe Kevin is disrespecting this country's hardworking button makers. Untrue.
Back.
I said no. I said I'm not sure. And then from the 903, this is for the person who said they ordered the buttons. Oh, yes, I did. I come from a long lineage of button makers that helped build this country. I'm at the button factory right now as we speak.
You don't believe the button makers built this country? I just said I like Ike. How do you think he got voted? Because of the buttons.
I do. I'm just a big fan of the cleverness of following back with, I'm from a lineage of button makers. We built this country.
Yeah, you ever seen Coco? They were great shoemakers, right? These are the great button makers of America. The ones that printed the JFK buttons and the LBJs.
Did the people from Coco?
They made shoes.
I have questions for you about that off air. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Let's go back to the accomplishments the Rangers pulled off yesterday. Next, right here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And the pitch to Josh is swung on, lifted in the air, left center field, carrying well. Friedel back at the wall, and that's beyond his reach and off the wall. Peterson around third. He's heading home. De La Cruz drops the throw from the outfield, and there will be no play at the plate. It's a double for Josh Smith, and the Rangers grab a 1-0 lead in the fourth.
It would be the final as well as for the first time since the Rangers came to Arlington. They have won back-to-back 1-0 games. First time ever. That is still astonishing. Right now, courtesy of Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement, it's time for some baseball nuggets. Now, let's stick with the Rangers, okay?
All right.
So Jack Leiter, his final pitch of the game yesterday, he got a strikeout. Spencer Steer to end the fifth. He had 6 strikeouts for the day, 5 scoreless innings on 11 whiffs. And that last pitch he threw in the 5th inning was 98.9 miles per hour. And remember, he was also dealing with a blister issue. So on a day when he hit up the off-speed stuff quite a bit, I thought that's still a phenomenal velocity to be bringing along the way.
Oh, absolutely, man. And knowing now that he has more control and understanding of why he's throwing pitches, let's go back to what Evaldi did and what Jack Leiter did in consecutive days to De La Cruz. Every first pitch, they were throwing inside to him. And Bochy did say in the pregame show that was, hey, look, you want to establish early in a series that you're going to the inside of the plate. Like, that's an absolute. But sometimes that is setting the trap. And sometimes that is you're trying a guy that was confident, stepping up to the plate, hitting 2 bombs against you with his torpedo bat. How do you get him off of his How do you get him off of his game? First pitch, throw at his knees. And then he's kind of like, whoa, hold on. I got to, now his eye level's off and all these things. And so both of them did it. So again, that goes back to Jack Leiter had a good plan and he followed the plan rather than go out there and let's see what you can do. Or you're all on your own on this kid. Or I don't know how to execute the plan. This game and the last 2 games, you've seen him. He had a very specific thing that he wanted to do. And he still is able to go up high with a fastball and still able to go up high and inside on you with a fastball because he understands why he's doing it. So more than anything else that I'm seeing from Jack Leiter is the why, and it's starting to pay off because he's understanding that what Mike Maddox, who is brilliant at putting game plans together, is trying to accomplish.
The last time the Rangers had back-to-back starters retire the first 9 in back-to-back games was 2018. With Mike Minor and your buddy Giovanni Gallardo.
Oh, I touched his shoulder. He had the best season he's ever had.
And also they were 1 out away. Think about this. Jack Leiter was 1 out away from them having back-to-back starts in which they retired the first 12 hitters for the first time since 2012. So they were 1 out away from having a pitching achievement that they haven't done in 13 years. Instead, they accomplished a pitching achievement they haven't done in 7 years in the midst of having a team achievement that had never been a thing that had happened since the team got to Arlington. It's very impressive.
It's amazing the statistics that we keep and the numbers that we're able to go pull from that you've never done this before. You're amazing at this.
Do you want to know? Do you want one more of those stats? It's about the offense.
Throw it at me and I'll pin it on like a button.
This, man... If I look at the fan text right now, America is made up of nothing but button makers and button workers.
And button supporters.
Yes, that's right. Josh Smith, per Jared Sandler, and probably research, is the first player in Major League Baseball this year to get an extra base hit on a pitch that was 100 miles per hour or more.
Wow.
So not to say a hit, but an extra base hit. That belongs to Josh Smith. And as you just heard, that scored a run, which was the only run of the day yesterday.
We'll talk offense
12 o'clock.
At 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
And Corey Seager's obviously part of the conversation there, too, because we do need more from him.
Yes, I agree with all of that.
But Josh Smith, I felt so comfortable with him at shortstop yesterday. Now, I know Ezekiel Duran made the throwing error, and my buddy texted me and was like, that's why he's a backup. And I was like, no, yeah, I get that, too. But currently, your third baseman is having the things that your third baseman typically has. You were hoping that Josh Smith would be healthy enough that he could, or that Corey Seager would be healthy enough that Josh Smith could take third base over in spell, and he could take over shortstop. But now all the left side of your infield is kind of a roller coaster of injury. But I felt very comfortable with Josh Smith at the plate. Felt very comfortable with him at the position. He made some really good throws. That amazing diving play out there in short center field.
I have big news for you, Corey. The news I know you've been waiting for. Rafael Devers has gotten off the schneid. He got his first hit of the season yesterday. Remember, he didn't strike out anymore the day before that because they didn't have a game. But yesterday, first hit of the season after striking out in 15 of his first 19 at-bats.
Good for him.
Are you proud of him?
I mean, I guess. He's on another team. He's on the Red Sox.
Okay.
I'm glad he did it after he played against the Rangers. Is that good?
Yeah.
I'm
that
glad
makes a lot of sense.
He was able to accomplish that afterwards.
All right. Now my question is, are you familiar with the term walk of shame?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
But have you ever heard it?
Never experienced it myself.
Good job. Have you ever heard it in this context? As I take you to a baseball game, the Athletics. Remember, just the Athletics, not the anything Athletics.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Against the Chicago Cubs, where we have this new piece of audio.
And look at that man running through the outfield. No, that is not PCA going to center field. That is Seiya Suzuki making the walk of shame, although he was sprinting. So it was more of a sprint of shame. But the guys in the dugout certainly got a kick of watching him sprint across, and you can see Seiya's big smile. So, folks, we have our first walk of shame.
Yeah.
Now, did that reporter use that phrase in a different way than I've ever heard it used? Yes. Also, Seiya Suzuki was awesome yesterday. Also, he was going to use the bathroom.
Yeah, that is a walk of shame right there.
Now, I think it was Ryan Brazier who said, this is an amazing quote. He goes, I think it's so stupid that we have to play at a AAA stadium, because the whole thing about why I had to go use the restroom is there's not a direct tunnel to the restroom from the clubhouse.
Have to run through the outfield.
Which you feel like that would be one of the most basic design things that you would build. Hey, are there seats?
Well, and they didn't build the stadium. It was already there.
No, I know.
But you're
I'm
right.
saying
It is a minor league team.
Whoever built the stadium, it feels like, and so Ryan said, I think it's so stupid we have to play in this stadium when they have maybe not a perfectly good ballpark in Oakland, but a big league ballpark. So even there, he's like, I'm not going to say it's the best, but it's usable. I would much rather, he said it's not a perfectly good ballpark, but it's a big league ballpark. I'd much rather play in Oakland than Sacramento, but I guess it doesn't really matter what we want.
No, that's true.
So many bits of truth in that statement.
Yeah, they don't care. You just show up and play. Shut up and swing a bat is what they're basically saying. We don't care about, anything else until we get this stadium done. But here's my thing, Kevin.
The fact that they're only going to have to play there for maybe 4 years.
Yeah, you got to make that into a bit. Like, you gotta get Frozone to race the players out there from the dugout, or you got to get them to get one of those giant helmet carts to take the player out to it. And everybody's got to know.
Yeah.
There should be a special song that goes along with it, and everybody's like, oh, it's bathroom, it's potty time, and then everybody's riding their little carts out to the bathroom at the same time. During the 7th inning stretch, this seems like the perfect opportunity to go out to your clubhouse.
I know we're crossing sports here. Would you like to see Paul Pierce getting pushed in a wheelchair to go use the restroom? Because you don't ever forget, it was a shoulder injury, and he had to be taken off the court in a wheelchair because a lot of people thought he needed to use the bathroom. He probably doesn't want to lean into that, right?
We have the Fan After Dark here, and I have seen like Paul Pierce, the Truth After Dark is what he's pushing out right now. So
I mean, there's a couple of times where Blake went Paul Pierce After Dark on that show.
So maybe so. Maybe that is what we're looking for there.
All right. Since you pulled the audio, let's go ahead and play it. Give me cut number 6, if you will, please.
Marte slams it deep to center. Bader backing up, looking up, and it's gone! Ketel Marte, his second home run today, and the Diamondbacks have stolen the lead in the 9th.
Ketel Marte signs an extension with the Diamondbacks. It's going to add $64 million to his career earnings, and he's going to be locked up through 2031 for $116.5 million. Now, we're going to talk about this next story a little bit more tomorrow, but I just need to know, did you look at the Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn GQ photos?
Oh, I haven't seen those yet.
Okay. Paul Skeens is becoming one of my favorite players because he'll just tell you exactly what he thinks. And so one of the things he said was, I've never even heard of GQ before we agreed to do these photos. And also said, my job is to strike people out, not to take pictures. I love every single bit of that. And so, Corey, you can check out the photos, and we will have another thing about that tomorrow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, today is going to be a good day because we've got Big 3 founder Ice Cube next right here on The Fan.
States has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to talk with Ice Cube in just a minute. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to the Joe Milton trade from this morning, and we did get confirmation that it is one of the fifth-round comp picks that is going to be traded out. And so Joe Milton and a seventh for one of your fifth-round comp picks. I believe you have three, so not your main fifth-round pick. I don't know if people were like bent out of shape about that or really needed to know, but there is your information.
That makes up for losing your fourth for Trey Lance, obviously. That's a joke. Come on.
I kind of forgot about that.
I do like that you got back a seventh in this part of the conversation, because Kevin, I think you asked me this the other day. You're like, hey, would you like Joe Milton in a trade? And I was like, I have a lot of questions about, his ability. He's very raw still. There are still a lot of questions about him. Go watch some tape on him. You'll see a couple times he looks pretty comfortable in the pocket, and then other times he wants to get out and he wants to be outside of the pocket, and that's where he's at his best throwing. But when you only gave up a fifth. I said a sixth and seventh, six or a seventh.
Yeah. And
you're getting a seventh back and you gave a fifth. That's like a sixth in my mind. So I'm happy.
Yeah. You know what? That's actually the way I think sometimes. I know people will be like, well, that's not exactly that. That's fine. I get it. Now, we're going to talk to Ice Cube, but I'm looking at the clock and thinking about ripping off the G-Bag Nation, because I believe we just might have time for some soccer talk.
Oh, my gosh.
Now,
is that real life?
Yes, it is real life, and I think it's going to be exciting because I have thoughts and potential updates about this. The United States is going to be named, or has been named, the host of the 2031 Women's World Cup. Now, there's an amazing quote from one of the FIFA representatives, which I don't know if this is what I would have said out loud. We received one bid for 2031 and one valid bid, I should say, for 2035. Like, you could just keep that to yourself, right?
One valid
you don't need to tell everybody.
One bid was so miserable, there was no way we were ever going to use it.
But keep an eye out on this, and we'll have Dan Hunt probably on the show again next week. We just talked to him last week. I think that with this being in the United States, I think AT&T has the inside track to be the 2031 Women's World Cup final venue.
Well, I hope that is the case, because I want something that massive to happen here in DFW.
Right now, we bring to you, he is the founder of Big Three, actor, musician extraordinaire. You know who the hell he is. It is Ice Cube. Good morning, sir.
Yeah. How y'all doing?
We're doing excellent. How are you today?
I'm doing great.
Now,
doing real good.
Okay, excellent. I wanted to know about kind of it feels like a fundamental change in the Big Three, where y'all had kind of toured more city to city with all of the games, and now it's going to be more city-centric with the franchises that you got. Can you explain, if I've got that right, and why the change?
Well, we're still going to have all the games when we come to your city. So you'll still be able to see the whole league. But, going around, the first few years showing basically, everybody what the league is, how cool it is. And, we started to develop these fan bases in certain cities where, we wanted to, come through and really make sure, those cities was represented when we decided to go to a city model, which opens up a lot of fandom when it comes to the Big Three.
Jerry Jones often tells us, he'll say, I love the idea of my town versus your town, my city versus your city, and those kinds of things. How strategically important is Dallas, and what kind of value does Dallas add to the Big Three?
Well, Dallas has been, really loving the Big Three from day one. Like 2017, we came to Dallas. Nobody knew what it was. It's like, what's that Ice Cube doing? Just 3-on-3. Let's go check it out. And the place was packed. We try to come back every year to Dallas, and we've always had a great turnout. So when it was time for us to go to the city-based model, we was like, yo, Dallas has got to be one of the cities that we plant our flag in, because the fan base loves the Big Three. We love Dallas. They've always, supported our league. So, it was a no-brainer for us to make sure we was in Dallas.
Was it a no-brainer to pick up Nancy Lieberman as the coach of the team as well? Because multi-time basketball Hall of Famer, she knows as much about hoops as pretty much anybody you're going to find.
Well, she came to see a game. When we played in 2017, Rick Barry invited her to a game, and she came out to Dallas to check us out. She really loved the league. And when we wanted to expand and make Clyde Drexler the commissioner, we was like, we need another Hall of Famer to take his place as the coach. And, our brain went straight to Nancy because she loved the league. She knows basketball. She's a coach, Hall of Famer, checks all the boxes. And she came in 2018, won Coach of the Year and won the championship. So she planted her flag in the league, her first year, and been a great ambassador for the league ever since. So to have her as the head coach of the Dallas team, it's just like, that lets you know you're on the right track. That's when the universe is working with you.
I know you got a lot going on right now. I mean, you have a lot. Is there a new Friday movie? Are you closing in on this right now?
We closing in on it finally. It's been 20 years since the last one.
Yes.
So we finally got a deal. And we're gonna make a great movie. Everybody's anxious. Everybody want to come and relive some of these characters, bring in new characters. It's gonna be fun to put it together.
What would you say to one of our morning show hosts who has never seen any of the Friday movies? We donked on him this morning for that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what would you tell Mr. Bobby Belt, who has never seen a Friday movie?
Where have you been?
Yes.
Like, where you been all this whole time since 95? Look, you want to laugh? You got some homework. Go check out the Friday movie.
Yes.
You can watch them in order. And, you're probably going to have a headache after laughing so hard. So
That's a fact.
do yourself a favor.
I love it.
It's one of the most quotable movies of our generation, for sure.
And it might be too early in the process. Any chance Mr. Chris Tucker will be back around for this one?
I hope so. I want him back, but it's on him. He's invited, of course, but, it's on him if he want to relive that character. But it's going to be funny with or without him.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, those movies, the talent that we corral together to put those movies together is unmatched. So we're going to have a good time with or without you, Chris. Come on with it.
Yeah, and the last time we talked, I'm such a big fan of Mike Epps, so I'm really hoping he kind of finds his way back into those too. So that'd be awesome to see as well.
Yeah, Mike is definitely in.
Nice.
Definitely in, yeah.
Talking with Ice Cube here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Big Three going to an interesting model now where it is your city.
Big3.com.
Yes,
check it out.
We got our Dallas Power team. I'm looking forward to that as well. Now, I saw that you're diving in on some flag football here. Can you kind of explain what's your interest here and what you see? Because for me, it feels like that NFL model and what they're trying to do and bringing flag football to the forefront, there's a lot more interest in this.
Yeah, we want to help them create the first professional flag football league for, women's league and a men's league. And we're the only one who started a league from scratch. When I say we, that's me, Jeff Quantins, who we've been working together for over 30 years. And I think we're the most qualified to do this thing and do it right. And so, we put our bid in to the NFL. And so hopefully they'll do the right thing, make the right choice, pick us, and then we'll have pro flag football on a high level.
And it feels like very logical timing, of course, as well, given that flag football is going to be in the Olympics in L.A. in 3.5 years.
Yeah, perfect timing. Believe the NFL want to be up and running before that, and get people used to seeing, athletes that are, just as talented, but without the pads, without the hitting. These skillful athletes, some of them are great, but not great with contact. So this is going to be, a great league, on all levels, in the women's league as well. You have women playing football all over the place, flag and even tackle. So we're looking forward to getting busy if we get the nod.
I'm always curious about this because you do have your hands in so many different things. Do you ever get nervous about a venture like something like this, or are you like, no, I have a team that we work really well, we know what we're doing, or is there some kind of apprehension whenever you're walking into something like that?
Not with this, pro flag football. We've been with the big three. Yeah. We've learned so much about what it takes. And we've been able to witness other leagues try to blow up and fail, and we know exactly why it didn't work, or we knew, that they had cracks in their business model, and so, we just are experienced, we talented. I've been in the business, entertainment business, since the '80s, so I've seen every trick in the book when it comes to entertaining people. So, and I'm a fan of sports, fan of football, fan of basketball. So I know what the fans want.
And we know you're sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
We know you're a fan of baseball as well because we saw you driving around with the World Series trophy on the home opener for the Dodgers. What was that experience like?
Oh, man, that was so sweet. Like, I grew up, as a kid watching, Reggie Jackson hit 4 home runs. 3, and coin himself Mr. October on the Dodgers. Seen the Dodgers come back in '81 and beat the Yankees. And then, all these years later to be a part of Dodgers-Yankees series, from doing game 2 to doing the parade and now driving in the trophy, like, I done went to Dodger heaven or something. I don't know. don't wake me up. That's all I got to say.
Well, as Rangers fans, obviously, we're happy anytime the Yankees go down. We always appreciate that. Our pre- and post-game show host, Jared Sandler, he always in the post-game, anytime the Rangers win and Astros lose, he says, Rangers win, Astros lose, and then we play the drop. Today was a good day. Are you okay if we continue doing that as we bash the Astros?
Please do. The Astros, they done hurt our hearts a few times. Caught them cheating a couple times. So, yeah, definitely get them.
I love it. We've come together on a lot of things. Remember, the website is big3.com. Now, I know you're involved in all kinds of different things. I was curious. I have seen your son O'Shea loves professional wrestling, and he is all over the place with professional wrestling. Do you share any of that similar love for pro wrestling?
I was a big WWF fan back in the day. The Hulk Hogan's and Superfly Snookers and all those guys. And then I kind of fell back. But my son is trying to pull me back into it. I go in to our den thinking I'm going to look at a little bit of baseball, football, basketball, and he got on wrestling. So, if he first to the TV, I'm on the wrestling. I got to watch. I got to know who, FM Punk is or CM Punk.
There you go.
These guys, and make sure, I'm kind of up on it because he absolutely loved it. Not only him, but my daughter. He got my wife on it now. It's he's taking over in this house with this wrestling.
They all talk your ear off about John Cena becoming a bad guy or what then?
Yeah, I've seen him. You know, he got in the ring and kind of spilled out this whole soliloquy, and everybody was booing him, and he just, turned into a heel. I was like, I didn't see that one was coming, but I guess so.
I love it, man. Big3.com is the website. All the games will still be coming through Dallas, of course, but Dallas Power, coached by Nancy Lieberman. Ice Cube, thank you very, very much for your time and
Always
for
a pleasure,
giving us a team.
Hey, man, congratulations, Dallas. You got a great team in Power. They won the championship in 2018, so cheer them on to a championship this year. See what they do.
Thank you very much, good sir. Appreciate it.
Anytime, every time. Take it easy.
There you go. Ice Cube right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we checked off a lot of boxes.
Every box.
Chris Tucker.
Check.
Is invited to be in the next Friday movie,
Always
which
invited.
is in fact happening.
Always welcome.
And he has started to
Eps
catch.
will be there.
Yes,
Eps
Mike
will be
Epps
there.
will be there. And perhaps
Lucy.
Ice Cube is catching just a little bit of wrestling fever.
He hates the Astros as much as we do.
Yes, he does.
So he's fine if we keep playing that drop.
All right, so we have audio that we need to send to Jared.
Yep.
We definitely have audio we need to send to Bobby to get off your ass, or I guess sit back down on your ass and watch the Friday movies.
Watch the movies, dude. They're good.
Yeah, there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey, I don't know about you. I can't imagine having to follow that segment.
Oh.
Whoever has to go after that,
it's ridiculous. Like,
they're probably doomed.
They
right?
might have a bad day.
Whew. Hey, what's coming up next?
It's time for AM on the FM, you jerks. We got the question of the day. Plus, how the hell do I follow that up? Next on The Fan.
Use your AK.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, wait, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, wait for it, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
How in the world do I follow that up? It is time for AM on the FM.
Alec, did that video that MJF recorded, is that unplayable in the intro? Like, I know it's delightful for you, but is that probably never going to make its way into the intro? Because it's pretty dang edgy.
Played it, was it Friday for Masterpiece of the Week? Kevin had already taken off to New York, and the Rangers were on their way to wins.
Yes.
It's true. Might be out of town again this weekend.
Ooh. That means more wins. I like that. But yeah, it's probably never going to make the intro. My pipe dream is that come July, whenever they're doing like a week's worth of events, AEW is here in the Metroplex, maybe we can get to talk to them again, and I can get something a little more intro friendly.
Okay.
Other than remarks about my mother. You know, that would probably be more suited if he was making fun of me, because this segment is about me, not other people. So it's time for AM on the FM. That being said, 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line wants you to answer the question of the day there. And then one of my favorite things about sports broadcasting that has nothing to do about sports happened yesterday. And I need you guys to hear it. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But today's a great day. It's not just a good day, Ice Cube. It's a great day. Because it's not only National Burrito Day, which is a lovely day just by itself, but today is also National Film Score Day.
Ooh.
So,
John Williams.
Okay, there we go. You already answered it. The question of the day is your favorite movie soundtrack of all time. 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well.
Bullworth. It seems ridiculous. It had Ghetto Superstar on it. It had one of my favorite songs from the RZA. Like, there's...
Is that a score, though?
No, it's a soundtrack.
Yeah.
He said soundtrack.
Oh.
in your face, dunked on.
Because I'm caught up in my John Williams world. But
Did you watch the special John Williams in Tokyo?
I did.
That's so good.
My favorite, I think, soundtrack is for American Graffiti. Because let's go back to George Lucas, who knows more about the ancillary parts of movies than everybody.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, there is no such real thing as a soundtrack.
Really?
Before, there might have been like one here or there, but people put out scores.
Okay.
Like, here's the score to this movie. And George Lucas is like, you know what? What if we just had a whole bunch of popular songs that people already liked? And
Smart,
so
yeah.
the American Graffiti double album became like by far the highest selling at the time movie soundtrack in history. And he got all those songs for pretty much nothing because they weren't like, I can make money off of that?
Right,
They're
that
like,
makes a lot
whatever.
of sense.
And so then obviously we would go back to making more Star Wars movies, and George Lucas convinced the Fox executives to give up all international merchandising rights because they're like toys?
Yeah.
Who cares? And he was like, okay, deal. So American Graffiti, it's just got so many songs that I love on it, and I really like that movie, so I'm going to go with that one.
Also,
Guardians of the Galaxy.
if you're,
is a good one.
dude, any of the Guardians of the Galaxy ones are good. They play really good music
They do.
on those. Might be niche, but if I want like a calm soundtrack, it's the Garden State soundtrack. I've always liked the Garden State and the Orange County soundtrack from the movie. Yeah, that song's on it, and there's some Dave Grohl on there too. So those are all really good ones. But those are. I think Purple Rain's probably going to get a lot of love. It should, at least.
It should. It should.
Ooh. Or I think two more I was going to say, Forrest Gump essentially enacted the same kind of theory as American Graffiti.
Goodfellas.
And then I know the movie wasn't good, but that Godzilla soundtrack is top notch. The not the original, but the Godzilla with Matthew Broderick that came out in like 98, 99. Rage Against the Machine is on there. There are all kinds of excellent songs on there, and then somebody really, really bad.
People really love the Dazed and Confused soundtrack.
Yes, they do.
That's for sure. I remember whenever I got it, and like that CD didn't come out of the car for quite some time until I think my CD player got stolen.
Is that when you had the one CD, or you had the 6 CD changer?
That was when I had the one.
Okay.
Actually, Kevin, that was when I had the one. I also had the CD player, the Walkman CD player that you plugged into the tape player.
Tape? Yes.
And then eventually, I think my mom's car had the 6-disc changer in the trunk.
Okay, man, there was a time, if you want to feel really old or really young, where the fanciest thing that a human being could have was the 6 CD changer in the back of your car.
Dude, I was trying to explain VHS to Lucy the other day, and I was like, "What? She'll never understand that we used to have to put our movies into a thing. We couldn't just go to the TV and watch it or watch them on our tablet."
Yeah, I mean, like, I've told my son, that my older son, my younger son will never know anything about such things. But the fact that you can fast forward through commercials or just not have them in your movies, that's amazing to me.
And even as a 23-year-old man, I still like getting the physical copies of things. I don't know why. Whenever I got the PS5, I got the version that has the disc reader on it. It has the optical drive because I like collecting the games themselves. I like collecting the movies. I think I got it from my dad because he's got an army of like steel bookcase movies.
Yes.
But I don't know. There's something about actually having the physical copy of it. And now seeing that Nintendo is going to start charging you $80 for digital downloads for the new Mario Kart game and whatnot coming out on the Switch 2. It's like, you may as well get the physical copy if you're going to charge me that much money.
Okay, anytime there's an internet outage, even briefly, do you look at those physical copies and you're like, this is why? The grid's gone down. Even though not really, it's probably going to be fine. But you're like, the grid's gone down.
We're all
now,
screwed.
I can play my Finding Forrester DVD and nobody else can watch it.
I do it every time. I still have the old CD player stereo radio combo thing that we used to keep in our backyard when we would swim in the summers. Me and my sister had an army of Disney CDs and whatnot and soundtracks. Still got all of them. They're sitting in my closet somewhere for that exact reason. If I get bored and there's no internet, I can at least have my tunes. That'll be amazing. It's going to be really old stuff.
I like it.
It's going to be like Peter Frampton CDs that my grandpa gave me, but hey.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's still good stuff. It's still good stuff. It's just nothing current. Nothing whatsoever. So your favorite movie soundtracks, 877-881-1053. We're getting all kinds of unique stuff, lots of agreement too. Seen lots of Tarzan, including from the 817 here.
Yeah, that's a really good one because of Phil Collins, the greatest Alamo collector of all time.
He's awesome. I love Phil Collins, man. That's probably going to be my winner, is the Tarzan soundtrack. I love that because I remember, mainly because there is sentimental value attached to it. My grandpa would drive me around. He's the one that put me onto the Peter Framptons of the world. He was like, I'm going to show you real music. And we're going to start with Phil Collins. That was like the first CD that I remember like being old enough to appreciate what was actually happening.
Yeah.
I can't remember what album it was. I still have it. He gave me all these CDs after he would play them for me in the car. But Phil Collins was like the first artist that I really appreciated at a young age. And then I heard the Tarzan soundtrack and I said, wait, that's that same dude from the car. He's awesome.
I think the South Park guys have ruined Phil Collins for me to a certain extent because they made fun of him and they're like, because he won the Oscar over them for the Blame Cannon and all that, and then they always throw in digs like, hey, don't forget Phil Collins divorced his second wife by fax, or like just all of these weird factoids that they're so bitter about, but apparently people love it.
From the 214, the Rocky soundtrack.
Okay, Rocky 4. Let's be specific.
Yes.
All right. Rocky 3 has Eye of the Tiger, and I'm here for all of that. And then obviously Rocky 1, you have the amazing, like the actual score that we got used to. Rocky 4 has so many awesome songs that like might be a liberal definition of the word awesome to some people, but Hearts on Fire, oh my God, love it.
This kind of goes down the wormhole we were talking about, like a week ago when Corey said he wanted to play like piano and any instrument ever. Anytime I see a video, because I see this from the 817, anytime I see a video on TikTok or whatever of somebody playing the Interstellar theme, I have to stop and watch because it amazes me every single time.
My son Carter watched the movie, walked over to the piano and started playing it. And I was like, this is one of the things. This is why people don't like you. No, I'm just joking. People love that kid. So by the way, somebody said that the RZA did not do Ghetto Superstar. Right. It was a song called The Chase. There are other like LL Cool J, Method Man, Dr. Dre, Ice Cube's on that soundtrack, Eve's on it. Like that soundtrack is the Bulworth soundtrack if you want to check it out. It's I don't know. I thought it was great at the time because it had some very great beats on it.
Do we need to talk about how the ending of Interstellar is stupid?
No.
Or I mean the
because
movie.
You didn't understand.
The movie's really good, and it was like I was in the bookcase. It was us all along. Oh my God, so stupid.
You don't get it, do you?
Because it's stupid.
No, it's
You never
not.
will.
So
One day there's a spirit's going to reach out to you, Kevin. You're going to be like, I can't believe that spirit finally connected.
And they're going to be like, who is that spirit? It was me all along.
You can't say that because you're stuck in the time continuum of the black hole.
Sounds like we need to get Kevin in a Ouija board or something.
No, no deal.
Yeah. No, that's going to be your
Why
birthday
does it
gift.
start with an O?
That's a great question that I don't have an answer for. What I can tell you is that one of my favorite like random things in sports
You're
broadcasting.
talking about the movie?
No, the Ouija board, not Interstellar. I know it's not Interstellar or whatever. I don't know why I added a T in there. I'm sorry, Alec. Back to you.
One of my favorite things, and this really started, I think it was maybe 2 years ago, the Rangers had a Game of Thrones theme night, and there was a borderline insane read that Eric Nadel had to do on the broadcast. And after like maybe the third or fourth time, Hicksy goes, oh, you're a pro at this, huh? And he just goes, I don't write them, I just read them. And he had no idea the names he was reading. He didn't know anything about the show, and I respected it.
Wow.
And this happened yesterday, I believe. Michael Kay, I'm not a big fan of his, but whenever he tries his best, he can be quite hilarious at times. He was trying to explain some spikes that Jazz Chisholm was wearing, and they were about an anime that he clearly has no idea about, and he's just reading Wikipedia.
What have we got going here, Michael?
Well, that is, he wears a lot of things from an anime series called One Piece.
Oh, nice.
And on his armband, you see Monkey D. Luffy, also known as Straw Hat Luffy. He's the captain and founder of the Straw Hat Pirates.
Nice.
And protagonist of the anime and manga series One Piece. I know you were asking about this, Paul, that Monkey D. Luffy has the properties of rubber after accidentally eating one of the devil fruits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man.
Jazz is a big anime fan.
Now, guys, you know that big chain that he wears sometimes? The
Yep.
hat? Well, that's from that series as well. And he also has that same design in his teeth.
In his teeth, really?
Yes. I saw it was new
That's
this
actually
spring.
pretty
I think he
cool.
got it at the end of last year. I asked him about it. I was like, wow, I haven't seen that before. A lot of diamonds.
That's up close and personal.
A lot of diamonds.
All right. Michael K is trying.
He's trying.
That lady knows what's up. And then that other guy did not care at all until you mentioned the teeth.
He gave him a cool story, bro.
He really did.
Yeah, that was great, man.
That used to be one of my favorite things is the dispassionate Al Michaels read of the new show. And he's like, oh, man, you guys are not going to believe what happens when Steve Mack and Joe Cheese get together to try to solve crimes. This
CSI
Sunday.
Miami.
Yeah, and it's just, he could not have possibly cared less about what he was saying.
My kid loves One Piece. I got into it because of them. Both of them, they were very into it. And Troy Hughes was a voice on, I think it was Golden was one of them.
This is true.
Troy Hughes did a voice on that. One Piece is fun, dude. That's awesome. I can't go into Monkey Boy and all that stuff, but I did watch enough of it to know that it's a lot of fun. And they did that live action of it. I still like the cartoon more.
Okay.
The anime, my apologies.
Oh, yeah.
My apologies.
Get it right, man.
Yeah, for the manga.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you guys want to talk a little bit more about the Dallas Cowboys' newest backup quarterback?
Do we have a choice?
No.
Exactly.
Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we have ESPN's Ryan Callahan talking hockey with you at 3:20 full show. Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Baseball fans, take a swing at making picks on
Has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Second and goal. Read option. Milton. A Sunday walk in the park.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Ooh, I like that. Let's start with this. Corey, is this loser talk?
I don't know.
Mark Davis, owner of the Raiders, so probably.
Probably.
He said, "This is my favorite time because we're undefeated." That's what he said at the league meeting. Now, I know he was kind of joking.
Yeah, he was definitely trying to make a joke, but it looks bad. It's a bad look, dude.
Yeah.
If you have to make that joke, you're a bad team. Plain and simple.
Okay. Do you like this of his...
And think about this for a second. Isn't the draft usually a lot of times Cowboys' favorite time because they get excited about what is to be?
For sure. And the Raiders' favorite time because they got the fastest players. Now... this is the third straight year with a different coach and general manager combination. Mark Davis had a really well thought out answer about that. I just didn't get it right. That's all there is to it. I mean, that's true.
Yeah, and you should be fired for that, quite honestly, or not be allowed to do it again. Like, dead serious, man. You're never going to establish any consistency if you're constantly having that kind of turnover. Sure. I wanted to make a comparison to something else, but I won't right now. But if you're doing that over and over and over, your team's never gonna have any comfort. They're never gonna understand what their roles are. You just keep screwing them over. I mean, the Cowboys doing it every 5 years or so is kind of a beating too. Like you're like, why do we keep doing this? But it's miserable, and you shouldn't be allowed to do it again if you've screwed it up that bad 3 years in a row.
Now, I think you're going to hate this quote even more, or maybe you'll love it. I don't know. Again, this is Mark Davis. This is a real thing that he said. You always want to compete, but you have to be honest. Are we going to win the Super Bowl this year? I don't know. It's possible. I mean, which is, I think is a very fair statement, but I wonder if his fan base is going to be like, hey, thanks a lot for that.
That's miserable. Can you imagine being Max Crosby, having all that money and just being like, I'm never going to have a shot.
Yeah.
And again...
and my owner doesn't seem that concerned.
You have the choice, right? You can take different money and go somewhere else. You can just say, see you later when they offer you the contract. Or you can say, I'm going to try and stick it out with who drafted me. Again, very random that you got drafted there, just like very random of where you were born.
Right.
But a lot of people say, I got drafted here, I'm sticking here, and I'm never leaving. And with an organization like that, it's frustrating. That's why, isn't that what DeMarcus Lawrence just told us?
Yes.
I know I'm never winning one there.
Absolutely. Now let's go back to Trey Hendrickson, because we talked yesterday about how Katie Blackburn was like, hey, maybe we'll get done. We'll just wait and see. So Trey Hendrickson went on with Pat McAfee, and he said, that's a little disappointing because the communication has been poor over the last couple of months. So he said they haven't really talked, and he wants to get this deal done before the last year of his deal coming up, and they haven't really talked. And so then to hear one of the execs come out and go, I don't know, maybe.
Oh, man.
While they're signing their receivers, it would be different like if Chase and Higgins hadn't gotten signed, right? Because then you're like, maybe they're just the worst at this and they're not doing anything. But they definitely were like, no, we need to fix that.
Yeah, that's bad front offices, dude. You just keep throwing those. Well, I guess, I don't know. Does it seem like they got it right with the other guys they've signed, and this one they're just failing with?
It's tough because like you want to say yes, but what have they done? I know Joe Burrow made it to a Super Bowl and stuff, but they haven't won anything.
Yeah, that's a valid point there. And he was a key to their defense, but their defense also hasn't been that great lately. So he's good.
That is true.
But they're not.
That is true. All right, let's go to Christmas. The Chiefs have made the request to become a permanent host for the Christmas game.
Smart.
One of the Christmas game. Much like the Cowboys and Lions are on Thanksgiving. What do you think about, you just said smart. Will you tell me more about that?
First off, just look at what the Cowboys have accomplished, having Thanksgiving in their back pocket every year. They have an entire audience built for them at that time slot. Secondly, there's 2 movies about the Kansas City Chiefs and Christmas.
I really didn't know about the other one. I'll have to.
And you said there's a third one on the way.
The one about the Bills.
The other one's not as connected to the Chiefs. It's more along the lines connected to the story of the two, a pop star and a football player. There's no Chiefs involved.
Who could that possibly be about?
But, they already have movies built in. It seems like it's just a natural fit that people watch the movie and then get excited about watching a Chiefs game.
And I don't think you can make the argument of like,
it's great marketing.
What if they stop being good? Because I know the Lions are good now, but there was years and years and years and years where they were not good, and they didn't take that game away. All right, so you're in support of the Kansas City Chiefs getting A, a permanent Christmas game, and B, maybe more Christmas movies.
Mm-hmm. I am supporting that.
All right.
Somebody said I'm confused why the NFL should let the NBA have Christmas Day.
They've decided they are no longer going to.
And the NFL, they're the big boy.
Yeah.
Like they walk in and they just say, it's ours. We take it. And the NBA has no choice. Like they can be nice. Let's say the NBA said, hey, we would like to pay you 10% of our profits. Then the NFL can say, good, we want 20. That's
right.
Then we'll give you Christmas Day.
Yeah. So, for the longest time, they ceded it to the NBA, but once they saw it work, you're like, okay,
now.
We're about to change that. All right. If you are so inclined, the Dallas Cowboys draft party will be back. It starts Thursday, the 24th, with activities outside the Ford Center on the Tostitos Championship Plaza. Now, one of the big things I think for a lot of people there is rhythm and blues dancers, of course, the cheerleaders, live music, but also the opportunity to pick up autographs. There'll be lots of alum out there, and they'll do the same thing that Friday at 6 p.m. and Saturday at 8 a.m. It's comboed up with the return of the Dallas Cowboys Draft 5K. So
wow.
There you go.
That is a lot going on.
It really, really is. Now, what do you think about this? What do you think about a modified version of changing the playoff seeds? So Roger Goodell says the Lions' proposal to seed by record, not division, was a, quote, healthy proposal. But it didn't have enough votes. So one of the notions that's going out there is they won't totally change it, but if you win your division with a sub 500 record, then you would not get your home game.
Okay.
Do you like that as a compromise?
I'm glad I like that as the first step.
Okay.
Because if that's the case and they see, when Heike came on with us on Monday last week, I believe.
When I was in
When you weren't here. When Heike came on, that was, he explained the hockey playoffs and the results they saw and how they were very happy that you had the Stars going up against Colorado and all that happening so early because it was a great way to kick off the playoffs. And don't you want to see good teams play rather than crap teams play?
Absolutely.
So I'm interested to see how that thing goes along, and if they would ever look at it and say, you know what, we're not even letting a division winner into the playoffs if they don't have a good enough record.
So I guess the argument that some teams have made is that obviously not all divisions are created equally, so they don't like the idea of, doing the reseeding like that. And they're like, either that or what's the point of playing divisions? And they're like, give me a round robin where I play every single NFC team.
Yeah.
That would, I don't know. Like, it's hard to add even more intrigue to the Super Bowl.
Actually, round robin every team. So 32 teams. You got to play against 31 of them.
It's
a 31-game season.
But do you think that would add to the intrigue of the Super Bowl if, 15 of your games were against other NFC teams? And then you only played 2 AFC teams, and you're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe we are way better
Maybe
than them,
so.
maybe not.
Maybe so.
All right, let's go back to Joe Milton. If you missed the news, the Cowboys are trading one of their compensatory 5th-round picks to the New England Patriots. In return, they get Joe Milton and a 7th-round pick. Do you think there will be some sort of competition, whether you think it's a real competition or not, or do you think Joe Milton will just automatically be the backup quarterback?
I think they'll have some competition there for sure.
Okay.
To confirm that, I think what he can do with his legs fits really well with what they have in mind of what a backup quarterback should be. A lot of times people are like, look, if you're the backup, you don't make decisions, you take off running. And if he can do that, we're pretty comfortable with that. The other part, though, is look at all the moves the Cowboys actually have made this offseason.
Sure.
None of them have been splashy. This isn't a huge splash, but you did get younger at a backup position, and I'm good with that, and cheap. But they've made a lot of moves, and I will give them the credit on being involved in it a little more this year. They had to because they saw the crap that happened last year. But I'm appreciative of them actually doing that. We'll see if that works out for them.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I know we're excited about the wins, as we should be. But where has the Rangers offense been to start this season? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, multiple things can be true for this segment. We can all be super stoked that the Rangers are 5-2, right? But then also go, hey, I have a question about this offense. We haven't scored more than 4 runs in any game.
And that is very fair. That is a very fair thing to say, and I don't think Boach would deny that, because even as he was talking yesterday in the pregame show about what Evaldi did, and even as he was talking with us, he was like, look, that's the bats weren't what we were needing them to be, and we got this kind of results. This is a positive thing. I did want to give a shout out today, Kevin. What? Yeah, I know it's Thursday. Shout out to the Chase Bank at Market Center in Turtle Creek. They are blaring 105.3 The Fan on their speakers, so we appreciate the Chase Bank at Market Center in Turtle Creek.
Because you're excited that it's on. Do you want it to be blaring in a bank?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want everybody to know. I want them to be like, who are those sexy voices that I'm hearing on radio right now? I need to go.
I'm going to give them some of this money that I just took out.
That'd be amazing if they just knew what Tolo Go was, but they were like, this is the first time I've heard of the fan. Why do they keep saying Tolo Go? I thought that was just a thing that you're supposed to do is get it on. And I'd be like, no, this is the thing the fans started. Anyway, it's lunchtime. Let's rock this Rangers talk.
Do you think any of those people in the bank want you to make a deposit in them?
Probably.
All right.
I've been to a bank before.
Well, I guess.
I guess, yeah. All right. Texas Rangers. They bounced up from 8th to 6th, not 2nd, to 6th in the ESPN power rankings. But let's talk about that offense. And you mentioned it, and I'm glad that you did, is that Bruce Bochy was very upfront.
And he always is.
Yes, he really is, about the struggles of the offense thus far. Let's go back to referencing what people have said. They have talked about how some people have said Bruce Bochy is stubborn with Marcus Semien as a leadoff. Here's what I'm going to say about that, and tell me if this answer makes sense. I don't think he's being stubborn this year.
Okay.
I think he's being stubborn going into the season. But once you started Marcus Semien as the leadoff hitter, he was always going to be the leadoff hitter for at least 20, 25 games, whatever the case is. My issue is that he got installed into that spot to begin with. All right? Like, I don't think you change after 7 games. I just wouldn't have put him in that spot to begin with.
Like when he got here?
No. Like this year.
Okay.
Just this year, for sure.
Yeah.
Just this year.
6 strikeouts is tied for the lead. Jake Berger also has 6. Leo Tavares has 6. Josh Smith has 6.
For the team lead.
Yeah.
Because we know Rafael Devers has as many
He has
strikeouts
the most ever, yeah.
as most teams.
But yeah, they have 6. Each one of those guys has 6. That's a poor thing. Like that, the swing and miss part of it, that's a bad thing. Seeing 115 next to Marcus Semien's name does not make you feel good. And we know, we asked him at spring training, what is your approach? And his approach is, if I see a fastball inside, I'm taking it yard. That's my goal.
Yeah.
And I wonder if maybe it's time to adjust the approach a little bit and start doing some other things. Now, he's very comfortable trying to pull the ball, but if pitchers know that, they can pitch around what your best asset is. I need you on base. Now, I know Bochy wants this team to slug. The dude's not even hitting, though.
Yeah.
And I love everything about Marcus Semien, man. He is what you want as your second base leader on the team. But the reality is he probably needs to go to Boch and say, look, man, it's not working right now, and I got to figure something out. And I can't be putting our team, in peril to start off games. But I was hoping this would be an up year based on his history. That's just a trend kind of thing.
Now, we're going to talk
Who
about...
else are you going to put at leadoff, though?
See, because who would you have thought
it would have been Evan Carter.
Exactly.
But he can't hit. And he's hitting poorly in the minors.
I don't know if I would rule out the idea of putting Wyatt Langford there.
I don't disagree. The dude has speed. Now, he did hurt us a little bit yesterday when he tried to wheel out a double, but I appreciate the aggressiveness.
On a day when offense was limited.
And that's the reason, too, is he was pressing and he screwed up by kind of stuttering when he rounded first base, but he was pressing because he's like, dude, we're not getting runners on. We need to get somebody in scoring position. Let me go for it. So, but I agree with you. He's the fastest. He can hit for power. He can hit for all these other things. But it is a weird thing right now with Corey Seager bouncing in and out of the lineup and not having the power that you expect out of him.
Now, I'm going to go back to Marcus Semien, and then we can talk about the team as a whole. The things that are particularly discouraging for Marcus Semien, you mentioned the strikeouts, but just complete lack of any area of production from the leadoff spot. When what I mean by that is not only the 3 hits, we talked about the batting average, 1 RBI. It's been 7 games, and he has 1 RBI. And probably worse than that, you know how many runs he scored? None. If your leadoff hitter has scored none runs, yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. That is bad. And I know it's just 7 games. And that's like, Alec, if it makes sense, it's oddly encouraging, too, that you are 5-2 despite the immense offensive struggles. You know what I'm saying?
It's going to be really nice whenever you do have some of those powerhouse like interleague games that you're going to have to play. Some of those National League teams that it feels like they've got four different teams not named the Dodgers that probably aren't getting enough respect for how good they are. Whenever you start playing those teams, if it's just a beginning of the season slump. If things actually do start to progress with some of these hitters in the lineup, then you're getting amazing pitching probably, 3-4 turns out of the rotation so far? If it stays consistent. If you're scoring a ton of runs and not allowing a lot, that sounds like good math to me. So, yeah, if the offense is sluggish right now, but you're still winning, imagine what's going to happen when Adolis continues to tear. Whenever Wyatt Langford, it feels like he gets on base twice a game.
Jonah Heim has another 2 home run games.
If he does that even like once every 2 weeks, then you're like, we're probably winning 140 games this year.
Now, I know it's just a weekend, so these numbers can dramatically change.
Can I go back to the RBI real quick on Marcus Semien? I don't know have the exact people, but Tavares hits in front of him, and Jonah Heim hits in front of him. The 8-9 hitters. Jonah Heim has 4 hits, and 2 of them are home runs. So 2 times you may have had opportunities for Semien to get RBI. Leody Tavares hasn't started off hot either. He had 3 hits so far, and Higgy has 2 hits. So I would say there haven't been enough opportunities. I don't know how many left on. I haven't looked that number on base there, but I'm with you, though. When the opportunities are there, he needs to be pushing those guys around.
What do you think is the team's batting average so far?
200.
192. And what really sucks about that is it feels like you said 200 in a disappointing fashion, and it's even lower than that. What do you think their on-base percentage is?
200.
Man, that would be super depressing.
250.
It's a
like
robust 256.
Ugh.
You're not going to like this
I
next
feel
one
like it's going to be like in the low 300s area for their slugging.
What do you think their... Yes, that is true.
Okay.
Their slugging is 327. What do you think their OPS is for the season?
A good OPS is what?
800.
A great OPS is what?
I think if you touch 900, some people might argue 875.
500.
It's 584. Think about last year. I think last year came in at about 670, and we all felt disappointed. And you're a good 85 points back of that. Those are all the bad things, okay? Now, the good thing is, since it is just a weekend, if you have a week of, let's say you're the Cincinnati Reds in the series opener against us, if you have anything resembling that here and there, or you have a really good offensive week, these numbers are all going to flip back into either neutral or positive territory. So I realize like patching out some of the numbers this early is kind of difficult, but these are the numbers that we have so far. And then I go back to their 5-2, even with a completely deficient offense thus far. They haven't scored more than 4 runs in a game, I don't think.
No. I went back and looked. Simeon's had 8 at-bats with runners on. 6 with runners in scoring position. Do you know what his batting average is in both of those instances?
I do not.
125 and 167. But with nobody on, he's hitting 111. So it's not good right now, Kevin. And it feels a lot that feeling of, is this the same thing as last year? Is this the same thing as built right before the World Series run? All those things are, how do you fix it? Is the coach that's going to come in here and fix this thing? Is it what's going to fix it? These guys just got to find it. They got to find it again and get that confidence back and probably get there and start watching some more tape and getting ready for that.
Now, for people that were asking about the torpedo bats, I love what Marcus Semien said about this. Both him and Seager said, at least at this moment, they're not inclined to make a change. Semien said, I want the Marcus Semien bat to start hitting first.
Fact.
He goes, for me, it's kind of a comfort thing. I'm comfortable with certain things. I've pretty much used the same 2 models for the last 5 years. But I do like that he was like, I need to get my bat working first, and then we'll go from there. As for Corey Seager, this is somebody who we know studies all the mechanics of hitting. And
he loves himself at hitting.
Probably a couple hours a day. He said, quote, I'm more focused on putting myself in the right spot to do what I need to do. There are probably times when it would help, but it's hard to know exactly when those times are. So it definitely sounds like, at least for now, Seager and Simeon are not likely to go down the route of the torpedo bag.
Yeah, probably not. How much do you feel like, so somebody just texted this in, how much do you feel like they're missing Josh Young in the lineup specifically? Because
a lot.
Duran didn't give me a lot to write home about. Josh Smith, we just pointed out his batting average right now. It's not super great. So I feel like Josh Young kind of pushes everybody else down a little bit and helps out. But I don't know, man. The way that they're not, it doesn't feel like they're seeing pitches the way they want to. They're swinging right through them sometimes.
I agree with that second part for sure. But I also agree with the first part. And I think the other thing that we add, and I remember that we talked with Hicksy about this on opening day, it's hard to be that guy and that leader when you're not playing. And so there is some absolute intangible about Josh Young that just clicks with his teams and clicks specifically with this franchise and this clubhouse, that having him in the lineup from a purely, hey, you're good at hitting the ball perspective, agreed, for sure. But also, like, the people seem to rally.
The fire.
They really
the excitement.
do.
It's Adolis looks forward to when he rounds the bases after a home run to seeing Josh Young right there at the front of the dugout. He loves it. You can see it in his face. That's the thing. That's the thing for me that's missing. And then
that's fair.
He adds he when he's driving doubles into the gaps, like that's where you're just like, oh my gosh, this is great. I miss it though.
And it is, again, that's the most important, well, I guess two most important things about this. It's only been a week, and that is very fair. But then the other part is, think about it. Think about all the offensive complaints that we've had in this segment. Complaint after complaint after complaint. They're 5-2.
And top of this division,
oh yeah,
Astros stink.
The Astros do stink.
That's
don't
because they put a second baseman who doesn't know how to play outfield and left field, and he's screwing them over.
Don't worry.
And they're not good this year.
The A's are still holding it down in last place.
Dude, they have a field in Sacramento that doesn't have a direct line to the clubhouse,
bathroom.
so they have to run to the bathroom through center field. It's amazing.
Also,
that franchise still exists.
How the hell are the Braves 0-7?
It doesn't make any sense. I will say, haven't some of their games, they were played against the Padres. It's funny to see people going, the Padres on a historic 7-0 run to start the season, and the Dodgers like also a historic, and they're the top two teams in their division. They're 8-0. The Padres are 7-0. That's 15-0 right there from those two teams. And you're like, they're chasing each other. It's awesome.
You don't know what's crazy? I think it's the AL East and the AL West have the second best top two record for their top two teams. They're 9-4, and the West is 8. The NL West is 15-0, and don't forget, the Giants are 5-1, and they're already 2 games
20-1 out of those three teams.
The Giants are 5-1, and they're like, we're down 2 games already. What the crap in hell? It's because the top 3 teams in your division are 20-1. Think about that, 20-1. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. Will you be stoked if these are the first 2 Dallas Cowboys draft picks? Plus, we'll do some March Madness. Has this NCAA tournament been a bore for you, or is your bracket thriving? All of it next right here on The Fan.
now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it like Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Fafita on 3rd and 5.
Likely a free play right here on the offsides. He's going to chuck it downfield. Look at end zone. Got his man McMillan. That's a score. Touchdown, Arizona.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Would you be happy if these were the Cowboys' first 2 picks? We're going to talk about that, as well as college basketball, as well as, I think, Mario Kart. All is going to happen in this Expressway. All right, let's start with this. And, you probably guessed who the first one was. Tet McMillan. So we're 3 weeks away from the NFL draft, where we'll be taking over all of the pluckers in the DFW as well for NFL draft. But Chad Reuter with NFL.com said ideal top 2 picks for every single team. So let's go to the Dallas Cowboys, and it is Tet McMillan. And I want to add this. Todd McShay said that Tet McMillan at number 12, the wide receiver out of Arizona, going to the Dallas Cowboys, has picked up a lot of steam. Corey, how would you feel if Tet went to Dallas at 12?
Love it. Listen, we talked a little bit about Matthew Golden, yes, out of UT on Monday, and sounds like a pretty good dude from everything we hear.
Yes, agreed.
Compared to some of his other teammates.
I don't know what that's a reference to.
That being said, so that was a name that we kind of saw pop up real fast on the Cowboys. And went, oh, hold on. But he's a different type of receiver. I think to pair Tet next to CeeDee Lamb is great because he's a true outside guy.
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb, you can then adjust, move him around. And I think you can move the chains with both receivers. And I don't think you're forcing anything. You're creating. This is, Kevin, in my mind, this is the Dan Buckner thing all over again. And he's from Arizona. Remember, that was where Dan Buckner originally went. But back in the day, Allen was like, hey, Dan Buckner, if you're open, if you're single coverage, we're going to you. If you're double covered, we're going to the other guy because he's going to be open and he's going to be able to beat his guy. So that I think this builds perfectly. If you're going to do that, I think this is a really good combination. You're not getting a burner. You're not getting, he is great size and can move the chains and has some good speed to go along with it.
I know this would never happen, and we had a host who used to talk about the draft. We're like, hey, yeah, if we could get all the top 10 players, that'd be great. And I'm like, sure, thanks a lot for that. If somehow Tet or...
And honestly, Kevin, I'm sorry, I didn't expect Tet to be there.
Yeah, okay.
At 12.
Okay.
I haven't for a long
right.
time.
Now.
Till recently.
Let's stick with that. If for some reason they got Tet or Genty at 12... and then the other one slid down a few picks, would you go ahead and jump in there and trade a future first to get both of them? That's not based on a rumor. This is just a crazy draft hypothetical for you.
Okay, then hypothetically, yes. Probably not.
Okay.
Because if Genty fell that far, I have a feeling I might be able to go into the 3rd round to get a running back.
Okay.
If that's the case, if he's still sliding down and running back isn't going off the board, and as deep of a running back class as this is, I wouldn't. I would just kind of probably stick around. Never mind. I can't say anything about the buttons.
Okay, man, still a lot of button talk from like 2.5 hours ago. From the 940, don't like the wide receivers in this draft. Don't want to take the number 2 wide receiver at 12 overall. And so I understand the logic of depth for the wide receiver as well. But let's say that you did not make that trade, which is exactly what Corey said. So in round 1, you get Tet McMillan. In round 2, you get this fine gentleman, cut number 9 from Ohio State.
They pitch it, Henderson. Squares up, Henderson. Nice burst, still on the move. Henderson, high stepping, Travion Henderson, touchdown.
So Tet McMillan in the first at 12, Travion Henderson in the second round at number 44.
The comment about getting a second receiver that high, I look at it more of you might have, what if something happens to CeeDee Lamb? God forbid something happened, but what if something does? Your current room does not have a dude that can step up and be a 1.
That's true.
So in my mind, you have a number 1 ready to go. A guy that's a polished enough receiver to go be that number 1 for you. So that's why I would be perfectly fine with it just in case. And now if I'm looking at it, I got 2 guys that I feel very comfortable with. But right now the receiver room is porous.
It's funny that you say that because I initially, I think you're probably right. I initially judged that differently. I thought they meant the second best wide receiver in this draft, but I think your interpretation is probably the correct one.
Who knows? I don't care if I'm right or not. I just want the Cowboys to get it right. And I think that's what we all want ultimately, is just get it right, guys, so we can move on.
How do you guys feel about... Okay.
Running back?
No.
Oh.
How do you feel about Tet versus, since we had the conversation the other day about Matthew Golden?
I like the size. You know, I've always loved it. Once Broada said this when we were working nights, he was like, off the bus guys. I've always liked that. It is intimidating. When you see just wave after wave of big, strong athletes running at you, you kind of get discouraged. And I like that. And you give everybody just a little more space to work within. And you got long arms. You got an advantage with that. So I like that. I do. I absolutely do.
So the whole reason I asked about that is, so Field Yates in his latest mock draft has the Cowboys taking Tet at number 12 and then Matthew Golden at number 18. And if you just look at the trade value chart, I wanted to know if you thought dropping from Tet McMillan to Matthew Golden would be worth it if you picked up an extra third-round pick, because that's about... Like if you drop from 12 to 18, that would pick up a third-round pick. So I don't know if you'd rather have like Golden in the third, or you're like, no, Tet's there, give me Tet.
Yeah, and it all kind of, in that instance too, it still kind of depends on what's there
for
me to go get then.
For sure.
Somebody did ask about O-line, and I feel like the Cowboys are comfortable going with the O-line that they have. And Brock playing guard, BB at center, Smith at left guard. I don't know exactly what their plan is with Guyton there, but I'm probably giving him a chance to go to left tackle again. I feel like they're good, and they'll just say, we'll figure that out as we go. We'll draft later in the rounds, but I feel like they're going to try and hopefully add some spark to the team, because that's definitely, they needed some offensive spark.
And you just said...
I like Egbuka. I do like him a lot.
Okay.
I do. I think he's a smart receiver. He's got the talent to go along with it. My buddy's a Texans fan, and he's like, I hope they get him. I was like, you guys need an offensive line first. He's like, yeah, that too, but I would love to get him.
Now, in the second round, ideal pick from NFL.com would be Travion Henderson. And I'm sorry if I got this incorrect. It sounds like you'd be stoked about that pick as well.
Dude, he ran with aggression. He ran with power. He ran with... he had speed to go along with it. I liked everything that I saw on their run throughout the college football playoff. And I did like the combination. They had a great running back combination too, but I thought that he was a well-balanced running back, and he fits for my mind of what you're trying to accomplish with this offense. And that is, you got a couple other guys that can run the ball too. This guy can do a couple of different things that I like.
Now, this is probably not fair, especially if you're not going to keep these running backs after their first contract is up. Do you think 600 carries in college is too much? So, like,
in college?
Yeah, I think his number is actually 590, give or take. But Travion Henderson ran the ball a lot in college. I don't know if you ascribe to that theory of, like, doesn't matter what level, you've only got so many carries in you, and 600.
I guess it did kind of like concern us once we saw Zeke wear down so quickly that they were going to wear him out very fast. And
but if Jerry signed the extension, then maybe you don't care as much.
Genty's over. Is he at 700?
That's a good question. I need to check
Last year he had
that.
374. 220, 156.
All right,
those
so
up.
yeah, that's about 750.
So does that concern you?
Yes, it does.
Interesting.
But also, I want to say this. It does concern me, but I'm also in a position where I don't think, and circumstances could change my mind on this, but for the most part, I don't think I would give an extension to a running back ever.
That's a study. The number, yeah, I agree. And that's what Wolchuk was telling Dawson yesterday. He was like, look, the number can concern you, but if you just reboot it and the next time, once his contract's done, and say, I'm going to get another running back, you never have to worry about it. Running backs hate to hear that, obviously, because they're like, hey, we want to get paid too, especially for the work we do if we're going to carry the load for a team.
Very fair.
But you did the study recently. Was it 10,000 snaps for a quarterback or something like that? I can't remember
I need
the number.
to go back and double check that.
I do wonder what the sweet spot is for running backs that have come out of college. Is it 1,000?
Yeah.
1,000 rushes?
I'm sorry, 1,000 snaps.
I know. I was joking.
Yes, my apologies.
Yeah, I would like to see what that number is for them on carries and the success rates of guys that come out their first year, second year, third year, and then how long their careers are if they had a ton of carries or not. Somebody out there that's good at that stuff, Bobby. I'm going to call Bobby and have him do that. He can put numbers together real fast.
Do you think you'll be able to get that answer, or do you think you're now going to be drug into a longer conversation as well?
He's going to ask me why he needs to watch Friday, and I'm going to explain even more. And
We'll just play it Friday. We'll say what Ice Cube said, and we'll play it for him. All right. Alex Ovechkin gets another step closer to Gretzky. Got another goal yesterday. He is now at 892. He's 2 away from Gretzky and 3 away from surpassing the record. I believe right now that puts him on pace to break the record in the next to last regular season game. And before that, because he's picked up the pace in the last few, he was on pace to break the record in the last regular season game.
Because he's just hunting now, right? Like, it does feel like he's like, you know what?
I did see that power play that you were talking about where he's like, hey, that's great. You guys keep doing your thing. I'm going to be posted up at one of these different posts. So I guess I just needed to say posted up for the majority of the 2 minutes.
And that's why, like, what Gretzky did is so much more impressive than when Ovi breaks the record.
For sure.
Because Gretzky wasn't chasing that. He was just doing. Yeah. And once you've broken a record and you keep going beyond it, that's when you're really something special. You're just like, now I'm just against me and whatever time has left for me.
Now, this could go a number of different directions, and then we're going to circle back in and get into March Madness in just a minute. But USA Today had an article up that intrigued me to no end. Which Mario Kart character is the best? Now, that is broad. I'm going to stick with strictly for the purposes of you are competing in one of these circuits and you need to win that circuit by hook or by crook. Which Mario Kart character is the best? Because yesterday, Nintendo unveiled its release plans for the Switch 2. Obviously, Mario Kart has been a staple of many, many, many consoles. So I kick it around to you guys. I kick it around to the fan text, Franklin Injury Attorney text 877-881-1053, or the Twitch or the YouTube. Which Mario Kart character is best and why?
I'm going to go because of Yoshi's high acceleration and balance. Like, he's balanced on most things, but he has great acceleration. That's what I need, because I'm going to bump into walls a lot. So I need something that can just accelerate fast and get me back into the game.
I just want to say, for the record, Corey, it sounds like you and I play the game very similarly, because as much as I like some of the big oafish characters like Donkey Kong, I'm not. I'm not enough of a precision driver for that strategy to pay off. I'm going to spin out. I'm going to need to get picked up and everything like that. And then
I always liked Toad too, though.
Okay, Alec, I want to go to you, and I also want to see if you're going to be disappointed in me that for a certain amount of time, I liked to pick the characters based on the way they talked. So I used to really like when I go, Baby Mario, and like I really like that, and that's who I would pick.
What about other voices?
No, I'm not doing that.
You don't have any of the other voices?
I do.
Okay.
But I'm not going
Why
to.
not? You just did the other one.
Okay. Alec, let's go to you before I get any deeper on all of this. Well, son of a gun.
Yeah, well, making my job easy tomorrow. Growing up, I used to play Toad a lot. And then my sister showed me this cursed video of like a voiceover of Toad singing How Far I'll Go. Yeah, that's just awesome. It's called How Far I'll Toad. And it's the worst thing ever. So I can't play as Toad anymore, so I'm a Metal Mario guy.
Okay.
Just because he's cool. I have no other explanation. He just looks cool. He's Mario, he's an OG, but he's different. He's a variant. I like that. I don't know why. It just stuck with me ever since Toad got banished from my brain after that awful song.
Because it does feel like the leading two candidates thus far are Yoshi and Toad. From the 940, Yoshi and Toad. Although, from the 214, if you don't say Toad, I'm turning the radio off. So, I feel like we at least need to mention
I threw that in there.
From the 972, Toad because he's so cute. And then this comes up.
Did you not play with Princess Peach because she's a girl?
No, I thought she was very good at the early
I'm not talking
iterations.
about you. Everybody out there.
Oh, okay.
Everybody out there that never plays with Princess Peach.
Just got him. That's what she used to say. I told you I had more voices ready to go. That was another one of them, which she used to do.
Isn't Anya Taylor-Joy the voice of Princess Peach in the movie?
Yeah. I think that might have been like the Super Nintendo Peach voice I just gave you right there. But for me, psychologically, Toad is small. He looks light, and I just assume he's going to be faster than everybody else. Because what I need is I need to be able to catch up on the precision drivers, as my recklessness, Corey, to your point, has spun me out or caused some sort of problem. I need to be able to pick up speed on the people who have driven a better race.
I got tired of my kids sitting behind me every race and then hitting me with one of those
red
shells.
Shell, yeah.
I'd be like, come on, dude. Here I am just crushing the entire race, and they're trapping me. They knew. They were like, Dad, we're going to get Dad at the very end of the game. Every time. I hate it. That's why I told them. After they destroyed me all the time in Mario Kart, I said, let's go play some Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah, that retro video game will get them. All right, we need to correct this from the 432. Every time I text in thoughts or comments on a subject, y'all are moving on. However, they followed up. Mario for the win. That's why it's called Mario Kart. Side note, Luigi never wins because nobody ever wants to be Luigi. I always thought Luigi was clutch in Super Mario Brothers 2, the old game, because that jumping power that he had, man, it was something. And the way his little legs spun in the air, looks like a cartoon dog that got caught up, not able to accelerate straight away. From the 210, Wario, he's got good speed, good acceleration, great power, and he'll also be like,
Listen,
that
man,
one's not as good.
I definitely think we should be having a Mario Kart event at this station.
Agreed.
Like, we should definitely find, I don't know where, and just get all the TVs loaded up, get all the
AT&T Stadium,
whatever is it? Because I mean, you can play it on PlayStation, but I think the best way is on the regular Nintendo, on the Super Nintendo. That's the best way to do it. Let's get those rolling and let's have a competition and see who the best in DFW is, and let's call it the fan thing.
Okay, we lost steam at the very end there. From the 903, Bowser. I like bully ball with good top speed. I saw another person from the 432. Always use Bowser and dominate. Knock those losers off the track. I get that.
I'm going off the track too, though. That's my problem.
Yeah, I'm not good enough at driving because in real life, I feel like I'm really good at driving. But I throw all of those lessons out the window in Mario Kart, and I just look for every possible speed thing that will get me, even if they're like, hey, you see that curve coming up where there's no barriers and you're definitely going to fly off the track? And I'm like, hit the acceleration. And I always think I'm going to make it. And then I'm surprised when my person is floating away into nothingness.
Rainbow Road hates to see you coming, huh?
Man, and it's one of those things where Rainbow Road, you love some of those courses until you get to the certain level because they will protect you a little bit early on. But once you get to the real levels, then you're like, no, there's no bumpers. You got nowhere to go. You're going to need to stay on point if you're going to be able to master this.
The 682, I remember I did a flag ceremony for the Cowboys game, Thanksgiving 2011. We played video games on the big screen in Jerry World. I've seen people accomplish this.
Amazing.
I think we should do it. I definitely do. That's the final game, right? Like the final race with, I don't know, how many is in the final? Is it 50? We'll throw
8.
50 of them in there. Okay, fine. If you want to narrow it down to 8. But yeah, we'll do that. Throw all the final 8 racers. We'll have a whole tournament, just like the big tournament that they play in basketball. We'll do that, and then we'll roll that out on the big screen. Jerry, let us do it.
I just want to say the logic that has gone into this is everything I hoped it would be and so much more. From the 214, Wario for sure. He's a closer. And then somebody said Shy Guy. One of the USA Today people said Shy Guy, and their argument was underwhelming. Who cares about the stats when you can be a little racing ghost guy? No, need more than that.
I care about the stats.
Yes, I do. Look, you play the game for fun. I get that.
And to win.
But that depends on who else is around. Because if it's just you, I will absolutely admit I have played many a game of Mario Kart, just kind of D'ing around a little bit just to see what you can and cannot accomplish on the course.
I understand that.
But once somebody else is there, you want to obliterate them. You don't want to just win. You want to win every race of every circuit and watch their sadness tumble down the board.
Cosm. We should do it at Cosm.
Oh, my God.
We should get Cosm to hook this up, and let's have a Mario Kart Destructathon.
All right. So
I like that. Better than 105.3 The Fan thing?
Bosses, I know they probably have other important things they're doing at the moment, but if you're listening right now, we know the CEO of Cosm. We have connections to them. We had him on at the Super Bowl. He loved us.
Yeah.
This would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be awesome. You'd be driving and you'd have to look up and see something, and you're looking to the side, like you're in it. You're just like EA Sports.
Yeah.
In the game.
In the game. Thank you very much for participating in that. And I think due to the brainstorming of the fan text and the Twitch and the YouTube, we might have just found a venue, whether we volunteered them or not for it, to have this amazing video game competition.
And I know some people had some problems talking about Call of Duty this morning, but it seems like everybody was okay talking about Mario Kart.
By the way, that new Call of Duty map, I guess, has dropped now.
Yeah, it's dropped.
Okay, let's do it. In the meantime, give me cut number 10, and let's talk about college basketball.
Now Duke with an advantage. Withers behind the play. James Brown the trailer, and it's a 12-0 run for Duke.
Now, Duke is in the Final Four, and I wanted to take a step back and talk about the problems that the PA announcer had at the Elite Eight, because they were truly next-level phenomenal. But have you thought that this, and I called it March Madness, even though I know we're in April, have you found this tournament to be boring, or is your bracket thriving perhaps never as before, because you feel pick an upset here and there, but you go pretty chalky and you're like, oh, my bracket's in glorious shape. This is my favorite tournament because I haven't been made to look the fool.
Because I did do the autofill.
Yes.
And
I wish I would have done that. I picked the historic upset autofill. And that went really poorly.
I have Florida winning it all, but where I really screwed myself was, Kevin, you had told me that you didn't know about this Duke team. You were afraid to say they were the best team you'd ever seen in 30 years because the ACC was so bad, and you were afraid that if you said Duke was that great...
And they would lose, I would look like an idiot.
Yeah, so I had Bama beating Duke and moving on to the championship, and Bama beating Houston and moving on to the championship because they've also defeated Duke on the way. But here we are with all 4 1 seeds, so it's fun. It's been fine. I wasn't as invested as I usually am, and I think next year I won't do the autofill.
Okay,
and I will fill out because I'll be more invested in like the Lipscomb Iowa State game.
Sure,
I'll be more invested in that.
And that's why those first round games get so fun. You're like, calm down. What do you care? And you're like, I need Wichita State to win. You don't even understand. You're like, you need to calm down. So
817 says this is the worst March Madness. No madness has happened.
It does kind of feel that way, and it feels you're not going to get that in the finals because there could be upsets, but you won't be like, oh my gosh, this number 1 seed beat the other number 1.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Now, I have liked it because it looks like Duke is every bit as good as I hope they were. But Corey, I'm telling you, and we talked about this off air, in the first round, when Clemson lost, when Louisville lost, and when North Carolina in the real first round of the tournament, they lost as well. I was like, I told you, the ACC is terrible. But now Duke has shown that's true.
They are the outlier really of the conference.
Yeah,
obviously.
Absolutely.
And having the best player in college basketball doesn't hurt.
For sure. I agree. Now, we talked about this a little bit, but I wanted to go back to the PA announcer. Would you, if you were sitting close enough, would you have tried to help this fella out? Because instead of saying Con Kneppel, he called him Nepple and Newpel in the first basket by Newpel. And Kneppel had a really good game. And so I don't think anybody told him. But the one that was really bad was Malawach. He called him Mawach. Like it felt like he dipped out of saying the name, and I'm like, that's like one of their 3 best players. You probably should have gotten clarification on that. And then he said the name 3 different ways in the first half, and it wasn't until the last 10 minutes of the second half that he got Malawach right. If you're in the close rows there, you're like, brother, you're saying it so wrong.
Maybe. I might.
You want to see him fail?
I might walk up to him and say, hey, this, if I knew. Because Kevin Nwachuku. I only knew his like him as Easy from Allen.
Yes.
And
true.
because you were like, just say it that way, it'll be easier for you. And I was like,
true.
all right. But, Dave Lane, right? Who's the guy from A&M that called all the games?
Dave South?
Dave South. He got it and he nailed it every single time.
I love Dave South. I'm so sad that he's not there anymore.
I have a difficult time with some names, but I listened to Mike the other day, and he got Higashioka correct.
Were you proud of him?
And then he said, it's Higgy from now on. I was like, that's what I'm talking about, Mike. So I'm proud of that. But there are guys, I know Alec does some play-by-play. There's some names that pop up that you're like, holy crap, right?
I had that happen, the idea of somebody just walking up to you and saying, hey, you're saying it wrong, you idiot. That happened to me when I was doing PA for a softball game in high school, and it was a visiting team player. So that made it even worse. It was like, okay, I'm going to be here every week, right? So if it's actually a player that plays for this school, I probably need to get that right now. It's somebody's name I'm never going to say again, and she was a pinch hitter. It was a one-time thing. Like, come on, what are we doing? So, was I embarrassed in the moment? Was I mad that somebody... Because that press box, you had to climb on some bricks.
Yes.
And you had to, poke your head through the window. I'm like, that is some commitment for your role player to get their name right. That's really... I respect it, if anything.
One of my favorite things that have ever happened covering high school sports, we were at a regional tournament, and they were supposed to stop the clock after a goal in soccer. And this dude started charging up to tell them that you need to stop the clock. But he walked up towards us on the press box side instead of where the actual time was being kept. And he was like, hitting the window. Hey, he was like, stop the clock!
Fix it!
And I was like, dude, you're at the wrong window. But I couldn't I don't think he could hear me through the window or anything like that.
But those are the kind of stories, Kevin, that you're only going to get if you're inside the arena.
Yes.
Like what you heard,
yes.
Him messing it all up. So you didn't go say anything?
No, I didn't. Because I had to keep Jess in check for not whooping an Alabama fan's ass. All right? I have not realized how into this she's gotten. So we're going to the Final Four, and she's like, oh, yeah, maybe that could be a fun thing for you and Brandon to do. But I know she wants to go because there was an Alabama fan sitting over near us, and he said one thing about, hey, ref, how much are they paying you? And she looked at me and she goes, is he effing kidding me? And right after that, 2 calls went against Duke, and she goes, I'm gonna say something. Who's getting paid now? But there was a dad and a kid in between us, and she didn't want to interrupt their bonding.
How much of her interest in this is because of you?
Oh, yeah.
Versus, and her passion about it because of you, or she just was going to eventually fall into this anyway, being around you?
That's probably true,
Okay.
But she said 2 things when we first met that went along with this. She loves to do things, be a part of these things, and her sports allegiance is up for sale. Yeah, and so because she went to Stephen A. Not Stephen A. Smith University.
What a bad choice.
Stephen F. Austin. And so she'll throw out an Axum Jacks and whatnot, but she's not super hardcore into Stephen F. Austin sports. And so she's like, my loyalties are for sale. And so she'll fall in line kind of with what I'm rooting for. But she loved going up to New York and going to the event. She thought it was super cool. She's hyped for the Final Four, and so she's like, I just like doing those kind of things.
She have a Duke jersey, sweatshirt. What's she rocking?
She has a Duke shirt and sweatshirt.
Hat?
And, I don't think she has a hat.
Sweatpants?
No.
Shoes?
No. I have
socks?
Awesome Duke shoes. No.
Pennant? Foam finger?
Do people...
Button?
I used to... Okay.
That's why,
That's
Alec.
a callback.
That's why,
3
bro.
hours ago. If anybody listening understands what
no, people do.
that is.
Somebody
in reference
texted it
to.
earlier, and they were like, "You need to stop taking shots at the industry and get more buttoned up.
I feel like I have not been making shots at the button industry. It was just a question. I did not know.
877-881-1053 if you're prepared to discuss button industry with Kevin.
It's a valid question. In the year 2025, I think it was a valid question to ask, can you make a full-time living making buttons?
Mm-hmm.
That was all. It was just a question.
Would you rather have a button or a challenge coin?
I mean,
I think challenge coins are dope, like a 105 through the fan challenge coin.
I do too, but right now, if I don't say button, don't you think all the button people are going to get even madder? Okay, real quick. What do you think is going to be the final matchup on Monday, and who do you think is going to win? I'll give you betting odds.
Duke, Florida.
Duke, Florida, and who's going to win?
Duke.
Okay, 2-1 on your money. If you think Florida's going to win, and you make the bet right now, 5-1 on your money, as Duke is a pretty heavy favorite going into the Final Four. Alec, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking Duke, Florida, too. I picked Houston in my bracket, but I'm not confident in it.
You know what? Go ahead and throw Houston in there. What was your final bracket then?
I don't even remember.
Because
Sean
Duke,
bashed
Alabama.
me on the morning show, so I stopped looking at it.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was sad.
Makes sense.
Well, if you think Houston's going to win, it's 8-1 over Florida or 9-1 over Auburn. By the way, programming note, if you don't like me, if Duke wins on Saturday, I won't be here Monday or Tuesday. What? If they lose to Houston, I'll be right back here as usual.
So who do you think I'm rooting for?
I think you're rooting for Duke.
Wow.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here
the button people.
On 105.3 The Fan right now, or I guess coming up next. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh, how many different types of cycles are there? We'll do it next to The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. One thing of note is it's the perfect map for Verdansk, ladies and gentlemen. It is back in. You can go play it today. And I know my buddy Hickson's out there right now thinking about it. And Kevin, I'm starting to get lots of tweets of people who are now tweeting buttons to us. And they're Carter used to have a backpack full of buttons until I believe it became too heavy to carry. And he was like, I'm traveling a lot more now and, going through TSA with all these buttons.
Okay,
He didn't single-handedly keep the button industry alive.
I'm going to read an actual follow-up text we got from the 575. So they texted in 5th and 19th of April and then said, LOL, never mind, wrong person. And then followed up 56 minutes later. You're tired of button talk, Kevin? Me sending those 2 dates in April was me talking to my boss on how fast we can get these buttons made for those other. I don't know if I believe that or not. But if it's true, then I'm thoroughly impressed. And I would say both of those days we won't be on the air with the show.
You don't know that.
I feel pretty confident.
What days are they?
Saturdays.
Oh, you don't know that.
Okay, that's fair.
I saw this, and I'm very interested in what Mike Bibby is trying to accomplish here. Mike Bibby's first Sacramento State commit is Shaq's son, Shaquille O'Neal. And he said, I'm going to turn this around. I have a lot of NBA players who want to send their sons to me to play. We can get kids. We're going to try to have the Dion impact.
Oh.
And so this is at Sacramento State. Again, Shaq's son is his first commit that he's got. I do remember when Penny Hardaway was taking his own group that he already built.
Yep.
And he was like, I'm bringing all these guys to Memphis, so let's get this thing rolling. And it hasn't quite turned out the way he wanted it to. But Mike Bibby is not Dion.
For sure.
So I guess when he's saying all these former NBA players' kids, they have the genetics for it, they're ready for it, and they know that I'm coaching with the mindset of what NBA is about.
Yeah.
And Mike Bibby, granted, hated him. Him and Doug Christie, you get it,
just because they were irritants.
They were irritating, dude. That whole team, Vlade Divac, all of them just irritated the crap out of you. I liked Chris Webber, but I also had to hate Chris Webber. I thought Chris Webber was one of the most skilled basketball players because he could pass, he could shoot, he did all these things as a big guy. And now you see more big guys coming into the league capable of being a Chris Webber type. Dirk did break the mold. Chris Webber was there also. Like in that mindset of this changes this position a little bit. But Mike Bibby is not Dion. Dion has a cachet about him that everybody just knows when he's in the room. And I don't know if I would know the same thing about Mike Bibby. And I just, that's my feeling on that is we're trying to have the Dion effect. Dude, when Dion says, hey, get me an Amazon Prime show because I'm prime time, everybody says okay.
Yeah.
Whenever he says, hey, I'm going to Colorado, Fox, y'all are going to be in Colorado every week. Y'all are going to have us on your... They're like, okay, yeah, because it's Dion. And they're expecting flash. And that's what you get. And I understand that Bibby's saying, hey, we're going to have good basketball here. And maybe we'll be dominant. But it doesn't have... I don't think it's going to have the same flash that the Dion has whenever he approaches
I
that.
agree with you on all of that. By the way, props to him for getting that huge contract extension.
Yeah, Dion?
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, man. MLB's alternative cycles. Kevin, what is the cycle?
When you hit for a single, double, triple, and home run in the same game.
Okay. There are other versions of cycles that I would like to see play out this year.
Okay.
The Mighty Cycle. Okay? The Mighty Cycle is the first one. A double, a triple, a homer, and in lieu of that missing single,
Grand slam,
another extra base hit of whatever is preferred. So the double, triple, homer, and then any other extra base hit will be considered the Mighty Cycle.
Okay.
As it turns out, 55 batsmen in history have achieved the Mighty Cycle.
And props to these people for not only throwing out the suggestions, but also I'm going to look up how many people have done that. That's pretty incredible.
Gunnar Henderson has done it. Hank Aaron, Lou Gehrig, Jimmy Fox, Willie Stargell, Ty Cobb, Mike Blowers? Y'all look it up.
Bibby.
It's not Mike Bibby.
The Hustlers Cycle. Because you're a hustler, baby.
See, when you hit 4 clubs in the same night?
This is a subset of the traditional cycle, and it's only happened one time.
Oh.
The defining wrinkle is that the home run must be inside the park.
Okay.
So it's a single, double, triple, and an inside the park home run. Who do you think is the only person to ever pull this on?
Benji Molina. I'm just kidding.
Dude, it would be marathon times for him to round the bases.
Ricky Henderson?
It looks like his name is Leon Culberson. Boston Reds. He was a rookie for the Red Sox.
Wasn't going to get there.
July 3rd, 1943.
Wasn't going to make it.
That was pre-merger.
I still don't think we've established
He did wait until the 8th inning to get the inside the parker off of Cleveland twirler Mike Namick. I do think that Ellie De La Cruz could probably pull this off at some point.
I agree with that.
He's that kind of guy.
I think Bobby Witt could too.
The Cycle of Icarus.
Okay, I have a theory. I have a theory about this. 3 hits of some variety, which we'll get to, but you also make an over-the-wall catch.
But what happens to Icarus, Kevin?
Oh,
he flew too close to the sun. So the Cycle of Icarus is achieved when a hitter compiles a single, a double, a homer, and is thrown out while trying to stretch a second double into that missing triple.
Okay.
So if he gets thrown out at second, not the thing. But if he's trying to turn second and go to third and he gets thrown out, that is the Cycle of Icarus.
I think I can still hold my head high about the guess I made. It was wrong, but
I think that was fun. Why did you say he snags a home run?
Because Icarus went too high and this outfielder went too high and they grabbed it.
You got it. I appreciate that. The Speed Cycle. This is what you put when you got a small load of laundry and you're like, I got to put it on the Speed Cycle so I can get this out of here.
Okay, I don't think this is going to end up being correct, but if it is, this would be one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. You strike out, but get to first base anyway. And not necessarily in the same at bat in the same sequence, but then you steal second, steal third, and steal home.
Very close, Kevin. I think you might have nailed it. I do believe this is inspired by Ellie De La Cruz, and there are a couple other people who have accomplished this. The speed cycle is when a hitter notches an infield single, steals of second base, third base, and home.
Okay.
Doing all that, you see, requires speed, Kevin, because getting on first base is very difficult.
Yeah.
So you got Ellie De La Cruz. You also have Jonathan Villar in 2019 and Travis Jankowski in 2016 have managed the speed cycle.
Okay.
And Travis Jankowski, we saw that dude. He could absolutely fly. The vagabond cycle.
Okay.
This is going to take me a second. This one's long.
Did you not read these ahead of time?
I did, but this is the one that I was like, I'll get to it later, and I got to figure out where it was.
Okay, so basically what you're going through right now is every company email that somebody's ever read, and they're like, you couldn't have condensed this for me? Like, you couldn't have given me some bullet points?
Yeah, I need some bullet points here. All right, the vagabond cycle, when a hitter has a triple paired with 2 of the remaining 3 constituent hits.
Okay, so single or double.
But is ejected before he's able to notch the 4th and final part of the traditional cycle. So he's got he's got most of the cycle going, and then he gets ejected from the game, and that's why he's the vagabond, because he's got to go. Now, since 2000, Kevin, the only soul to manage a vagabond cycle, Sean Dunston, who we all know and love.
He had the hotel.
No.
Dunston checks in, anybody? I was going to say, that's got to be a far smaller group. Like, I got a double, triple home run, and they got booted before I got the last one I needed.
Dunston, in his squad's May 30th encounter with the Diamondbacks, singled in the 5th inning, homered in the 6th. It was a grand slam, by the way.
Okay.
Tripled in the 8th over the head of Arizona flycatcher Steve Finley. The late game triple reflects back at us into the duality of the vagabond cycle. Dunston tried to stretch the triple into an inside the park home run. Had he been successful, Kevin, he would have gotten the hustler cycle.
But
although it would have been required an accommodating dose of extra innings, right? Had he remained at third and thus not been visited by the grievances about what was chronicled as the argument, Dunston was called out at the plate by the umpire, and then he had a very righteous protest where he yelled and then was ejected from the game and was unable, therefore, was the vagabond.
Okay.
Yep.
Man.
The chaotic good cycle.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, hold on.
There are so many cycles.
There's only 2 more left here. These 2.
Hold on. Are you counting us down? You're like, hey, you might not like this. There's 2 more.
There's 2 more.
Okay.
The chaotic good cycle. The chaotic good cyclist stresses such measured wisdom to the point of shattering, Kevin. The chaotic good cycle happens when a player suffers a put out at first base. Easy enough. You can get thrown out at first base. But also gets thrown out at second, thrown out at third, and thrown out at home in the same game.
That's not good.
Whether being caught stealing or trying to stretch a hit to the next station. Is he hustling? Yes. That's what Wyatt Johnson.
I don't know. Is he?
The other day.
He's not making it.
He's trying.
Well,
he's
great.
Trying to stretch it out. He's trying to get a double.
Okay, that's fine. That's great the first time, but if you get thrown out on all the bases, I think you're just egotistical.
Your manager's probably ticked off.
Everything that you did was better than it actually was.
Your manager's probably furious with you.
Yes, he is, and rightfully so.
And then finally, the impossible ridiculous cycle.
Ooh, can I take a guess at this?
It's never happened.
1-run home run, 2-run home run, 3-run home run, and a grand slam.
That's the home run cycle, right?
Yeah, did that happen?
I think Wyatt Langford almost did it, didn't he? Something weird like that. It was something weird. It will never happen unless Ellie De La Cruz decides that he wants it to happen. The impossible ridiculous cycle occurs when a walk-off inside the park grand slam is accompanied by a triple, a rule book double that bounces out of play, and a bunt single. So you have to have a bunt single, a double play or a double that bounces out of play, a triple, because, I mean, those are very rare, and a walk-off inside the park grand slam. Kevin, I think Wyatt Langford could do it. I know Ellie De La Cruz is like the first one, but Wyatt Langford already has it inside the Parker. His first home run was an inside the Parker, wasn't it?
Yes,
true. Yeah, he could definitely do it. He's got the speed.
People have thoughts, by the way, from the 940. Also, Steve Finley was great for the Mavs. That was Michael Finley.
I loved Michael Finley. He also was really good at blocking people from drinking.
And sending them away.
Yeah, trade
From the 817, the Vagabonds cycle is when a hacker has 40 kills with 10 people left on Verdansk, but gets blocked by Ricochet before winning. I understood like half of those words.
Ricochet is like one of the I think they're the cheat system. They're not very good.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
but
Take that, Ricochet.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
bald.
well, I mean, there's lots of cheaters, dude. Like if you log on, you just feel like it's always cheaters. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the C block.
Is it possible that like maybe that just means you're not good enough, and it's not that those people are cheating? You just need to get better.
Maybe so.
Okay.
From the 4-3-2, I'll give you the Hercules cycle. 4 for 4, 4 home runs. I like that. Yeah, come up with your own cycle. Text it in. Let us know.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Corey says the Stars are going to win the Central. Here's what it's probably going to take for that to happen. Next, right here on The Fan.
Roger that. Roger that, Sally.
Come.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hands it forward. Johnston fighting through. He scores! Wyatt Johnston. The goal-scoring streak up to 5 games, and Dallas is in front.
Oh, my gosh. No, what happened?
Oh, no.
Some sniper tried to take Kevin out.
Verdansk.
All the way across the map.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I was ready to go, and then I took an awkward breath in, and I just could not stop from coughing, and I tried to turn the mic off. It was a disaster, all right?
I'm glad you're here
sorry.
still.
Hopefully.
I thought I was going to have to give him the Heimlich.
The button makers got to him.
Oh, the button makers
They
of
sent in
America.
the hit.
Yeah, I swallowed a button.
You think it's the world button order that really was after you today?
I don't think there's a big button syndicate.
You don't know, though.
I
do you?
don't. You're right.
I'm looking it up.
That was my point. I don't know. All right, so the Dallas Stars play Nashville tonight, and we'll talk about that too. But what I'm far more interested in is, Corey, you have emphatically said the Dallas Stars are going to win the Central.
Yes,
I have. Is this
have.
accurate?
I mean, they're 4 points behind Lose-A-Peg right now.
Correct.
Who lost last night.
And they have a game in hand.
And Kevin, I need you to do me a favor and explain what that means, because you keep saying it, and I want to agree with you, but I'm concerned.
Okay, and I get it. Given the way I tried to introduce and failed spectacularly this segment, I totally get that. So a game in hand means you've played one less game than Winnipeg. So like right now, Colorado's still 6 points behind Dallas for C2, but Dallas has 2 games in hand, which means they have 2 more games left to go.
So that's interesting because every time you said it, I kept thinking in my mind, they get a game to play against them.
Yeah.
But it's different because
that's true.
They do have a game to play against them.
That is also true.
Which can completely change everything on its own, but the addition of having a game in hand, as you say,
exactly
makes it better.
That way you can project it out, right? Like it might not be this easy, but you can project it out. You win tonight against Nashville, then you're 2 points back, and you beat Winnipeg, then you're tied. Lose-A-Peg, I'm sorry. And then you're tied. I'm still working on it. We're not in postseason form, obviously.
I got you.
Just quite yet. So I want to go to Pete DeBoer to start this, because this is the group I was in.
We're winning the Central. I just want to make that more emphatic. We are winning the Central, y'all.
And you know what? Corey, I'm going to tell you, when you said that, I was like, I don't know about that.
Because I'm not a hockey expert?
No.
That makes sense.
Because a couple weeks ago when we had Brian Ray on, I felt like the Stars absolutely had to beat Winnipeg, and then they got dusted by Winnipeg. But I took a look at the schedule, and you know what? I think you're right. So Pete DeBoer said 2 weeks ago, I don't think anyone would have thought that we would be here. And that's where I was.
I think a lot of people were in that mindset of, hey, it's too far out of reach. Let's just cruise into the end of the season. But they went on a streak.
Yeah, no, absolutely they did. And you took a thumping at the hands of Winnipeg, Lose-A-Peg, and it was a game that I thought you had to win, and you had to win in regulation to have any shot at this. You had to make sure that Winnipeg didn't get any points in that. But DeBoer said it was more about dealing with Colorado, because remember, Colorado, they were on a roll. They were right behind the Stars. Now Colorado, they've still played well, but they haven't played at their unbelievable pace that's going to track down every single team in front of them. There's a different team that's doing that right now, and we'll get to them in just a second. But
the Jets do have the Stars, Blues, and Oilers. And the Oilers game, I think that's the one that I'm putting fingers crossed, because Utah and Chicago and the Ducks, I just don't feel like that's going to be one of those off nights for them.
The Ducks are terrible. I agree with
Blackhawks
you
are terrible
on
too.
that. Oh my God, I definitely agree with you on that. But I looked at their schedule, and you just brought it up. So you're at Vegas, and they also play tonight. So you know what you would really love is if Winnipeg would lose tonight, and Dallas wins tonight, and then you're only back 2 points, and you still have that game in hand. So you're at Vegas, at Utah. This is for Winnipeg. Host St. Louis, at the Stars, at Chicago, host Edmonton, and host Anaheim. I've got Winnipeg projected at 3-3-1 down the stretch. And that includes a regulation loss to the Stars.
Isn't that how Brian Ray was doing this math too? He was like, if they win this, you have to win this.
And so I decided to follow that kind of that kind of idea. So I think they go 3-3-1 the rest of the way, Alec, including a regulation loss to the Stars. If that happens, that'll put Winnipeg at 113 points. Now, let's look at the Stars' schedule. Stars' schedule is considerably easier. They host Nashville.
They stink.
But
they hate us.
I guess that's fine.
They still stink.
That can only take you so far. You host the Penguins. They suck.
Yeah.
You host, or you're on the road against Minnesota. Minnesota is good, and Minnesota is fighting for something, but you're right.
Start Otter and you're fine.
Jake Ottinger has been incredible against Minnesota throughout his career. Now, I know Minnesota is fighting for a lot, but Ottinger has been on point against them. Then you have
Nucks. They're mid.
They're fine. And then you have the Winnipeg game, and I'm going to tell you, this all goes back around to winning that game in regulation. And then you close out hosting Utah, at Detroit, and at Nashville.
Detroit's bad.
Yeah, Utah's not bad, but they're fine. And Detroit is not good. I think
this is
the
an
Stars,
easy schedule.
Yes, absolutely. I think the Stars can close this out 6-1-1. And that would put that would be a lot. But keep in mind that the Stars right now, they've won 6 in a row. So, by the way, if you go into the playoffs on a 12-1-1 run, I mean, maybe. Yeah. But here's what I'm going to throw out there. That would put the Stars at 115 points.
Wow. That's impressive.
That even gives you wiggle room if you were to beat Winnipeg in overtime. You would take it 115 to 114. But you're going to need to beat Winnipeg. I know I said that last time, and that was proven incorrect, so who knows? This could be proven incorrect. But I think mathematically, you cannot lose to Winnipeg in regulation and expect to be there. And what's going to happen if you get to that 115 points? You're not only going to win the Central Division, you're going to have the best record in the Western Conference, and there's a shot
at having the best record in the NHL.
Exactly. And I know there are some people who are wary of winning the President's Trophy because it has not frequently led to postseason success. So maybe people are okay if Washington stays ahead of you. But I didn't think you were right when you threw this out there. And then I crunched the numbers, looked at it, and I was like, man, Corey is a hockey genius. I think that's what's going to happen.
I think the other thing, too, is if you're DeBoer, when you have something like this towards the end of the season, you have choices to make. Is my team banged up and I need to find ways to rest them? Or is my team healthy and they still haven't quite played their best hockey? And talking to Heike earlier this week, he was like, they still haven't played their best. They still aren't doing some of the things that make them better.
Yeah.
And so DeBoer's been like, you know what? Let's push it. Let's push the pedal down and let's go ahead and win this thing and try to be the best team in the West. That gives you something to go for. That gives the guys some motivation rather than, oh man, I just got to get through this so we can get to the playoffs. I actually like it even more because it feels like you're taking the playoffs into the playoffs.
Yes.
And that's where I'm really hoping that steam that they're picking up right now carries over, but I hope it doesn't wear them out because the playoffs in hockey, the longest grind of playoffs you'll find.
For sure.
It is tedious. You saw it last year. They came out hot and they were almost worn down by the time they got to Edmonton, man.
And you mentioned it. You look at some of these teams you'll match up with, like Minnesota, for example. Minnesota is going to go into that game with a lot on the line. They're going to be like, hey, I can see how if we lose this game, we're out of the playoffs. Let's stick with hockey for a minute. Are you okay with that?
Sounds good to me.
All right. The St. Louis Blues. So the St. Louis Blues have won 10 straight, and they've won 10 straight. And
they're on a 10-game winning streak.
Absolutely. So that's absolutely incredible. Now, one of the reasons for this, thanks a lot, you jerk. One of the reasons for this is I'm going to give you cut number 12 and ask if they've been inspired by the motion picture Major League to make this run happen.
Look, I go to you. I stick up for you. You know, help me now. So, you, Jumbo. I do it myself.
Yes.
You got nervous that one edited, right?
I did, because I don't know if Alex ever seen this movie.
You've seen this movie,
I've seen the movie.
I'm
yeah.
just concerned about your age.
What?
So Jordan Bennington has credited
You're a sports guy.
Joe Boo with the St. Louis Blues winning streak. He credited it with them winning a couple of nights ago. They're 16-2-2 since the Four Nations face-off, including, as Corey mentioned, the 10-game winning streak. So what kind of, I don't know, item, token, ritual do we need to get going to make sure that the Stars can match this? And do you believe in the power? Because I'll admit it.
Good luck charms?
Yeah, I do. And I am the most boring, cynical person. But when it comes to sports, I for sure believe that if you stay in that same spot on the couch, you'll continue to win. Or if you rub the rabbit's foot the right number of times, that your team will score the next touchdown. I believe in all of that.
My dad was a very big believer in if the Cowboys were down, he'd go get a pickle, and he'd eat the pickle, and the Cowboys would come back. And that was always a belief in our house. But same thing, during the Super Bowl, I do remember my mom was sitting on the other couch, and I was sitting in her spot, and my dad was on my spot. And I was like, guys, it's all wrong.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? It's all wrong. And I was like, we got to move around. And so we all moved back to our seats. Cowboys win the Super Bowl. So it's nice. I'm kind of wondering, do we need a show good luck charm? And should it be a button? I feel like
you're
it should
way
be
ahead of me.
if you're thinking that way, what would be a cool show good luck charm to get these ratings, even better than number one?
Okay, and that's a good question. Somebody followed up with this from the 214, and I did want to address this. We need Jesus, Kevin, not some voodoo doll. But for sports, in my mind, I don't think God is really caught up with if the Stars win the Central Division.
Yeah,
I think
he's very busy.
I think the lower tier sports gods have extra time on their hands, and they're like, I can make that happen, but only if you do, again, X, Y, and Z.
Right, exactly.
I don't know what the good luck charm would be.
I used to have good luck underwear.
Oh, yeah.
That kind of had, I knew it was going to happen. I was going to do good on my tests. I would wear them on test days.
Mm-hmm.
And those were always good luck.
And then you just stop.
And I had a good luck clipboard in high school.
A what?
A clipboard.
Oh.
And so I would hold the clipboard during I don't know, innings to keep track of what our guys were doing as we were hitting. And I would also slap the clipboard. If you hold it, it's got the metal piece, right? And you hold it and you just let it go and it goes, pah! It makes a real pah noise on the clipboard. And so I would do that over and over, and it just, I don't know, it felt like it brought us good luck.
Interesting. How much of that then do you think is just a mental construct of you just have more confidence or whatever because of what bizarre ritual you did, and then that just automatically makes it more likely to happen?
No, it's luck.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good luck charm.
Okay, so
you
it's
gotta
not
have
confidence or positive thinking or anything.
Yeah, no preparation involved. It's all about did I get Yoshi or not? For
okay.
Oh yeah,
my good luck character.
All right.
There's a song that Reggie hates that breaks this down perfectly by Fort Minor. The different percentages that go into it to remember the name. Yeah,
50% something, 10% fame, something power and
remember
fame.
My name.
Hey, that song.
There you go.
Remember Creed for the Rangers 2023. Do you think that they were doing anything at the end of the season and then all of a sudden started playing some Creed? Yes. Creed made it for them. All right. Creed was the reason we won that World Series.
From the 972, Kevin needs to go to New York whenever the Rangers play a game. Now, we're going to put that to the test this weekend because I'm going to go to San Antonio, at least for Saturday and Sunday. And if the Rangers win, then I'll have to reevaluate some of my life choices. I'll be doing this show on remote as the Rangers stomp to 130 wins or whatever the case might be. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, more on the Cowboys trade for new quarterback Joe Milton, and we make those final 4 selections, plus our final 720 Expressway giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on. It's a Friday morning.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Are you guys pumped? I know it's kind of been in the works for a minute, but the 2031 World Cup's going to go to the Women's World Cup's going to go to the United States, and I believe Mexico is in on the bid as well. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, that's terrific. Let me see. Abby will be like 19 at that point.
Okay,
so she'll be on that team.
That'll be her summer after her freshman or sophomore year in college. Probably be on that team. Of course, majors. That's a good clarification. But no, I'm huge in the girls soccer scene here in North Texas, and obviously that'll be huge for us, and getting a chance to go see all those games, and hopefully USA has a great program.
Now, I know a lot of people will argue FIFA needs a different president for a whole different set of reasons, but this is what the FIFA president said about awarding the 2031 and 2035 Women's World Cups. As part of the process, we received one bid for 2031 and one valid bid, I should add, for 2035. I just don't know if you need to go to the people and be like, we gave it to the one place that bid for this year and then the one other place that bid for 2035.
Right? Yeah, you don't need to clarify that.
Yeah.
You need to say, wow, we got so many nominees here, and you were clearly the best choice.
Yes.
You got to hype it up more than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
You are our only option, so thanks.
Congratulations.
I mean, you could say in our eyes there was only one valid bid.
And even that, you could spin that as like, that is technically true.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like if you were the only person to ask somebody to the dance and they're like, you're the only person I would go with, which is technically true, but also you didn't lie and say that you had all these other offers. So I think that's the way to go.
Some good
Dawson.
PR right there, Dawson.
I like it.
Thank you.
How would you guys feel, and Corey did a good job of breaking this down earlier, if the Cowboys went Tet McMillan and Travion Henderson 1-2 in the upcoming draft, especially Todd McShay talked about how McMillan to Dallas has picked up steam.
Yeah, that's you're talking about one of the best receivers in the draft, and you're talking about one of the most complete running backs in the draft when it comes to his ability to the elusiveness that he has, his ability to catch, and he's one of the best pass blockers. So he's a difficult guy to take off the field because of all the things that he can do. So it would absolutely fill two of your needs in that way.
I know he might not be on the board, but I'm just curious. Would you like the value better of Genty at 12 or Henderson at 44?
Oh, I think that Genty's a rare player.
Okay.
So that's hard for me because he's going to be one of my top three guys.
Okay.
On my board. So to me, that value of him, he is there. There's Genty, and then now we're talking about the Johnsons, the Hamptons, the Hendersons, and everybody else in this draft. And when you start to stack, his value is going to be it's forever. We were talking about this on our show yesterday. Forever, the mock draft was Genty Dallas,
yeah.
And then everybody realized that, wow, Genty's a pretty damn good player. He's probably better than a lot of people that are on this board, and that's why you have him moving up the way he has.
I've been trying to figure out a formula for this, Broadus. Maybe you can help us at some point on this. Without the draft spot being important, the position itself, quarterback, what's their value versus running back's value versus wide receiver, and how many points each one should get. I'm trying to put a formula together for that, but I don't know if it works because
Man,
every
you
year's
work with a guy
different.
that's great with math. If you haven't figured it out with him, I would not ask me that at all.
He did throw that out to me, and I was like, we should work on that.
I've heard you give Heggie numbers, and he's like, "Oh, that's 1.2,"
Yep,
and then I'm like, going, "How do you figure that out?"
I'll bring a chalkboard in one day.
So
we'll do it.
that's as Jason Garrett would say, that's above my pay grade.
There you go. There
Okay.
you go. That's the way to do it.
Speaking of something that happened earlier today, and I know it's been discussed for a while, how do you guys feel about Joe Milton coming to the Cowboys, and then particularly the value in the trade?
Great value. I'm excited about it.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely got the upside. They probably like him better than the guys that they think might be available in the 5th round. As you know, with this rookie class. So, I mean, this is a dude that is definitely going to be entertaining to watch. And
you love a high pass.
And it's certainly it's going to be more exciting if Dak goes down again at any point over the next couple of seasons. It's not fun to. We've watched the Cooper Rush thing. Not fun. At least there's something with this guy where you can have some level of hope. Maybe he can make it. And like, what was Choppy saying to you guys earlier? The most majestic incompletions you'll ever see.
Yeah. Is that one of your new favorites?
I'm in. Yeah. I mean, he sold that beautifully.
I'll tell you what, though, I went back and watched the one game he started, or he didn't
Against the
start.
Bills?
I think May actually started the game, and then he came in.
Yeah.
I think is how it went. But when he played, man, there's some throws that he makes. There's no question about the arm talent. His ability is for a young guy to kind of move around in the pocket and have feel. Buffalo was trying to bring pressure, and he stood there in the teeth of the rush and made some throws. He had a throw he made going to his right where it was one of those, no. Oh, yes. Yeah. Right. And it was a shot right in the middle of the field. And you're like going, man, you cannot roll to your right and throw a ball unless you really believe that you can fit it between linebackers and safeties. And he made a couple of throws throughout that. There's a lot of questions about his touch. You really didn't see that all as much. Ball placement was kind of sometimes was not as good on the crossing route stuff that he had to throw. But the one touch pass he threw was a drop. He threw it to the corner, and his receivers got to come down with it, and it was a contested play. But still, the ball was where it needed to be. The receivers got to make the play for him. But I was impressed by just watching him kind of move around and throw the ball.
It is exciting, I think, to get those kind of traits, that kind of athlete, that size, that arm for just a 5th-round pick.
Yeah.
He's had some success in the NFL. I like it, and I like that the Cowboys are sniffing around here, poking around, doing a little prospecting at the position.
Yeah.
You don't know what could result.
Yeah, see, this
Ceiling's high.
This is a better opportunity than like Rorick or Leonard or one of these guys that you're going to look at in the 5th and can't play. That's for what they did, it's basically moving down spots for this guy, trading spots and stuff is on the draft board. But man, I have no problem with what they're doing right now on that.
I think the record at 5-2 probably makes me more optimistic. But are you more excited, optimistic for the pitching for the Rangers, or more concerned about the lack of offense?
Offense.
Yeah. Okay. Why do you say that?
Well, because to me,
He's hitting the panic button.
I get it.
Yes, sir, I did. Eric asked me that. I didn't answer for like 3 hours.
He dodged the panic button question.
I did, and then Eric kept looking at me like, when are you going to answer the panic button question? I'm like, Eric, I just pushed the panic button. Yeah.
He's like, wow.
Yeah. I think to me that's, because going into it, when we were all coming out of spring training, we were thinking hitting.
Better than 23.
Man, if this staff can stay healthy, and then Dawson's telling me the bullpen's ass, and like that, I mean, I'm thinking like our pitching might be in trouble. But here we are. The hitting seems to be the one that's, and maybe it's some of the pitchers that you faced. I don't know, but it's not just one guy. It's kind of through the lineup.
My question is, when is Dawson going to dial 1-800 hitting?
Yeah, hitting a 1-800 offense. I think both those things are in play. I don't know. I don't think you can feel great about the pitching right now. They have had a great opening 2 series, but I don't know if you can count on what Jack Leiter's done, certainly Kamar Rocker's in trouble.
I mean, I assumed you'd say that about Jack Leiter, right?
Yeah. Mr. 5 innings has done a good job so far.
Wow.
You just love to get up in the morning and answer those questions on Twitter, don't you?
Jared's going to be calling in that first segment.
It has been fun, but I think they have big questions, legitimate questions in the bullpen as well. So,
all right. So aside from Jared calling in the first segment to retort, what else do you guys got coming up in the program today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. Ryan Callahan, the hockey man at 320, former player, now ESPN analyst. I don't know who brought that clip back up. I thought we were done with that.
The internet.
That was so 2024.
And that is one of the things is
you get tagged in a lot of things, man. People do not forget things that we say. They just don't.
I have fun,
Jared. Goodbye.
Boom with the G-Bag Nation. Cross your fingers for Jared to call in. We've been the KNC Masterpiece.
Facelessly attacked on my own show.
Make your way back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for joining us here on this Thirsty Thursday. The Cowboys make another trade. Let's discuss that. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. The current break room fridge stocked with some Stella Artois NAs that are fantastic. Look forward to cracking those with you tomorrow night. What you drinking, what you thinking. Although we're going to be at the ballpark, so might have to smuggle some of those in. There's Broadus in his LSU hoodie, looking sharp over there. The purple and gold as always.
Thank you, Dawson.
James Tritley's in for Lucius Alexander today. Send LA some love on social media. Let him know he's missed.
He might not come back, man.
Yeah.
If you follow his videos and his pictures and stuff,
those large margaritas,
he has had a hell of a run.
Good for him. He deserves it.
He absolutely does, man. That's great that he was. But yeah, we need to figure out where those large margaritas are located and do a show or two from there.
That would be awesome.
Might not make it back.
I'm up for it. Now, Wolchuk needed a break. You could tell yesterday he was circling the drain hard as some sort of illness was overtaking him, and he was soldiering through. But we were not surprised today when we got the text that he's going to be missing today's show. So send him some love on social as well. Let him know he's missed. But the Chief is in the house.
Yes, and it is no surprise that shortly after the baby daycare situation starts to unfold.
Yeah.
She's bringing crap home now.
Yeah.
Just welcome to that world.
All those guys in her life, right? Is she the only gal at this daycare center?
Is that what he said? It might have been the case, yeah.
I think it's all gentlemen.
Well, yeah, and they're just snot-faced kids running around, sneezing, coughing, licking, putting toys in their mouth. What is the affinity with everything? Feels like it should start, to test out something new, I got to taste it first.
Yeah.
And then from there, I can begin to play with it with my hands or whatever.
Wow.
So that's just...
it's an awkward stage.
that is an awkward stage. But that's what happened, the first year, I would say, of my kids going to school consistently, even if it was just once or twice a week. I felt like I was constantly getting something.
Yeah.
So he's in the thick of it now.
He is, man. I think the immune system builds up here over the next couple of months. But in that initial shock, it's going to be overwhelming, and we'll wish him nothing but the best. Okay, 214, Gavin, going to the ballpark. We'll still only read box score stats to come up with an opinion. Leiter is coming around and looks way better than last season. You're right, he does. He looks way better than last season when he gave up a run per inning. It was unsettling at times last year. There were occasional signs of life, and I'm glad he's a new man. I think he's maybe had perhaps the best off season, considering how big of a jump he's made from that disappointment of last year.
Did you think this was all going to come back? Did you think this was? I mean,
you thought you had put this one to bed.
Did you kind of feel like that? Okay, I've kind of somewhat dodged this, and now you got people that.
Yes. Well, the diehard Rangers on Twitter.
I got
serious.
it this morning, and Dawson is flipping he's making French toast, and he's going after people at the same time. I'm going.
I do. I go,
damn, Dawson is up early going after these folks, but these folks are going after you too. And I'm like, and then Dawson throws a stray at Jarrett to kind of drag him into the thing.
Yes.
Yes.
So. I absolutely love it.
I know you do.
And all these people are coming in new and don't realize
realize what happened.
I've been playing this game for months now, and it's like an itch on the back of my head, and every day I got to scratch it at least a couple of times. So I think I kind of stopped talking about it because I could tell how annoying it was for you guys.
Yeah.
But I freaking love it. So and the best part is Jack Leiter's freaking amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the best part.
Nice
so.
Kid.
I'm like, it's great. Let's laugh about the audio of last year when it looked like at times his journey to the big leagues might not ever come to fruition. But early on in this year, it looks like he's only a blister could stop him.
You kind of feel like, or going into it, that the guy that you were not going to have to worry about so much might be Rocker.
Yeah,
Rocker was going to be the guy that.
He's just
the mental toughness and all that. And I even asked Jack that question about all the things he went through, make him more mentally tough. And he was kind of, some of it. But yeah, I was thinking that Rocker was going to be the one that's having the early season success, and it was Leiter that might be scuffling around a little bit. But
Man, it's
What's
actually
been opposite that. And in spring training, I mean, in spring training, Leiter did a really
He's
fine
been good
job.
from day one. Yeah.
My favorite part of the people on Twitter is one of the guys that's perpetuating the old clip. His name on Twitter is Wyatt Bangford.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that part of it. Yeah. You're right, man. Salute to you, Bangford.
Yeah, that's right.
I know nothing about this game, and I'm just happy that Jack Leiter has been so successful. But I think it's what you're just talking about right there.
Yeah.
It's an incredible story to tell your minor leaguers about how important hard work is. Because for Kamar Rocker, he had a tremendous September. He's like, sweet, got it. Did not have the offseason that Jack Leiter did. Jack Leiter struggled, so he attacked those 4 months like, I'm fighting for my life. I'm fighting to make it happen. And now Kamar Rocker is the guy who's kind of behind the 8 ball and having to go back to the lab and put in all the work. But I'm confident he'll get there. But one of the toughest things about being a young athlete is figuring out your process that's going to allow you to be consistent. And Kamar Rocker just figured out what not to do. Gavin, are you even watching the games? What's wrong with the bullpen? Asked the 214.
What about this one from Patrick McGrath? LOL, Gavin wouldn't last a minute in Boston. What a P word.
You're right, I wouldn't, man. Boston's way too tough of a town for me, although I think Texas is pretty badass. I think if you can cut it in Texas, you can cut it anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think you've been scratching and clawing to get to Beantown.
No, sir. I would reject that a travel schedule. Cowboys back in the business of trying to find their next quarterback for as little as possible. I think that's what this is about. Yes, they are securing a backup quarterback, but I think up there they got to be thinking this kid might have something. And they send the Patriots a 5 for Joe Milton and a 7. He was picked in the 6th round last year, got in week 18. He passed it. He ran with it. He's tall. He's got a big arm. Those are the kind of traits I want to gamble on.
Yeah, and you're right about that. I this morning I had a chance. I did want to watch the Buffalo game. I need to go back and look at some of the preseason work that he did. But man, there's some things to like about him as far as I like the way he steps into his throws. When you see a guy, takes that shotgun snap, and then as he's kind of setting himself to where he needs to get, where he has to move a little, he'll set his feet, and that ball, when he throws it, you could tell it's like the stride and everything is working together. I think that's how he gets a lot of power on that ball, is his ability. It's almost like the baseball pitcher using the momentum with the kick and then the pitch. His is like he's able to kind of stride out there, and as he's striding, it's bringing his shoulder and his arm through, and he's
like a boxer.
He's a tall guy. Yeah, the power that you would have. But he threw some passes of some outs where right hash, left sideline, deep in the pocket, had to make a throw. I mentioned the throw that he made where the receiver, he broke the pocket. He was in the middle, and he broke to his right. And as he's going to his right, you're thinking, well, he's just going to try and throw it out of bounds and get what he can, or just run out of bounds. No, man, he turned around and just horsed that thing right back into the middle of the field. And that's why it went, oh, no, bro, don't. That usually what happens, you make that middle of the field throw going to your right or your left. It turns into, I didn't see the safety. I didn't see the linebacker.
And he does get a lot of balls knocked down.
But that thing,
he's got a cannon though.
Oh no, that's the thing about it is he is absolutely.
If you blink, you'll miss it, right? He probably thinks he can throw it through an entire mosh pit.
Yeah, he is the guy that the old saying is he could throw it through a car wash and it not get wet.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Remember when Uncle Rico said I could throw that pigskin over the mountains?
Yeah.
Joe Milton says that, and it's actually true.
Yeah.
But I think that's his only,
sweet.
Like, he's really just a fastball guy at this point, right? Like, that's the thing that you have to work on.
The thing, the crossing stuff and the stuff to tight ends where he had to move and you could see his eyes go from outside to inside, and it was like, okay, I've got to hit this guy, but the ball's not in front. Ball is off. So that may be something what you're talking about with the touch, Eric, that, he's having to take something off of it and he hadn't quite got the feel of like, okay, throw it hard, but throw it in front.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple of times where you see the receivers running and stopping and then they're kind of reaching back instead of taking them up the field where they could make a play.
Does this eliminate drafting a quarterback?
I think so. I think so, because to me, if you were going to use a pick in the 5th round, you're looking for, like I said, you're looking at Riley Leonard and guys like that that you probably are just, those guys are just, to me, you're taking really just big chances on. This one, at least you have some NFL tape, preseason tape, a regular season game, and you have your college stuff, which we know is really, really big for them.
Well, the Mavs were rolling, and things were going quite well. All of a sudden, Atlanta goes on a run. Mavs offense disappeared. They're down 3 in the closing minutes. Clay nails a 3, and then Anthony Davis getting the job done. Big game, plus 5 blocks. And had defense on Trae Young as well in the final possession. So, the big picture topic, I think, is where the hell's this defense? Because if you're going to have to win like this, great. We know the offense can be very disjointed, and without Kyrie Irving, it's going to be ugly. But, you got Lively back, Gafford's back, Davis, Caleb Martin. I guess P.J. Washington did not play last night, but you're giving up so many points. Does this take like a 3-4 day off stretch where you can practice a couple of times to install it? But if you're not going to be able to play great defense with this, then shoot.
I'll tell you what,
I've seen enough.
Davis with the blocks, outstanding. Caleb Martin was all over the place last night. He had several opportunities, like gets in the way of passing lanes, tipping the ball, coming from behind, knocking the ball out.
It was nice to see.
Just athletic move, get your feet, keep moving, stay in front of guys, and you
can see the value there now.
You can absolutely see the value there. He looks like to me like, okay, I know you're probably not going to score. He had he's kind of got a shot that's kind of funny. It's got no arch to it. It's kind of a direct, direct into the basket shot, and it's like, ooh, that looks like it's not very good. But the things that he was able to do on the defensive end of the floor, the problem with this team is they're probably going to be like that, and they could build. They're capable of having a lead in the 4th, and they're very capable of giving it away. And I think it goes to your point about, Dinwiddie had 3 shots down the stretch, and they had a couple of disjointed possessions where it got Atlanta back into the game. And
even the game-winning set, it's like
it just like, and that's what Harp was saying.
And improvise.
Harp was like, get the ball to Davis and just let him. And if you're going to win it with that, or lose it with that. And it wasn't, it wasn't about trying to get Clay open or any of that stuff. It was like, let Davis get down.
But these guys should have the ability to get in transition and play such great defense. They're holding teams under 110.
They do when they get stops.
I just want to start seeing it.
No. And it happened a little last night. They're much better when they get a stop and then they can transition. That's where they were having some success yesterday. It's when they don't get those stops and now they're having to, their offense gets bogged down. That's the problem right there. The team is, I think they're kind of who they are. I was talking to some people in the organization last night. They were really excited about having Lively back, and they feel like we've got to get him more minutes. We've got to get him ready. If we're going to be any good, we've got to get Lively ready. That's what they're thinking.
The size jumps off when it's Lively and Davis or Gafford and Davis, whatever it is, and they're throwing lobs to each other. It is like you can
the pass inside.
You can see this could be fun.
Lively throws a lob to Davis, and that a nice flush there. But they want to get more minutes for Lively. But they're to me, this team, they as much as they want to play defense, they really don't, and it's been very, very evident with these last few games where they've had double-digit leads, and when they go cold, then they have problems getting stops, and then that's ultimately what makes them have to scramble at the end.
Okay, Dallas Stars back in action tonight, hosting Nashville at 7 o'clock. 4 points back of Winnipeg, 1 game in hand. They are going to meet up April 10th. Nashville not having a great year.
No.
They're eliminated already. They lost 4 in a row, so they'll probably continue to play poor hockey tonight. Your chance to get the win is there. But
don't all of a sudden think you're just going to kind of slide the puck out there and then Nashville. We hope that they come out and play poorly, but Dallas has got to take care of business tonight.
Okay, Rangers not hitting. We talking with Sands yesterday, he seemed to indicate that maybe if after the next week and a half of games, Simeon's not hitting well, you would consider moving him out of the leadoff spot. What else could they do? I'm thinking right now, if I'm CY, I'm creating a short list of positions where maybe we could create more offense at if things don't get better. I don't know if you can't trust the personnel. You can't shift it around. You got to look at second base, and you got to look at center field. Either one of those, Tavares or Simeon. Obviously Josh Young coming back at third base. You plan on that being better.
Man, Dawson, I know that Simeon's taken a lot of heat here, and he probably understands that, and the team understands that. But just look throughout that lineup. There's a lot of guys that aren't hitting, but Simeon, it's been something that's kind of been a little bit of a carryover for him. So
he's at an age now,
and that's the thing. And I think that, to me, when you watch, it's just not that one guy. And I'm not saying you don't know what the hell you're talking. I'm just saying that, to me,
other than Langford and Garcia,
I'm looking down the lineup, I can't find I can't find any hitting right now. Maybe that's the early sample size, knee jerk, whatever. But with Simeon, and I see why we're talking about him, because there's some carryover there.
It's just a matter of what positions can you address logically with what your roster looks like, what makes sense that you need to address. Can Langford play center field? Can you look at left fielders that are out there? What's going to be out there in the trade market? What are the positions on your team that you want to look at? How many months would you give Jake Berger of not punishing the baseball, not hitting bombs, not driving in runs for you, where you're like, well, you know what? He's not making a lot. We took a flyer on him, but we want to look at first baseman in the trade market here that might be able to come in and make a consistent big-time impact. We need 300 hitters that can hit 30 home runs, to boil it down. And, I feel like shortstop is locked. Catcher, you have two good ones. It's going to be hard to find better than that.
Yeah.
And then third base, Josh Young, obviously a couple of the outfield spots as well with Garcia and Langford are locked in. That's it.
I think the hardest thing right now is, hopefully that Simeon and others find a way to hit. I think the biggest disappointment for me is Josh Young. And it seems like every year that I put my hope and my faith in that. I know he's a young guy, but I was thinking, maybe he'll have that year where he's completely healthy, he's not going to miss games. And well, here we are, we're at that same spot. I think that's the one thing that right now is just, the hitting's been bad, but just the availability or lack of availability for Josh Young has been a big issue for me.
Yeah, it's tough. You hope he gets back soon and stays back for the rest of the season. We need that for our faith in him. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Is this Cowboy Ring of Honor worthy? We'll talk about that next year in the G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7 minutes. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, what do we have here on the text? 302, it's only been 6 games and 25 at-bats. Geesh. Says the 302 here about the Rangers. I mean, Simeon goes back to last year.
He does.
And even before that, the postseason run of the World Series championship, for all of its glory, it was disappointing for Simeon. So, you know, I think it's an extended stretch for him. We know who Tavares is. Can a baseball team hoping to win a World Series rely on a guy like Tavares? Sure, obviously it's been proven it worked, but if a few years later you are a team struggling to find offense and Tavares is your center fielder and you're thinking, what are the most likely positions where we could find an improvement and we're not locked into this guy for the future because of his contract or other considerations? I think, you know, unfortunately, second base, center fielder are you know, two of the main ones right now that jump out. And if Josh Young gets hurt again, you're going to have to be looking at third base. And obviously, you know, first base is nice. We can believe in Jake Berger. Nice value for that kind of production for under $1 million. WAR less than Nathaniel Lowe last year. So you actually downgraded a little bit, hoping for the potential that a Jake Berger breaks out, gives you more production for a lot less money. But you didn't really upgrade there. So I think it's fair early in the season. I'm kind of a knee-jerk sports fan. Is this knee-jerky? Yes. I'm not trying to be a jerk per se, but I'm a huge fan of Jake Berger. The storyline, the interview we had with him, love it.
Awesome.
But, you know, this team's built to win a championship, and we got to be, you know, objectively honest about their shortcomings.
Yeah, and I do think CY is a guy that has self-awareness about his own team. Yeah. And as much as Ray Davis will allow, he will do whatever it takes, CY will, to get the necessary pieces in there. Yeah. So I think other than the Simeon stuff, but that's a guy who has earned it over the course of his career and since being with the Rangers to get every opportunity before pulling the plug on where he is in the lineup. Yeah. But otherwise, I mean, they're moving stuff around all the time. You're not getting it done. You're up, you're down, you're over, you're moving. Like, I think they're pretty proactive about this kind of stuff.
Yeah. And I'm not saying you want to be moving on from all these guys. I think I got Berger and Simeon right now on my watch list. Tavares, I know who he is. I'm ready to get a better center fielder, But anybody else on this team, I'm just kind of like going through the process right now. And early in the season, those guys are on my might need to replace them list. Okay, should the Cowboys consider Tank for Ring of Honor? That is a topic out there. Wanted to get your thoughts on it, Broadus. What do you think? Should we see him up there?
Nope.
And why is that?
Me personally, please go back, and I mean this is no disrespect to Tank. I just have a personal feeling, not of just with Tank. I grew up watching Harvey Martin play, and Harvey Martin is pre-1989 when the Cowboys were sold to the Jones family. And Harvey Martin, if you look at sacks, you look at what he meant to the Dallas Cowboys, he's played on a championship team.
He's a D-boy.
I mean, he was
co-Super Bowl MVP, 114 career sacks.
To me, Charles Haley is in the Ring of Honor. Charles Haley, to me, is, yes, he played for the Dallas Cowboys, but he also was drafted by the San Francisco 49ers, and it was a big part of what the 49ers were doing. I just wish that, and I have nothing against Charles Haley going in, I have problems with him going in ahead of Harvey Martin from that era. And
if Harvey was in, would you put Tank in?
No, I wouldn't. I don't think so. I don't think he's a Ring of Honor player. I just don't. Me personally, the one thing that I always really enjoyed about traveling around the league and like going to other stadiums was like you would have an opportunity to see other teams' Ring of Honors, and they were huge. I remember Frank Tripucka, Kelly Tripucka, the old basketball player's dad, is in the Denver Bronco one, and I think he might be in the Buffalo Bill one for the AFL stuff and things like that. And I'm kind of thinking, great, they've got 100 names here. There's something about what the Dallas Cowboys do. It's not the ring of very good. It's the Ring of Honor, the Ring of Greatness and stuff. I don't think Tank was a great player. I think he was a very good player, but not one that deserves to be over or in the same class with a Harvey Martin or even with Charles Haley.
Yeah, it's only got 22 players. It's a pretty exclusive group.
Very exclusive, yeah. And there's some, and not even all players. I mean, you've got administrators. You got Tex Schramm is in there, not a player. Tom Landry, not a player. Jimmy Johnson, not a player. Gil Brandt, not a player. So now you've really whittled it down to a certain number of just
even have
players.
One team's worth.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think so. I think Tank is a guy that bring him back and let him wave to the crowd and be that guy. And when they show him on the jumbotron, give him a big clap. But no, as far as those guys that are currently in that, not the same group.
I mean, ultimately, you don't have the sacks, the personal production to set yourself aside in spite of lack of team success. Yeah. I think if you'd won a couple of Super Bowls and you're DeMarcus Lawrence, maybe the Ring of Honor could have been there. I think in other circumstances, he's talented enough. He's a good enough player. Yeah. He's hurt though a lot, and then he didn't have team success.
And if you could have just had a signature moment or two in a big game, all of a sudden, we're never forgetting about you. But he is just a solid, really good player. But I agree with Broadus.
We have 10 remaining free agents who could start for your Cowboys. There's still 10 out there. We're going to take a look at them coming up at 2:40, 2:45 or so. Time to go into the Pimp Cup, where James Tritley, filling in for Lucius Alexander, has your G-Bag of the day.
Oh, boy.
Pressure, James?
A little bit. Well,
all right.
Not to be Tritley.
Not to be. The first time I got to crosstalk with y'all when CA and I did a show, it was Gavin who ended up saying not to be trite. That was the show that you came up with, the idea.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
I thought it was. Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier.
Dawson's been in his bag for years now.
Well, I mean, that's evident. We know that.
Proof's in the pudding.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Excellent.
Really good, man. Better than Wolchuk, apparently.
Yeah, no kidding. That was kind of a shock, a last-minute scratch. We hate to see that.
Yeah.
How
you doing today?
I'm great. Can't complain. A little gloomy outside today.
Yeah, the storm's coming.
Chilly, man.
I know.
Hopefully you don't have to dodge tornadoes on the way home today.
Well,
But you better pull them podcasts.
Yeah.
Get your damn job done before you venture out into the tornadic activity.
That's all that matters. Hey, it's G-Bag of the Day, 2:30, Monday through Friday. What are we at? 3-time champion right now for Mr. Bobby Belt.
Yep. Yes.
With what seems like it's going to be the diss track of the year, and we're only in April.
Peyton on the cheap, yo, free those spending cash figures, we need zero, hands down. I'll take Tommy Sledge or even Rigo, failing all the way through cross. Hey Joey, where did he go? What's up with this old phony ass loser and his drama? The industry can hate me, f him, go see my mama. How many flaws you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna slash all his money, I'm gay blocking. Play the clip and hide the eye roll if Sean watching. Sometimes you gotta stop down and show better. Certified board up, man. Take producer out your damn LinkedIn. Walk him out, bro. Fine, you know that he been phoning in. Throw him then, just like Fish, Richie Gergo and them. Say, Pate, I hear you kinda dumb. Don't even know how to make a woman. To any chick that talks to him and they in love, just know that you'll only fit in the tub. Tim tells me Choppy just can't handle when Sean's not around, and that's why Chi-Chi hanging with us at the firehouse. And Choppy never showers. What's that all about? Toxic masculinity, toxic from the waist down. Wop, 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 wop. Bob, them up. Wop, 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 wop. They just kind of sus. Why y'all looking so sad?
There he is, Bobby Belt, 3-time champ, getting it done with a diss track about Peyton Russell, his own producer.
A little Choppy in there, too. It looks like everybody was catching strays in that one.
And Choppy.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Poor old Bordop Rigo got thrown into the mix there at one point.
It's like every time we listen to the song, someone else catches a stray. That's where we've gotten to this
Them
point.
boys is Wasn't he saying that he would rather have Rigo than Peyton?
Absolutely.
I think so, yeah.
But it was like we'd go that far.
Okay.
You know,
I see.
You know
all
what I
right.
mean?
It's kind of a backhanded compliment.
Absolutely.
Just a little bit. Let's see what we got today. John Kruk and Tom McCarthy. Okay. Now, this is from the TV side, and they're seeing these fans, and they're celebrating the Phillies going out and scoring, and just in the most celebratory way. Maybe we've been here, maybe we haven't. Let's take a listen in.
Hey.
Yes, celebration.
Well, if these microphones didn't get in the way, I'd have done that to you.
A little kissing on camera between the fans.
And then it was just Pete that wasn't drunk then, right?
Wow. Very interesting kiss cam moment there. That's the Phillies game, you say?
That was a Phillies game. Some fans just celebrating a kiss, husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, and then Kruk just had to go out there and say, well, if these microphones weren't in the way, might have done the same to you there, Tom.
He is a shock jock.
It's one of the better TV broadcasts that we have in MLB right now. Keith Hernandez.
Keith Hernandez and them are good.
That Mets one.
He got hot mic'd a little bit.
He does get a lot of hot mic every once in a while.
Yeah, we'll have to hear that. How about Mike Francesa? I don't know if you guys have been following. You guys American Idol people at all?
Used to be year one, Kelly Clarkson year.
That's about it.
Ruben Studdard year.
Now it just keeps going.
That's pretty much all I got for you.
The thing's been around for 20 some odd years, hasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of incarnations of that.
I don't think I've ever watched an episode.
No? Well, you're not missing much, I'll say that.
Oh.
I was just never
No, I haven't watched it.
Year one, year two.
That's about it.
Maybe year three.
Well,
that was it.
One of the latest talents on there sang the Waiting All Day for Sunday Night in front of Carrie Underwood. What a rendition she did. But this was a clip that circulated about that Waiting All Day for Sunday Night from Mike Francesa. Not a big fan.
After, this idea we waited all day. Well, it's the stupidest song that ever was created. No one waits all day. They watch football all day. Wait, I waited all day for Sunday night. No one waited 1 minute for Sunday night. They watch football all darn day. The dumbest, whoever thought it as this, I always say it's the most dumb, it's the dumbest thing I ever heard in the lyrics. I waited all day for Sunday night. No one ever waited 1 minute for Sunday night. They watch football all day on Sunday. Getting ready for Sunday night. That's the dumbest song ever created.
That's a great rant.
I mean, do you guys feel the same way? Should we not be waiting all day for Sunday?
I never really looked at it that way, but I think he makes an astute observation about what I'm doing on Sundays.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. I will say there is a comfort knowing, like middle of the afternoon, when you're just thinking about the rest of your day, knowing that there's a hell of a Sunday night football matchup. There's something exciting about that. But I'm not waiting around.
No, you're like feasting all day for Sunday.
I'm snorting Scott Hansen in the red zone, commercial free for 7 hours.
Like for a home game, you were literally like eating all day towards Sunday
Cowboys?
night.
Yeah.
Like
Cowboys game.
You were, you're not waiting. You're just like just smashing down food.
That's right.
I think it's an okay rant from Mike Francesa, who does generic rants. It is pretty funny, though. But I think it does play. And here's why, Tritely, Chief, Broadus. For a lot of people tuning into that game, that's their team, right?
Yeah.
So they probably have been just barely watching other teams play all day. Like, crap, I wish my team was playing. I got to wait for the Sunday night game.
McMillan fans?
So for them,
yeah.
The Jags fan, they have been waiting all day.
God help us if they're putting the Jags on Sunday night.
I was about to say, I was like, that's a struggle for everybody.
That's a fair rebuttal, though. It's
I
a fair
like the
rebuttal.
protagonist role you play there, Dawson, and trying to be for the song there.
Just thinking about it from the Jags fans.
Black and Gold B, one of our resident Saints fans, saying like, "Nah, if the Saints are playing on Sunday night, then I'm waiting all day for that."
There you go.
And the 972 says, "Remember that was written for Monday night. So if you went to work all day, you had football yesterday. You have been waiting all day for Monday night."
Wow, they're just copy and pasting their Sunday to Monday, just acting as if that they're equally the same.
Well, didn't ESPN take it from Monday to Sunday, or one way or the other? It was on Monday with that tune. And then that broadcast took Sunday night because
ABC,
it was the better team.
ABC used to have Monday Night Football, and then ESPN took it over.
So when they went to Sunday nights, they had the song. Did they want to come up with a new song or just change it from Monday to Sunday?
Gotcha.
They went the laziest route possible.
What was the old Hank Williams Jr., Dawson? What was that one?
That was Monday Night Football.
That was Monday Night Football.
Oh, yeah.
Are you ready for some football?
Yeah, I went.
A Monday night
That's
party.
a classic. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
As a kid, dude, that was like, I was waiting around for that.
That was, amazing. And you didn't have that kind of stuff on demand.
No.
So you got that once a week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was time to rock. Is it our three-time champ Bobby Belt disrespecting Peyton Russell, Rigo, Choppy, among others? Kiss cam moment at the Phillies game with John Kruk. Mike Francesa on waiting all day for Sunday night. I'm voting with the champ, Chief.
Likewise.
Triley?
Be the oddball here and say Francesa.
Right.
Bobby.
By a score of 3-1, still your G-Bag of the Day champ. Tune in tomorrow as he looks for 5. We'll be live at the Globe tomorrow, fired up to go see these Texas Rangers. The only thing that would make it better is if my guy, Jack Leiter, was towing the rubber,
I thought you were going to say if you get one of those loaded baked potatoes from Hurtado.
Oh, that's happening.
Yeah.
That's happening for sure. We have 10 remaining free agents in the NFL who are still out there. They could start for your Cowboys, and that list is coming up next year on The Nation.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Logan?
Pre-curl.
No.
Nutmeg Baby.
I just said that. Was it spicier?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you very much, Try It Lee. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Lucius still living it up on vacation. He'll be back next week. Rangers are off tonight. They're going to host the Rays tomorrow night, 7 o'clock first pitch, 6:30 pregame. Looking forward to that, and looking forward to absolutely to Jack Leiter's next start. You know, this is one of the exciting things about this season so far. You know, after that start he had last year, September 20th, 5 innings pitched, he gave up 6 earned runs, walked 2 guys, gave up 6 hits. You know, it pushed his ERA close to 10. I thought, you know, it was a day that was ominous for the, you know, medium-term future into this year. But whatever he did in the offseason to come back this year and you know, put in the 10 innings of work that he's had so far, it's, you know, absolutely a big candidate here for breakout player of the year, I think, in the big leagues.
No, he's done a nice job, and you know, I wonder, and we've asked this question, but I don't know if we've got a complete answer for it, or maybe you guys have an answer for it. Has following Nathan Eovaldi in the rotation been one of those things where Nathan Eovaldi has done such a good job against the hitters that maybe that Jack Leiter has benefited from it a little bit, learning, but the way that Eovaldi has kind of been able to control bats, kind of give him a blueprint of maybe how to attack. I know he doesn't have probably the talent of Nathan Eovaldi, or the pitch command or things like that, but has he, just by not being the 5th starter, but being the 2nd starter, has that benefit? He has not wilted at all in that role. You know?
Evan Grant wrote about that actually yesterday in the morning news.
Okay, I'm sorry,
cool.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
No, that's pretty cool. But yeah, I think it cannot hurt at all to have a guy like Eovaldi pitching for you and helping you out, getting a scouting report together, and that's one of the things that young pitchers that are on Eovaldi's teams talk about, how great he is as a teammate.
Yeah, maybe it's the situation though where Eovaldi though goes out there and he ties up hitters. You know,
puts him in a bad way.
Puts him in a bad way, and then all of a sudden there's maybe like, oh geez, okay, I'm not swinging it very well right now. I mean, Eovaldi doesn't give you a chance to really tee off on him. So all of a sudden you got hitters that might not have confidence. You know, they're like, Eovaldi just did something very rare. He went 9 innings and gave us very little. You know, he had a perfect game going through 5. Does he kill some of the confidence, and then the next day you come to the ballpark, and then Jack Leiter's kind of like, he's got the 98-mile-an-hour fastball. He's got the slider working. And now you got hitters that are even struggling even more to.
I think confidence matters big time, but I don't want to take any credit from our guy, Jack Leiter, Brian.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just saying, though.
This is about the man in the mirror. Yeah, it's Jack Leiter.
I mean, he went into the weight room, added 2 miles of velocity.
Yeah.
Obviously, his location's better. He doesn't have to throw it right over the middle of the plate to throw a strike anymore.
And he was already a pretty impressive, just like physically, you could tell it's a guy that works out, takes care of himself.
Yeah.
But this year in the clubhouse, it was noticeable how much just leaner he looked.
Yeah.
And I think he's clearly stronger.
Well, with these, and listening to the broadcast, they were talking about, and Jared was even talking about this a little bit too, with his ability now to elevate pitches. You know, you've got the 97, 98 mile an hour fastball, but you're able to elevate that, and the batters aren't touching that. And then you're able to throw your slider where it's in and up around the knees or the shoe tops, and you got guys swinging at that. You know, we've got a lot. What he had, what I say he had yesterday, like 11
swings and misses.
Swings and misses.
Yeah, 6 punch outs.
Yeah, so that's kind of a good thing right there.
Let me get this in from Katie Drummond because I teased it. We go to Cowboys Wire, 10 remaining free agents who could start for your Cowboys.
All right.
Amari Cooper is one of them. I put that in the post-draft, maybe post-OTA plan if we just hate what our wide receivers are looking like after that. I think you put Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett, and maybe Deontay Johnson all 4 of them are on this list. I think they all go in that category. Brian, what do you think?
The one that I would be really, really interested in is Keenan Allen.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one that I would, and nothing against Amari Cooper, but yeah, if you told me that I had a chance to post-draft, and we'll see if Dallas, in fact, does draft one. I think they're trying to kind of okey-doke us and make us think like they're really, really happy with their wide receiver room. But in reality, they're thinking like we need to get some help here with CD and get some help for Dak.
Keenan Allen, not young, 33 years old, but still had 70 catches for Chicago last year with a bad offensive line and a rookie quarterback.
Throws it all over the place, yeah.
That's great production right there. The Deontay Johnson situation is just crazy that he's been on 4 teams in 18 months. He must just be a total knob.
Yes. Yeah. I thought that was going to be a nice move in the middle of the year for the Ravens. Add an extra weapon to the offense. That thing fizzled out. It was a total disaster. I would just, that'd be a total stay away from me.
Mike Hilton seems like a guy that you'd still want there. He's a slot corner. He blitzes. He had 12 tackles for loss last year. Decent ball skills.
Yeah, that's a guy.
But is he a banged up guy?
No question. Yes,
yeah,
I think
that's why people are scared of him, right?
Yes.
I need to ask about him on Gang of 7.
But that's a thing. That's a guy for sure. After the draft, the cornerback situation is in my mind terrible right now for the Cowboys. If you don't get one in the draft, that's a no-brainer post-draft signing.
They made the trade today for Joe Milton. Talking this week, they said they're not done in free agency. I don't know if this trade qualifies as that, but if they're still looking, it's got to be one of these guys. The guard Brandon Scherf is out there, top 5 pick in 2015. Last year, he was 14th best among guards in pass block win rate. Could be too expensive. Plus, they already brought in the veteran guard Jones.
Yeah,
but I'd love it if they brought in another offensive lineman here. The tackle with the Browns, Jedrick Wills. Would you have him compete with Guyton at left tackle?
Man, what happened to him? I mean, I know I'm just saying that out loud because I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah,
he was a guy that I
think he's been injured guy too.
Yeah, but man, he completely has fallen off the cliff. Another guy I probably need to ask about there with Wills.
Yeah, talented guy.
Yeah.
Has a lot to like, and probably better than Guyton at this point. Although maybe just putting Guyton out there and seeing if he can get it figured out is the best plan here for him in year 2. The safety Justin Simmons is available again. 32 career picks. He was just in Atlanta, played well. Cowboys going with Hooker and Wilson again. That's just so disappointing.
I think that Todd France represents Simmons, so I don't know if that's one of those ones that you kind of that maybe there's not a great relationship there. So I would say that's probably why Dallas isn't sniffing around on that one. They're bringing in guys on 30 visits and stuff like that fit that safety mode.
And then final guy here on Katie's list is Will Hernandez for the Cardinals. They're another guard.
I think Jones. It says a lot. I think that the fact that his line coach is here as the offensive coordinator and Dallas really couldn't get anything done there, or maybe he said, "No, I wouldn't bring him in." So that everybody was kind of connecting the dots, but doesn't sound like that's something that's going to materialize.
469 says, Gavin, your guy Leiter was interviewed after his first start, and he credited Evaldi with helping him with the lineup and what he was seeing. That's Richie from Ennis.
I don't think you were
Richie's a beast.
I don't think you were disagreeing with that. I don't think I was just asking the question. Do you feel like that maybe that Evaldi starts and all of a sudden batters don't have the confidence, and in Jack Leiter with command of pitching, maybe the elevated fastball and then the slider, that maybe that he's kind of taken advantage of some things that that Evaldi was able to kind of show him. But I think give Evaldi credit for the way he's pitched, but also Jack going out there and following him up. I think Jack being in the second, that'd be a lot of pressure, I think, for a guy that really coming in this season, there were some questions about, but he's been outstanding following Leiter in these games. Following Evaldi in these games.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something to Evo and knowing the type of guy that he is and how he's trying to give everyone as much wisdom as he possibly can. He's definitely taken Leiter under his wing. And, hey, I just saw this lineup yesterday. Here's a couple of things to think about with these guys. There's no question it's helpful. But all the work that Jack Leiter put in the offseason is what allows him to take whatever it is that Evaldi's giving him and actually be able to go out there and perform and execute it.
Yes, sir. Totally agree. Now, tomorrow is probably going to be Malley. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tomorrow's a Malley day.
Looking for redemption for old Malley.
And then DeGrom on Saturday. Yeah, that was interesting. Okay, NFL news of the daytime, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Another quarterback gets a deal done, plus the Cowboys continue to live rent-free in the minds of filthy fans. Next in the nation.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we got hockey man Ryan Callahan coming up at 3:20. So, C-Note, Cowboys News of the Evening moved to 4:40, but you know what time it is right here. Every day at 3 o'clock, the NFL News of the Day. Wolchuk is out sick. You could tell yesterday he battled through it like a warrior, the warrior that he is. He flat out got the job done yesterday. It was impressive, but he needed today to recover. So send him some love on social. Let Wolchuk and Lucius know they're missed. And in the meantime, let's enjoy some NFL news of the day with the Chief.
This is how I know Wolchuk's really down bad because we were supposed to go together to see Frank Caliendo tonight. We had Frank in studio yesterday, rubbing elbows, having a good time. He was spectacular as always. And tonight, Addison Improv, Frank Caliendo, nosebleed seats collision course. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. But I do believe Carter Freeman is stepping in.
There he is.
Coming out of the bullpen. And he's ready to go have himself a good time.
Do you think Frank's going to point you out in the crowd? Do you think he's going to say something? Oh, my buddies from the radio showed up.
I guess it depends on how close.
He'll do a Gruden voice, he'll do Gruden eyes.
So I haven't ever seen his stand-up, so I don't know how much like crowd work he's doing, that kind of thing. And I would imagine you'd probably have to be sitting real close to the stage in order to get involved in that, unless you're going to make it about yourself sitting in the back row, say something stupid, and then all of a sudden, those are the worst people in the world.
Famous last words.
Oh my gosh.
Trying to make yourself the center of attention in a comedian show.
Whew. I want to make Joe Milton the center of attention right now because the one play that just stands out amongst the rest, and I know, Broadus, you watched him, Cowboys trade for Patriots backup quarterback Joe Milton, and you're going to pay him like $3 or $4 million over the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Like it's a steal of a deal. You give up a 5th-round pick, you get a 7th-round pick back. But this dude is impressively built, very athletic, got a cannon arm, and in the Week 18 matchup versus the Bills, which is the only real playing time he got in the regular season, he's got one play that stands out amongst the rest where he is dodging defenders in the pocket. He's rolling right, and then he comes back to the left, and then he stops and switches and stops, and then he spins, and he goes back left to the sidelines.
That was a touchdown he had that got called back.
Yeah, the play didn't count, but it's one of the coolest plays you've ever seen from a quarterback that didn't count. He threads it in right at the pylon, like 30 yards out for the touchdown on a rope. Just
going to his left.
Yeah, going left. I mean, just one of the coolest plays. Carter's got it on the fan cam right now, Twitch and YouTube. But man, that play alone, you're like, yeah, I'll go 5th-round flyer on this guy.
Yeah.
$4 million or so over the next 3 years. That's how you do the backup quarterback stuff. And I keep hammering this point home. If Dak gets banged up again, you at least have some level of excitement when you wake up on that Sunday and it's not Cooper Rush. It's not Will Greer. Here comes Joe Milton. Let's see some fireworks.
4.640 time. He can run some. And he's a standing backflip guy for his celebrations.
Oh, that's it. That's his move. I don't think have we ever seen the quarterback do the backflip celebration? Or quarterbacks doing backflip celebrations? I don't think so.
Maybe in college.
We're doing discount double checks, bro.
Yeah.
We're doing like what did Dante Culpepper's where he would kind of
the roll.
The roll. That was a fun one.
I mean, you get a flex going every now and then, but you don't see backflips from quarterbacks. This guy can, though.
This is a unique individual.
And he's like, what, 6'2"? The big dude. 6'4"?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. He's pretty impressive physically. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see him in Oxnard. I think the ball's going to come out of his hands differently than what I'm used to seeing when we're out there for all these quarterbacks.
Tell me if maybe if you get a chance to see some OTA clips or something like that. But when he throws in Oxnard for sure. Tell me if when he steps into a throw, like his throwing style is stepping so he's generating like a ton of power going at the line of scrimmage or going at his target, and I think that's what brings him the ball out of his
velocity.
Yeah, I mean his ability, like I say, it's just the way he was able to do that was pretty impressive.
All the highlights I've seen, it's not only a step, but his entire front torso is just flying forward.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everything is going forward on this guy.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. This is a great move for the Cowboys. Now, elsewhere,
better than throwing a dart at a
Trey Lance,
a 5th round dude in this draft or something that. Like the Riley Leonard. I apologize if Riley Leonard's driving around and listening to us.
Hey, I hear he's a big Tolo.
Good luck to you. Congratulations getting Notre Dame the national championship. But you're kind of like this era of Tim Tebow. You're like a really tough guy that wins games, but you run. You can't throw the ball.
A guy who can throw the ball extremely accurately. He's in Vegas now. He's Geno Smith, and he just got an extension.
Yeah.
And you're looking at 2 years.
$75 million, something like that?
$85.5 million.
Wow.
$66.5 guaranteed. So now the average per year puts him at 15th highest in the league. Assuming Brock Purdy gets his deal done at some point this offseason, that'll drop him down to 16th. Overall, pretty solid deal there, I guess, from the Raiders standpoint. And now it's Pete Carroll, it's Geno Smith over the course of the next couple of years. Get that thing back to neutral. Don't be picking in the top 5. We'll say bye-bye to Pete Carroll when we're picking around 18 or 19, and then we'll bring in a young hot shot. Brady can go handpick the next young quarterback and get this thing moving. But that's one of the worst franchises over the last, forever it feels like. So just get a couple adults in the room at the most important spots. Geno Smith, Pete Carroll. You bring in Ashton Jeanty. All of a sudden, Jeanty, Bowers, Chip Kelly. That could be exciting. You can go out there and win 8-9 games.
They certainly can. What I was thinking is, would you rather be swimming in these waters than Dak, like the Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith, $35-40 million a year, or you add $20 million to it, you get Dak? I don't think the extra dough is worth it, guys.
Well, I'll say if the Cowboys would actually say, hey, we're going cheaper at quarterback so that we can fill out the roster in a way that is much more up to standard when it comes to trying to be a contender, then maybe I could go ahead and budge with you on that. The difference between Dak at this stage in his career compared to a Geno or a Baker or something who is getting much less than him. If your organization was going to say, okay, we have the cheaper quarterback, now we're going to add 3 or 4 starters that are legit, now all of a sudden I think you're having a different conversation. But I don't know if that would change the Cowboy. They'd still be bottom barrel free agent people, and that's how they would do it. Still be building basically 100% through the draft.
So they would just have less money pushed into the future of these contracts and void years and stuff like that. So
that's what I would think.
No, I hadn't thought about that. That's a really interesting point. It almost doesn't matter how much you pay your quarterback, because the Cowboys show they're willing to do that dead money deal with players that they do draft.
Mm-hmm. Now you have, let's see here, a little trivia question for you. This should be easy. Over the last 3 years, which team has converted 4th and 1s at the highest rate?
Eagles.
Yeah. Wrong.
Okay, hang on.
Lions.
No.
So you up for failure on that one with this is going to be an easy one. It's a trick question. Everybody in the world would have said Eagles right there. Everyone in the world, even the team who was at number 1, would have probably just guessed that they weren't and that the Eagles were, because this tush-push stuff. Everybody's making it seem like it's the biggest cheat code in the world. But
Bills.
Yeah, it's Bills.
It's not the Bills.
Chargers.
Not the Chargers. Close to the Chargers.
Washington.
Rams.
It's the Rams. Rams at 92% over the last 3 years. Then it's Kansas City. Then it's Denver. Then it's filthy. So 4th and 1 conversions, everyone acting like in terms of the people that are against the tush push. And ultimately, I'm against it too, just because if the defender can't push their guy, why should the offense be able to? But it's not like this thing is some, oh my gosh, like nobody can duplicate it the way that the Eagles do it, but the Eagles aren't even the best over the last 3 years when it comes to converting 4th and 1s. Other teams, there's other ways to get it. So it's not like, oh my gosh, this is just unfair because they're batting 1,000. They're not. Other teams are better.
What's the sample size on those other teams? Have they tried it a bunch of times?
That's a good question. I don't know the exact sample size.
I would have guessed New England in the Tom Brady era, because he was a master converting those.
Oh, I'm sure.
Sneaks,
yeah, I'm sure they'd be right up there for Brady's era. But just thought that was interesting. And you have some other stuff. How about the Cowboys just living rent free in Eagles fans? Did you see the Philadelphia? It's like some type of. It's Upper Darby Township, Delaware County, just outside of Filthy.
Yeah.
They had a city council meeting, and apparently the mayor of this particular township, Mayor Ed Brown, he's a Cowboys fan.
Okay.
So he's in enemy territory, and I guess a lot of people don't like him.
Oh, man, just did a flip.
This Eagles fan shows up.
You could win.
Eagles fan shows up to city council wearing an Eagles championship T-shirt, and he goes on a 30-second rant hating on this mayor because of the fact that he's a Cowboys fan.
This is what happened, guys, residents of Upper Darby Township, when you elect the Cowboys fan to your government. 29 years of losing with this team. What do you expect with the leadership? This is a Cowboys fan. This guy follows the Cowboys. You see what type of leadership they have, and that's what you put your trust in. A Cowboys fan. Sickening.
Wow.
That's pretty strong right there. I am impressed and I am blown away that that must have been concealed. His fandom must have been concealed when he got voted into office.
It was unknown.
And then he let that thing hang a little bit afterwards.
He was pulling a broadest, not telling anybody where he was from.
Yeah.
Who he was pulling for.
Yeah.
For self-preservation. And I like that. I think there's a lot of Cowboys fans out there that are very competent. As a matter of fact, we're frustrated with the incompetence of the organization. So I'm offended by that as a Cowboys fan. I think there's many among us who would be great members of city, county, state, or federal government, Brian. But, if it was, it's just when it comes to the Joneses in football. And the reason is because football on TV became a gold mine that they could not resist harvesting to the absolute max, even at the expense of winning. It's the only reason the Joneses don't win at that too. But they're really winning. They're really winning at what they do. They've made the most by far.
For their priorities,
yes,
they're killing
it. They've absolutely dominated this situation, and a city would love to have the marketing and business savvy combined of the Joneses, as long as you didn't, require them to win football as part of your city government.
We have the new Hard Knocks sort of rules of which teams can be exempt or not, and the previous one they had if you had made the playoffs over the last 2 seasons, you didn't have to be a part of the eligibility for Hard Knocks. You could bow out of that.
Okay.
But now they've loosened that up. So it doesn't matter if you're a team that's made the playoffs in the last 2 years, you can still be on Hard Knocks. So there's 20 teams. The Cowboys are not one of them because they are exempt because they have a first-year head coach and they've been on Hard Knocks in the last 7 or 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the line of demarcation there. So there are 20 teams that are eligible for Hard Knocks this year. But the Cowboys, of course, not one of them.
Okay.
You also have Marshawn Lattimore, the corner for the Commanders.
Changed his number.
Yeah, he's going back to his college number 2.
Number 2.
To represent the amount of games he's going to play next year. Just the soft tissue stuff.
Yeah.
You know how that goes with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then how about this, man? We have an MIT. So we had the torpedo bat situation going down in baseball with an MIT guy creating something next level. Now we have the same situation in football when it comes to helmets.
There we go.
So a former MIT linebacker has designed what they're calling the safest football helmet ever tested. There was a handful of NFL players that used it last year. I think there was, on average, like one player on each team last year wore this particular helmet. But now that it's been tested the way it has, I guess Virginia Tech has the ultimate helmet testing lab in the world, and they tested it, and it's the best score that they've ever awarded. So this particular helmet is now going to, they've seen a rise by 1,000%. They've sold like 5,000 of them since the new year. I would imagine NFL players, college players alike will all be trying to get this thing going. But basically the process involved dissecting a number of pre-existing helmets to figure out how the weight tends to be distributed, which led to the development of the Apache helmet made off an impact modified nylon shell. You got like a 3D printed thermoplastic liner in there, whatever, but it can compress more than twice as much as the foam traditionally used by other manufacturers.
Okay.
So this is a huge thing because the sport that we love is ever changing when it comes to the safety stuff, and people project out decades from now of like, will this even be tackle football anymore? This is the type of developments we need to where you have helmets that are securing our players' brains so that we can enjoy football for the rest of time.
So this is called an Apache helmet?
That's right.
And it's an improvement in the material, not necessarily the design of the helmet, so the helmet looks the same.
From my understanding, I don't really see too much of a photo of it, but from the sounds of it, I don't think the naked eye would tell you like, oh, there's some new unique helmet necessarily. But whatever's inside from a material standpoint, it's much safer. So this is exactly what you want to hear if you want to watch football forever.
Hell yeah, dude.
MIT in their bag right now when it comes to helping out the world of sports. I might be an MIT fan all of a sudden.
I mean, how much of a concern is this for you? If you had sons, they wanted to play football. If I can get my hands on an Apache helmet, I think I'm ordering it. I'm spray painting it up there for the high school, and that's my kid's helmet, right?
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, this would be, unless it's like astronomical from a price standpoint or whatever. Yes, if it's feasible financially, that would be a no-brainer.
What's a good competitive price on a new helmet? What are we looking at? $300?
I would think a few $100.
Yeah. Yeah,
and that would be worth it. $300.
Yeah,
let's go.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll ask exactly. I'll get your price right
for
now.
50% reduction in the impact.
Do we want to know how much the Apache helmet will cost us?
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
What's the regular NFL helmet cost, and what's the Apache helmet going to cost? We got a hockey man coming on, ESPN analyst, a former player, Ryan Callahan's going to join us. Tell us how good the Stars are and everything coming down the stretch here. How important the return of Miro is. And much more. That's coming up next here to the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's for Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, well, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Speaking of Dallas, Stars host in Nashville tonight. Joining us now, 13-year NHL veteran, New York Rangers and Tampa. Two-time Olympian, silver medal winner with USA in 2010. ESPN hockey analyst Ryan Callahan with you here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good. How you doing? Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's great to have you. We're excited about this hockey team. Down 4 right now with a game in hand behind Winnipeg with 8 games to go, Ryan. I could tell you 6 of these opponents are non-playoff teams. Do you think we can catch Winnipeg down the stretch?
Yeah, I definitely think you can. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think you play Winnipeg at home next week, I believe. So obviously that's going to be a huge game. And, I think it's important. A lot of people talk about, it doesn't matter if you get first or, home ice advantage. And, you look at this, this Central Division, and I think it's a huge advantage to finish first just to avoid, in a situation like this, Colorado in the first round. And, obviously, you're looking at Minnesota or St. Louis, it looks like in that wild card matchup. But, I mean, if you could, miss Colorado that first round, make Winnipeg and Colorado, battle it out that first round, I think it's such a big advantage for Dallas. So if I'm the Stars, that's what I'm looking at, and I think it also gives you a little bit of a push towards the end of the season, something to work towards and gear yourself up as playoffs approach.
The 12 games or so in, what do you think of the fit of Mikko Rantanen here with the Stars and what we have on our hands?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, it's he's one of those guys that's that gets thrown out maybe too much, but like a unicorn, where his size, his skill, his abilities, and I think what you should be most excited about if you're Dallas is how he produces in the playoffs, right? I mean, this guy produces big numbers in the playoffs, has won before, so to be able to bring a guy like that in, I mean, what a move by Jim Neal and Dallas's management to see that he was available out of Carolina and bringing him in. And, usually when you bring a guy in too, there's that little bit of an adjustment period, right, where they're getting used to the team, the organization, and obviously him, especially bouncing around a little bit. But he seemed to fit right in. I mean, he has 11 points in 12 games, 4 goals. He's been great so far for Dallas, and he's only going to get better as more comfortable he gets.
Speaking of a guy that is only getting better, how about the youngster Wyatt Johnston and what he's been able to do? How impressed is that? Just how impressive is it with his age and how dominant he's been?
Yeah, I mean, he just continues to grow, right? You don't know where the ceiling is with this kid. And, I remember I did a couple playoff games last year with Dallas and just watching, Wyatt Johnston in the biggest moments and these playoff games, he always seemed to rise to the occasion. You could see he raised his game. He was competitive. And, kind of similar, like I said, Rantanen, as he gets more comfortable with this league, as Rand gets more comfortable with Dallas, but as Wyatt Johnston gets older and older, where is his ceiling? Because he has so much skill, and his compete level, too, is off the charts. And another thing that surprised me, too, watching the games, so closely is how good he plays defensively as well. He's not a liability for a guy who puts up, 30 goals, 70 points. It's been very impressive watching his growth, and if you're a Dallas fan, that's something to be very excited for the future and now.
Hey, Ryan, this is a little bit off the beaten path, but did you ever think that you'd see Wayne Gretzky's scoring record be beaten?
Absolutely not.
I didn't either. Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy. And, what Ovechkin's been able to do through this stretch, and, you look at it too, dealing with 2 lockouts, dealing with COVID, relatively healthy throughout his whole career too, had the broken leg this year. When he broke his leg, I said there's no chance he's getting it done this year. You thought, you push it to next year, but he came off that. He came right back and continues the stretch that he was on. So it's very impressive what we're witnessing.
It's ESPN analyst Ryan Callahan talking hockey with you here on The Fan. Good young players here with this Stars team, some veterans. Mikko with an 8-year deal. How long does Jim Nill keep this Stanley Cup window open?
Yeah, I think you try to keep it as long as possible, right? It's tough, but the cap's going up as well. You have to remember that, right? I think it's going to help, Jim Nill try to keep some of this core together and these guys together. And, I think, a good blueprint is, maybe something like Tampa, what they've done there. And, they won the 2 Stanley Cups, but, even the years I was there, we went to a Stanley Cup final in 2015, 2 conference finals after that. Then they won 2 in a row. So he's kind of found a way to kind of, plug guys in, take guys out. There'll definitely be some movement within the roster, but if you could kind of find that core and continue to add to it, add some young players into it, and if you look at, Dallas's track record of drafting and getting young players, I mean, it's top of the league, right? So they've done a great job there, and I don't think this window is anywhere close to being closed, but right now it's wide open, and they're definitely one of the favorites to win the Cup this year.
Yeah, Ryan, how hard is that, though, for a team the last couple of years that have kind of been on that doorstep? What does it take? Hockey's such a unique sport. It's one of the hardest, championships to win, but how does Dallas get over that hump?
It's hard, right? I think you said it. Out of 32 teams, only one of them is rising the Stanley Cup, right? So it's tough to do. I just draw back from my own experiences, and like I said, I've been to a bunch of conference finals, Stanley Cup finals, and never had the opportunity of winning it. But so much goes into the playoffs, right? You got to have the luck with injuries. You get some bounces here or there. Your goaltender's got to be hot, some timely goals, and it's a complete 2-month absolute grind on the body. And all you can do is put yourself in a position with a team in an organization where you have the chance to do that, right? And I think last couple of years, Dallas has had that, right? And you look at their past playoff success, and it has been. It's you win that game, or you in that overtime game. If you won that, you win the series. Things like that. Injuries. So Dallas has set themselves up for success, and now it's just a matter of going out there and winning a couple extra games and getting yourself right there to the end.
Good chance the Stars and the Avalanche match up in round 1. How would you see that series playing out? What would be your pick for that, and how important would it be? Like, does the return of Miro Heiskanen, does it hinge? Like, does your pick hinge on whether or not he comes back?
Yeah, I don't think it hinges on that. And I think that series is a complete coin flip, right? If you were telling me I had to pick one team, I like Dallas. I really do. I just like the way they're built. Goaltending, I think they definitely have an advantage in net. The question is, I guess, how do you stop McKinnon and Makar, right? That combination, if they're so talented. But what I like, I mean, as a fan now and, covering it, everything, I mean, I'm hoping for that series, right? With just the storylines with Rantanen, as we were talking about, in Colorado, going back and playing them, the storylines and the emotions of that series. And I mean, hell, that could be, I know it couldn't be, but I mean, that's a Stanley Cup final matchup in the first round, right? At least a conference final matchup between two teams. So, but I like Dallas. I do. I picked them to go to the finals this year. I won't tell you who I had winning because I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs, the New York Rangers, but preseason, that's where my picks were. And, Dallas has not shown me anything, only, strengthened my opinion on them of why I think they will be there. And you were talking about, what does it take to win and get over that? And sometimes you have to lose first, right? And sometimes you get that sour taste in your mouth. There's a lot of teams, look at Florida last year, they lost in the finals, come back the next year and win, right? So maybe Dallas has a little bit of that this year.
What's it like playing for a team that you'd been part of for so long with the New York Rangers? You're the captain. It's the big city. You're traded to Tampa. I guess a chance to compete more there, but that had to be a big change in it right there in your career.
Yeah, massive. It's that last year in New York, I was dealing with some contract negotiations. Things went south towards the trade deadline, and I could kind of see on the horizon that I was probably going to get traded, but still was a shock when that happened. And when I got down to Tampa, I had all intentions to go to free agency after I was traded. I was going to be a UFA, and I got to Tampa, and I absolutely fell in love with the organization, the city, the team. I could see how talented they were. Their window was wide open to win. So I ended up re-signing in Tampa. And, to be honest, timing in my life, I don't think could have been better. We had one kid at the time. My wife was pregnant with our second, and life in the city was getting pretty hard with the kiddos. Sure. So, to be able to go to Florida and have a pool in the backyard and then throw the kids outside and everything else, it's as you guys know in Dallas, it's nice when the sun's shining all the time.
It is, man, and the tax breaks are pretty good too. And
they're not bad either. Yeah,
a little different.
I'll tell you what. When I got traded there and I saw my first paycheck, I had a double look at that one. Ran that up to accounting and said, "I think you guys paid me too much here." And they're like, "Oh."
Well, they fired your guy Torch there, John Tortorella. I was wondering if you ever wanted to fire him when he was yelling at you. It looked pretty intense on TV sometimes.
Yeah, he is. But I'll tell you this about Torch. I mean, he comes across that way with the sound bites and the clips you see, but I mean, it comes from a caring place. He's passionate. He wants you to win. He cares about the way you're playing, and I absolutely love playing for him. I mean, came in when I was a young player in New York. He gave me every opportunity in the world, ended up naming me captain of the team. So I owe a lot to Torts, and I'm a bit surprised they got rid of him there in Philly so soon. He had that team going pretty good, right? It's a rebuilding team that didn't have a ton of expectations and just missed the playoffs last year. Kind of had them right in that bubble this year. Continued to grow, but they decided to go in a different direction. And I think if he continues to want to coach or wants to land somewhere, I'm sure there'll be a spot for him.
Hey, Ryan, you brought up something interesting, and I wondered if, a lot of times in hockey that we see the coaches maybe get fired a month into this thing. And, it happened, though, in Edmonton. And, the next thing you know, they end up in the Cup final and stuff. How did the players take responsibility for that? Or is that just something that absolutely that you guys in that room know you need to shake it up a little bit? And maybe that's the difference.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Usually when a coach is about to be fired, during the season, you can kind of see it coming,
sure.
Right? It's been a month or two, and you go to the rink, and the mood of the rink's not great. The team's not playing well. You could hear the rumors out there that things might be happening, and and then that new coach comes in, and I think it kind of just clears all that out of the room, right?
Sure.
All of a sudden now you have a fresh start. You have a new coach that. Even if it's the assistant coach coming up, you got a coach that now you have to prove yourself to again, right? And you have to earn your ice time again. And if you're a younger player, now this is a new opportunity for me to, make an impression on this new coach and get more playing time. So I think it does a lot in that aspect. And then even, you're talking about Edmonton that, they when they fired their coach and, that was a veteran team that had high expectations. And I think more than anything, it wasn't about impressing a new coach. It was a wake-up call in the room like,
sure,
you know what, guys, this is probably our fault why we just got this guy fired, the way we've been playing, So I think in that situation, it's more of a kick in the butt. And, you look across the stalls and you realize it's on us. Now we have to go out there and, make it right for this new coach.
Well, enjoy this home stretch of the postseason, Ryan. Really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you so much for your insights.
Awesome, guys. Thanks so much. Anytime.
Salute. There he goes. ESPN hockey analyst Ryan Callahan with you on 105.3 The Fan. Olympian, multi-time finalist, so a lot of hockey knowledge and wisdom inside that man's brain. Yep. Okay, Cowboys have a new quarterback. It's Joe Milton from the Patriots, acquired for a 5th-round pick. We're giving it the thumbs up pretty good. But Krusty's Corner's coming up next, man. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, I want to talk about Joe Milton a little bit. I want to talk about some draft things I got in mind. We'll do that next.
Okay.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Tritley, and for Lucius. Today, it's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, Brian.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this one today. We talked about the Joe Milton, like that there was a possibility that, and I was hearing from New England that they weren't really sure they wanted to trade Joe Milton.
But you told us they would probably take a 5 if they were going to.
Yeah, and they end up doing that.
You've been all over this thing. Dominated the coverage, Brian.
Well, the thing about it was, though, like I say, the people that I talked to in New England, it's the new coaching staff.
Really?
Yeah. It's you have and what's funny about Joe Milton is when you talk to people kind of around the league, you kind of get this split feeling about him as, is he a guy that's a problem? And, some people are saying, no, he's a problem guy. And then others are like, well, no, he's not a problem guy. He's a really good guy. He wants to start. He wants to contribute. He wants to be a good teammate and all that. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those things usually you hear something like, oh no, great guy. But this time around it was, well, maybe not a great guy, but then you go back and check and it's like, no, this guy's a great guy. I don't know where you're hearing that crap, So I have a feeling that Joe Milton will come in here and make, and do things that the Cowboys want him to do, when it comes to, he understands what his role is or what his role is going to be. As we've talked about here a bunch, potentially, with Dak Prescott, the last 3 years with the injuries and stuff like that, he realizes that there's going to be an opportunity potentially here.
But you got to know your role as a backup quarterback. You're not going to last long trying to ask for playing time in a situation where they got their guy.
Yeah.
But that's good to know. I think just watching what he's done, it's exciting to get something new in the building. We knew Cooper Rush wasn't going to give you upside. We knew Trey Lance was a lost cause. Now here's another guy that gives you a chance.
Yeah, and you guys were asking me, about, we were trying to figure out, how do you get an extra third round pick, or how do you get an extra, how do you get a fourth round pick, and when could you use it on a quarterback? And I'm like, yeah, cool. Let's, if you're thinking about the Quinn Ewers and, and people like that, great. But, the possibility of you maybe getting that pick and then using it on a quarterback like a Quinn Ewers or something like that, I didn't think was going to happen. But I wasn't completely, like I was talking to you guys about like guys like Dylan Gabriel and guys like that, that I just couldn't bring myself to think, okay, well, I'm going to get super excited about picking one of these guys in the 5th round. And it's, they've done that before. They've picked, the Stephen McGee's and guys like that.
Oh yeah.
That have been those 5th round guys or whatever. And they just haven't worked out. I mentioned Riley Leonard as another guy from Notre Dame. Myself, I was talking about, hey, I'd love to get a chance to draft Jalen Milroe, but I don't think that was going to be a possibility there. Curtis Rorick from Indiana was probably a 5th round guy. I really wasn't totally, excited about as potentially as drafting that guy. So to me, I understand why Dallas did what they did and going out and getting this guy. And so I'm excited from that aspect, because I don't think just looking at these quarterbacks, these down the line quarterbacks, that any of these guys are going to be any good. And this kid, when you watch him on tape, and I have to admit, I have to go back and watch some of his preseason tape. I got caught on a couple of podcasts this morning, and I got caught on DallasCowboys.com. I did get to go through the game where he played against the Bills, and I'm going to say this: I liked what I saw with this guy. I like the fact that he has that mobility in the pocket. I like the size. He looked like a guy that when you watch him play, and I got the end zone copy, sideline copy, so I could see him looking at the coverage. I could see where his eyes were when it came to from the end zone copy where he was looking at. And for a guy that does not have a lot of NFL experience, you could see him processing where he needed to go with the football. And there was a part of the game where Buffalo was trying to kind of play him straight up, and he kept making throws. He kept completing passes. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, we're not going to allow this to happen anymore. And then so what happened, they started bringing more pressure on him. They started trying to blitz him more and show some different looks and stuff. And he handled that just fine. And I was like, okay, cool. Eyes are here. There's the throw. Eyes are here. There's the throw. And he got the ball everywhere he needed to be. But the arm talent is tremendous with this guy. It is. And there's some questions about his ability with the touch. Just in the one game that I was watching of him, like I said, the touch didn't seem to be the problem. It was the
airmail in it,
the ball placement, the ball placement. And when I mean the ball placement with the player was, it's a
moving targets.
Yeah, well, okay. So they're running a route where he's going from looking at receiver to maybe looking at tight end on a check down or right in the middle of the field or like a little hitch route or something right there. And instead of the ball being between the numbers, it's behind the receiver. And that happened a couple of different times. And I was like going, well, man, okay. People say his touch is really bad. Well, it just looked
it's
like
the timing.
It's the timing of it. And and I told you guys what
it's hard to teach that.
Yeah, maybe not playing the whole year, then all of a sudden you're out there trying to make throws. And that to me was the biggest thing that I noticed. That like where instead of throwing it in front, he's kind of throwing behind, and now his guy's having to turn and then catch it, and then because
that's
there
a
wasn't,
play killer.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of run after catch. Now the one throw he made, and Eric, I don't know, maybe you could go. This might be a YouTube clip or something like that. Joe Milton touchdown or whatever against Buffalo. But like you said, there's one where he's spinning out of there, and it was a holding penalty. The right guard just tackles the Buffalo defender, the official. It's an easy call. He spins a couple different times and throws it at the pylon, and it is a rope, but it's a holding penalty. Comes back.
Special play.
Yeah, but he throws one, and I mentioned this of him going to his right. And
was this the one to Booty? Did the 48-yarder to Booty?
The touchdown.
Yeah.
The touchdown. So, yeah, Booty's coming from the left side. He's rolling right, and he goes to the middle of the field. And you're thinking, like, don't do this. Don't, because you can see him loading up to throw it back inside, and you're like going, don't do this, and then you're like, oh my gosh, he just completed this ball. And I think even the Buffalo defenders,
they couldn't believe it.
They couldn't believe that he even tried this throw, but it shows you the type of ability that he does have to be able to move and to be able to throw. But I said this, he does a really good job of stepping into his throws. And I think that's why he has the arm strength that he does, is because of that ability to when he gets set, he gets the snap, and as he's coming forward, you see him striding into the throw.
Mm-hmm.
And when that foot hits, that ball is out, and it's got some velocity on it. So he can clearly make all those throws.
Yeah, young cannon arm, mobility, super cheap. I mean, it checks off all the boxes.
I was really impressed with his poise too, because I mentioned they started blitzing him, and he was kind of just hanging in there. I mean, there was a couple times where he's like he couldn't escape, and he just had to hang in there, and he had to make that throw. So the poise under pressure in that game was good. I thought he kept his eyes down the field because, like you say, you could watch the end zone copy and you could see him kind of looking in that throw he made to the middle of the field, and then the whirly throw where they had the holding call. Eyes were downfield on those plays. So I was super impressed with this kid. The tight window throws, the delivery of the ball in the teeth of the rush, the good throws off some play action stuff that they did. So all this stuff was kind of in shotgun formation, the fakes, the RPO stuff, but he was doing the fakes. Buffalo not buying it because New England's got no running game, but at least he was finding ways to trying to manipulate the defense in order to get some of his guys open. And I really like the fact that he was buying himself, second and third chances throwing the football. And so that part of it was very, very encouraging to me, which is much better than these 5th and 6th round quarterbacks I'm watching in this current draft that I was thinking was going to be the guys that I was probably going to select from. And I was not too elated to have to do that.
A lot of good Joe Milton videos here on social. If you want to breeze through them, you'll see him throwing the ball at 1.80 yards while at Tennessee, dorking around on the field.
Yeah.
Yes. At a camp.
He's a big guy.
Yeah.
He's a big guy.
He can
good
throw
feet,
that thing.
Yeah.
You can see him making throws and way down the field the receiver is catching, and he likes to time that up with a backflip sometime during workouts.
They showed it. They
does
showed
quite a few backflips.
The touchdown.
Here.
I didn't see that in the film. Like the next play, he has a touchdown in the game and he does a backflip. That's kind of his signature move, as you would say. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it's fun to have a player with these traits in going into Oxnard. I think that becomes my number one player of intrigue, at least before the draft.
I think better than a Cooper Rush type of.
No question.
We've seen this.
Yes,
we've seen this. So good for the Cowboys making a deal like this for their compensatory. What are their compensatory fives? Is what I think it's the second to last pick in the 5th round is what they're dealing with right there. That's the one they traded away.
Do they have any 5s left?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, good.
They do. Yeah.
Chief, and they get the 7th round pick back. I mean, it seems like all these trades that they're doing, they're getting some level of pick in return.
Yeah,
too.
That pick they get back from New England is the first pick in the 7th round. So it's, you never know.
It's a hot commodity.
You never know. I mean, just never know.
What would you like? Thanks for the corner, Brian.
Thank you, sir.
Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Chief, what's next?
Well, the program's going to get cut short a little bit tomorrow, 6:30, live from the Globe. So let's go ahead and hit you with a Thursday news dump. The Rangers have a new season-long promotional item, and we wave goodbye to a legendary truck accessory next in the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute! It's our commercial-free Expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Bill Reiter with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Welcome to the Dodgers dynasty. The defending champions are 8-0. They think they can win every game.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3 G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, home of the Cowboys, home of your Texas Rangers, off today, back at it tomorrow, hosting Tampa. Okay, top 10's coming up here in about 20 minutes, but it is time now for a Thursday news dump with the Chief. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We can go ahead and get ahead of the top 10 list now with the Wooly Bully out. Do the people want, in honor of Val Kilmer, the top 10 Val Kilmer movies? Or do we want, in honor of the fact that I haven't seen Tombstone yet, do we want the top 10 best Westerns of all time? Now, I will be watching Tombstone this weekend. Rest assured.
There you go.
That's the homework assignment. I'll come back on Monday, hopefully with a full report. Looking forward to it. And but yeah, if the Tolos, you choose your own destiny. Val Kilmer movies or the top 10 Westerns in honor of Val Kilmer and Tombstone.
I would probably vote Westerns because I just don't think Val Kilmer had the catalog. You know, he had a couple of great characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was kind of, as I was sniffing around the list, I was like, not really familiar with this one, not familiar with that one. But we'll let the people decide, whatever you want to do. Now, Anthony Davis was getting it done at the AAC last night. Here's Mark Followell with the game winner.
Party are the targets for Dinwiddie. And it goes into Davis. And it's Anthony Davis driving right, it's in there! 3.4 to go!
Super tough shot, and it was a great game from Anthony Davis, especially after getting the stitches in the
You think that
face.
was it?
I thought that was going to be it.
You
Absolutely,
thought that was the final curtain call for Anthony Davis?
Thought that was going to be all she wrote for the Anthony Davis 2025
Dallas Mavericks season, but he comes storming back. 34 points with missing a big chunk of time going to get stitches in the locker room. Very impressive performance on both ends.
Atlanta will give you some points now.
Atlanta will give you some points.
They will.
That is tried and true about the Atlanta Hawks. My question is, where do you guys think that Anthony Davis play landed in SportsCenter's top 10 plays from last night?
I mean, we're in baseball season now.
Ohtani was number 1.
I'll take 8.
Yeah, I'm going to say number 6.
Number 6. Wow, that was a tough shot. He's going left. He hits it right.
You're going to tell me
it was early with the right.
You're going to say it wasn't in the top 10 is what you're going to say.
Oh, it was in the top 10. Oh. Now, I would agree with you, Broadus.
I thought Ohtani, I didn't see the top 10, but I would have thought that Ohtani's home run that win the game against the Braves would have been number 1.
He went early. Harp even called him out for it, which I think counts against him in this if we're scoring at home.
Okay, there you go. And that's fine if we because you got to be a little bit, you're splitting hairs with the Ohtani stuff. That should have been number 1. I don't even know. I only saw the final 2 plays. I'm guessing Ohtani was number 3 because he wasn't number 2 and he wasn't number 1.
Wow.
So that is glaring oversight. If I'm one of the producers at SportsCenter, I'm going, what are we doing here? What Ohtani did last night was unbelievable.
Might have happened late after the edit.
I will tell you this, though.
We'll hit that in around the bases a little bit later.
Have you guys ever tried to look up a score on ESPN's app for Major League Baseball?
You got to jump through some hoops.
I have better luck doing other sports than I have Major League Baseball. You have to
It's surprising how difficult it can be to find some good stats or a box score.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a score.
Yeah.
And you have to basically go into the tab and then find MLB and then hit that and then hit scores. And sometimes those things just pop right up. Like basketball, boom, that thing pops right up. But baseball, a little bit of a search.
Anthony Davis, his play was number 2 in the SportsCenter top 10.
Can you tell me who number 1 was?
Number 1 was actually Ellie De La Cruz.
Oh, the backhand against the Rangers.
The incredible grab.
In the foul territory.
Yes, in foul territory. It was awesome. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But was that better than Ohtani? Is that better than a game winner?
I'll tell
going
you what,
left, hitting it with the right?
I don't know. The wind held that foul ball. If you look at the
there was some serious hang time on that one.
That was.
But it was an awesome play.
God, it was an awesome play.
But it was number 1.
Yeah.
It was number 1 on SportsCenter's top 10. Anthony Davis number 2.
They probably feel like that Ohtani is going to have probably a few more of those.
You can't beat a walk-off dinger though with a runner in the lane with 4 seconds left in the game. Maybe if that goes off at the horn, and now you have a little bit of a competition. But Trae Young had a chance to win that.
He did.
It takes something from the drama.
Out on him.
And Ellie De La Cruz, you're in the middle of a game. You made a nice defensive play. But, I don't think that's as good as what Ohtani did last night either.
Yeah, making that number 1 is crazy. Did you guys see the Rangers tweeting out the new season-long promotional item?
No.
Food?
They've gotten in bed with Chick-fil-A.
It's a good idea.
Free Chick-fil-A when a Rangers player hits a home run off the foul pole this season.
Oh, geez.
So it's quite a stretch. I don't know how many of these.
What do we get?
And that's the other thing.
That better be like a legit $10
all they did
value.
was all the Texas Rangers did a couple of hours ago was say it's the foul pole now, and they spell it FOWL.
Okay.
And that's all. I don't know exactly what I'm assuming you get a free run of the mill standard Chick-fil-A sandwich. That would be my guess on what you get here. But how many opportunities are you going to get at that?
Well, considering how much advertising they're going to get, including us mentioning it right now, I would hope that you'd get at least a meal. Let me get some of those waffle fries and a nice soda along with my spicy chicken sandwich.
Give me that lemonade. Give me that lemonade for the win.
I'm thinking they're not. It's pretty rare, isn't it, to hit a
home run off the foul pole. I wonder how often.
Couple of years.
That actually
nothing against, and I think they have a deal. I always hear in the broadcast that there's somebody that if a Ranger hits a home run off the sign, you can get like $100,000. That thing,
good luck.
I don't think that thing's ever. I think that's ever happened.
Yeah.
So the foul pole homer, I don't think so.
Well, Chick-fil-A at some point after a Rangers game, let's go just clean up.
God, I'd love it tomorrow night and see that.
Can you imagine how long that line's going to be? I mean, it's usually out to the main road.
Yeah, they're gonna have to double up on the drive-through lines. I mean, Chick-fil-A is a well-oiled machine.
Efficient.
They can get it done.
Very efficient.
They can get it done, and they're probably not gonna have to worry about it because that seems pretty low in terms of odds of how many times you're gonna get a Rangers player.
It has to be
at home, off the foul pole, and still a dong. That's a lot of qualifiers.
I'm going to go on record right now and say that will not happen this year.
I think that's fair. I absolutely think that's fair. We need to do some foul pole home run analytics and see what the likelihood is of this thing cashing.
Okay, so I did ask ChatGPT there as we were kicking it around. They say there's no data that's been collected. Such occurrences are rare and are typically noted anecdotally rather than systematically.
There you go. Yeah, well, I guess the Chick-fil-A, it's interesting, though, because you have the Golden Chick stuff, right? So now you have a couple of
chickens in there?
Yeah, competing chickens. Pluckers is still, making an appearance. I'm looking forward to draft night, by the way, April 24th.
It's just how popular sports is as a marketing vehicle. Everybody wants to be around the play-by-play, the sports talk. It's real. It's blue chip type real estate.
Are you in the Grapevine area? Is that what I heard?
I think I'm going to be planting the flag on draft night at the Grapevine Pluckers, absolutely.
You guys, do people come up? We get good crowds for this, right?
Great crowds, yeah. I mean, Pluckers is a great spot to be watching the NFL draft.
Gotcha.
And then you have all the specials. So 9 DFW Pluckers locations. Fan hosts will be at all of them for round
Draft
1.
101 coming up, too.
Draft 101? Is that going to the Star again?
No, it's going to be here.
Okay.
Details soon to follow, but it's going to be here.
That's quite a tease.
A couple weeks. I think 2 weeks from today.
How would you guys feel about this if you were a resident of Idaho, as their governor has signed a law that effectively makes the classic truck accessory, truck nuts, illegal?
Oh, it's vulgar. That seems overly, I don't know, stuffy, old-fashioned. I can go ahead and let them hang.
Do we have a female governor?
They look kind of funny, and they could be like a cow or a sheep's nuts. They don't necessarily have to be human. So that could be an agriculture thing. There's a lot of ways you could take this.
Yeah, I guess the indecent exposure laws are now getting to a place where anything resembling a human being anatomy is not going to be something that's going to fly. So no more truck nuts in Idaho. I don't know. I mean, I wonder what state leads the league in truck nuts. Wouldn't you have to think Texas? Don't you? I mean, but I don't see him that often. Broadus is shaking his head.
A lot of trucks. A lot of trucks in Texas.
A lot of trucks.
A lot of trucks in Texas. I'm going to guess my former home state of Louisiana is involved in this one.
See a lot of those out there?
I'm going to say this great state of Alabama is probably involved. I'm going to say the great state of Mississippi is probably involved.
We have such a bigger population, though.
Yeah.
I bet if you're going
I think Texas is involved.
by per capita, maybe Texas wouldn't win.
With trucks, though.
But if you're just going counting, I think we might have the most truck nuts here.
I'm sure there's plenty of guys that are ticked about this, especially in Idaho. Got to imagine a lot of rancher types or whatever that are used to driving the truck around, thinking it's no big deal. But I really don't see them that often.
I don't either, and it's not that big of a deal. But it's just weird that your city or state government is spending so much time on this, and whoever came up with it is clearly no fun at all. That's a guy you do not want to invite to your Christmas party.
I think they were invented sort of in the 80s, but then they became super popular, and they were selling on multiple sites in the 90s is when that was sort of the heyday. Mid to late 90s is when they were getting going. But yeah, and we call them truck nuts, but
yeah,
I've definitely seen them on sedans in the past.
Truck nuts.
There's a versatility to these particular nuts. I think you're pigeonholing them as just truck nuts when you say truck nuts.
Yes.
Just car nuts.
The
vehicle nuts.
They gained popularity in the United States during the late 1990s.
There you go.
Early 2000s. Trucks and SUVs. But there's little data about distribution of sales state by state is not readily available.
I am kind of surprised we haven't seen the level up to where you go from... Like, I'm surprised we haven't seen more body parts hanging from the back of vehicles.
Uh-oh.
You're not... They haven't evolved, It's still
they
just
need to
the
branch
truck
out.
nuts. Yeah. Maybe if they were more progressive and...
We might have a winner here.
What else would you like to put back there, Chief?
We might have a state winner.
Who's that?
Florida.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I could see that in Florida.
Florida legislator proposed a bill to prohibit vehicles accessories resembling human genitalia, though it did not pass into law. In 2011, a South Carolina woman was ticketed for displaying truck nuts, leading to a legal debate about obscenity and freedom of expression.
Yeah, I think that's what's most offensive to me is like, this is freedom of speech stuff here. Are you pro freedom of speech or not? I definitely don't think a piece of the human anatomy can possibly be vulgar. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. God invented it. You want to slap God in the face like that?
Gosh, Dawson.
Yeah, okay, you're banning God's work. Okay, I'll be on the other side of that.
I don't know.
How do you?
There's some times I've been in that old man gym where I wish they banned some of the stuff.
Car clams are being suggested from the 432, and truck tees as well. But how would you handle that from a father perspective? Driving down the highway, 7-year-old asking you, your 7-year-old daughter's asking you, Daddy, what are those? What's the approach?
I would just say truck nuts.
Those are truck nuts, honey. Sit down and
don't worry about it.
Shut up.
Yeah, they're called truck nuts.
What, was
How
that
about
a plate?
you just don't worry about it?
Was
sugar?
that a license plate from Alaska? What did we see there?
Yeah, go ask your mom.
You just gaslight her like you didn't see anything. There was nothing there.
Yeah. No, nothing. Yeah, it's part of the trailer hitch.
What are you talking about, honey? I don't see what you're seeing. What are you seeing?
Thank you, Chief.
No more truck nuts in Idaho.
A Thursday news dump is in the books. Okay, C-Note's coming up at 4:40, Cowboys News of the evening, and what Tyler Guyton wants the Cowboys to do at 12. But a top 10 is up next. Chief, what are you doing for your guy?
I'm trying to just deflect these texts that are coming in saying both of these list suggestions suck. But Val Kilmer movies on the heels of his unfortunate death, or top 10 Westerns in honor of Val Kilmer and Tombstone. Choose your own destiny. Next in the nation.
States has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
All right, welcome back. James Tritley in for Lucius Alexander today, doing a heck of a job as we hit the midway point of the show. Proper Round Tripper coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll hear from Dan Plesac, MLB Network, on what has allowed Jack Leiter to be so much better this year through 2 starts. It's exciting. They're going to host the Rays over the weekend. First one tomorrow night, 6:30 pregame here on The Fan. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Now, here he is, Eric Chiafalo, with Zach's Top 10, 420.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. On the heels of Val Kilmer's death and the fact that I have yet to see the movie Tombstone, which is a huge blind spot for me. It's my homework assignment this weekend. Let's do the top 10 best Western movies ever made. Wow. I believe this is a movie list that could actually get Brian off the bench, and I feel like he could get some buckets in this particular game.
This could really be his wheelhouse. I'm sensing that.
Right? Well, I mean,
especially if you go back.
If you go back to the John Wayne era.
Are we going to go Lonesome Dove?
John Wayne?
No. You go Good, Bad, and the Ugly, High Plains Drifter. What else are we going to go with? Whether John, those were all Clint Eastwood movies.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood
the
is
Cowboys.
Is that dude. He's dominating this list.
Yeah, okay. The Searchers was one that was really good. High Noon, that's Gary Cooper.
It's number 16 on this list.
What, High Noon?
High Noon.
Yeah.
Black and white movie.
Let me get, for maybe one a little bit off the radar, 310 to Yuma.
Oh, 310 to Yuma was good. I'm trying to see. I don't know.
Does Costner have some of these movies? Kevin Costner?
Yeah, Costner's
He's
in the
gonna have
mix.
one.
I mean, it's.
I didn't see him, but I knew that he did a
Open Range.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, some movies. I'm saying like I know what the hell I'm talking. You know how I am, right? Like you say something, I go but it happens all the time.
Idea.
People people look at me and go, you didn't even hear what I said, and I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Kevin Costner with the Dances with Wolves.
Dances with Wolves. There we go.
That's not a real Western, though.
It qualifies for the list. It comes in at number 20. So it's not going to be in the top 10. Outside looking in, Kevin Costner. Isn't that kind of a lovey-dovey movie?
It's like a Native American genre movie.
Was there one called The Unforgiven? Kevin, that was Clint Eastwood. I think Gene Hackman was in it. Speaking of guy, I mean, we just saw Gene
Unforgiven's
Hackman.
on the list.
Is it Unforgiven on there?
It's a good one.
Unforgiven. Let me see. Yes, it ranks.
True
it ranks
Grit?
Respectfully. Yeah, True Grit.
Okay.
True Grit's going to be in the mix here. That was John Wayne.
John Wayne, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who's most synonymous? When you think of Western movies, is it Clint Eastwood? Because Clint Eastwood, for me, is the one that's most synonymous. But obviously, John Wayne is probably the original,
was
right?
one of the original.
He's the pioneer.
Yeah, but you go back to like Will Rogers and so. I mean, I guess there was dudes way before that, but the guy John Wayne was one of the original ones, and then Clint Eastwood, like in the '60s, Clint Eastwood, I think, like say, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, I think was like 1966. Something like that. I mean, I was little when it happened, but that's how far back I can go for some of these movies.
I believe it, dude.
My dad took me in the 70s to all of them.
Yeah. My dad
Cowboys.
was a big Western guy. Yeah. But before we kick off the list, let's hear from Tom Cruise on the late great Val Kilmer when he sat down promoting the newest Top Gun Maverick, where Val Kilmer as Iceman makes an appearance. This was Tom Cruise talking about Val Kilmer with Jimmy Kimmel.
I just want to say that was pretty emotional. I've known Val for decades, and for him to come back and play that character, he's such a powerful actor. that he instantly became that character again. I mean, that is. You're looking at Iceman.
Did you cry when you guys shot that, or was it just me?
I was crying. I got emotional. He's such a brilliant actor. I love his work. And
that really was quite a moment in the movie. It's not all stunts, you know. There's some heart going on there.
No, I never saw Top Gun Maverick, but I believe you did. Didn't you, Broadus?
I did.
You said it was fantastic.
It was very much
Did you cry when Iceman and...
Well, it's because he's kind of like he's commander of the fleet. And so he's this big
fleet commander.
Yeah. So he comes in and then and here's Tom Cruise meeting with him and he's just trying to tell him dude, you just gotta let go. You gotta let go. You gotta
give it up.
You gotta go and then Tom Cruise is but yeah, it's a pretty emotional scene because the no voice, he's having to type everything out because he really can't speak because of his real throat cancer stuff that he's dealing with.
It was sad.
Yeah.
I got a couple for you here that I think it just gets no better than Young Guns and Young Guns 2.
Good.
And then
Regulators Mount Up.
Yes, and Tombstone was unbelievable, but Old Henry is a recent one. It was 4 years ago, and that's one that I would definitely go find if I was a Western fan tonight. Old Henry.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of Young Guns being texted in here at 877-881-1053. Top 10 Westerns ever made in honor of Tombstone and Val Kilmer.
Is that like Kiefer Sutherland and all those guys? I mean, all those young...
Jack Bauer.
Well, yeah, but there were all those young actors. I mean, it was kind of like I'm thinking
Estevez.
of the Brat Pack of the day, but different. They're all these sons of old actors that were all involved. Yeah,
Charlie Sheen.
There you go. They're like a bunch of old
Emilio Estevez.
Yeah.
We got Magnificent 7 being texted in quite a bit as well. Hateful 8. We got the
Magnificent 7. Lee Marvin, I think.
Lonesome Dove's another one getting shouted out quite a bit. Your 310 to Yuma there. Dawson.
Lonesome Dove was
Quigley Down Under. Shout out to Tom Selleck, dude.
Was Lonesome Dove a TV series or was that an actual movie?
It's a movie. I mean, perhaps both.
I thought it was a television series.
It was definitely a movie, but it might have also been a series. Some text for Jeremiah Johnson, Robert Redford. Yes, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one that I am familiar with. We have High Plains Drifter, Clint Eastwood.
There you go.
Outside Looking In, Open Range, Costner, Outside Looking In, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
That's
also Robert Redford. Paul
Newman. Yeah, and they were actually really, really good in a movie. Seriously, there's a movie called The Sting that you need to watch. It's about they hustle a gangster in New York City. They have they set up a fake betting, like a horse racing thing. It's actually really good. Sting it's excellent if you want to watch something one night.
So Lonesome Dove was a television miniseries.
I thought it was a book. It was a book that was made a miniseries, right?
Yes, but it's often referred to as a movie because of how it's presented. And the cinematography was so good.
Excellent, yeah.
People watching it think it's a movie.
Yeah.
Bone Tomahawk being texted in a lot, saying if you have a weak stomach, stay away. Guess that one gets pretty violent.
Yeah.
But that one's being texted in here.
Is that like taking on Indians and stuff like that? Because there was a lot of those movies my dad took me to that probably shouldn't. There was a movie I think called Little Big Man with Dustin Hoffman, and he was kind of a Indian cowboy guy, kind of going back and forth. And there was a lot of gore going on for those battles.
I'm here for the blood.
A lot of people getting arrowed up.
Last on the Outside Looking In, A Fistful of Dollars, another Clint Eastwood special.
Lee Van Cleef.
Number 10, Pale Rider. Mysterious preacher rides into a small mining community besieged by a ruthless land baron. All of a sudden, Clint Eastwood saves the day.
Yeah.
We have The Magnificent 7 coming in at number 9.
It's 1985.
Sounds promising.
This is the 1960 version.
No. A Pale Rider, 1985.
Pale Rider.
This is one of Clint Eastwood's great westerns. It's often considered a spiritual successor to his earlier High Plains Drifter film.
There you go. Rio Bravo, number 8. That one's been texted in quite a bit as well. That's Dean Martin, John Wayne, of course, Ricky Nelson. That's a 1959 exclusive. True Grit with John Wayne at number 7.
There you go.
It's hard for a movie like pre-1980 to hit for me, just because how they're made. It's hard to suspend disbelief or whatever, just looking at the old filmmaking. But with some of these, it works.
You would like High Plains Drifter and Hang 'em High, and you would like those. They were
I want to try them.
They were actually well done. The color was super bright, but the music was really good for it too. I mean, the soundtracks were good.
This one sounds pretty good. At number 6, John Wayne's The Searchers. A Civil War veteran embarks on an obsessive quest to rescue his niece who has been abducted by Comanche warriors.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Nothing better than an army, especially a special forces guy that's come home to set things right.
So this is the cowboy
Could
western.
not agree more.
This is a cowboy western version of The Taken.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, it's a tried and true storyline.
It works.
It works, man.
It works.
Number 5, The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance.
Ooh.
James Stewart,
Yep.
John Wayne, Vera Miles. You have at number 4, The Outlaw Josie Wales.
There you go. That's
Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood. Yep.
And Chief Dan George. Then you have Unforgiven. There you go. Number 3.
1992. Gene Hackman in that one, right?
Eastwood, Hackman, and Morgan Freeman, dude.
Yeah.
Great Metallica song, too.
Which one? Unforgiven?
The Unforgiven.
Number 2, The Good, The Bad,
the
and The Ugly.
No Young Guns or Tombstone in here? There's 10 better than those?
At number 1, in this thrilling and iconic tale, a retired lawman decides to leave his badge behind and move out west with his brothers. Looking for a fresh start, they soon realize that trouble follows them as they get immersed into a blood feud between two powerful factions. With its star-studded cast, unforgettable one-liners, and intense action scenes, this flick remains an all-time favorite among Western fans. At number 1, we have Kurt Russell, Val Kilmer, and Michael Biehn.
Look at
Tombstone.
that. Skin that smoke wagon. And
Sam
see
Elliott.
Number 1, boys
Sam
and girls.
Elliott,
Nice.
Bill Paxton. Don't forget those guys as well.
I was kind of wondering, is this thing being oversold? I haven't seen it yet.
Kurt
Pretty
Russell,
obvious
Val
everybody
Kilmer,
likes it.
Sam Elliott, Bill Paxton.
Number 1 Western of all time, Tombstone gets that love.
Look at that. I think you're going to love it.
You will.
The only downside is the love story can kind of get sappy and like drag on. And you're like,
As a
bro,
rom-com guy, though,
you might like it.
I might welcome that.
Especially because wifey, she's hitting the bottle hard.
She's out of control.
And it's not booze. She's on opium.
Yeah.
She's out of there.
Oh, my God.
And he's kind of doing
he's
some other
over it.
things.
Who Val is?
No, Kurt Russell.
Kurt
Wyatt Earp's had enough.
I love Kurt Russell, too, man. You tell me Kurt Russell's at Tango and Cash? Backdraft?
He's very good in this.
Oh,
very
man.
good in this,
Yeah. You're gonna. I think you're
gonna
gonna
like it. Yeah.
I don't want to overhype it at this point because
overhype
Well, it's number 1. I mean, it's just it seems to be tried and true. Proof is in the pudding. This is a beloved movie, and the indictment is on me. I gotta watch it.
Alrighty, I love it. Can't wait for your report. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll get more into that. But the C note is next. Tyler Guyton. What does he want the Cowboys to do at 12? He's keeping it in state, and that's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk about a whole nother nation. It's my friends at Win.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, thank you very much. James Tritley in for Lucius Alexander today. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you some C-Note here. Cowboys news of the evening. We do it most days here on your home of the Cowboys. We take a look at the top Cowboy stories that are making headlines and going viral across social media. We go to the Know-It-Alls podcast. Tyler Guyton, local guy, joined the program, and he was talking about what he'd like to see the Cowboys do in the draft. Take it away, Tyler.
We have someone here in the chat asking, is there anybody that you like, I want to play with that guy?
That's a good question. I think, obviously we just lost Jordan Lewis, so that's a big loss. I have a buddy over at the Longhorns named Jahdae Barron who really, really wants to be a Cowboy. And I think he'd be a great addition to the squad.
Okay,
there we go, Tyler.
I would say Tyler Smith knows how to scout.
Yeah. What about Tyler Guyton?
Oh, what did I say? Is Guyton?
Oh, my bad. That's Tyler Smith.
Oh, it was Tyler Guyton.
It was Tyler Guyton?
It was Tyler Guyton.
Oh, that's my bad.
Okay.
Double my bad.
One of the Tylers.
Yeah.
But it was Guyton.
Guyton. I'd
yeah,
say,
you nailed the Tyler.
I'd say he knows
he knows how to scout him out.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to hear that Jahdae Barron wants to be a Cowboy.
Yeah.
And now, to be honest, though, I'm seeing a lot of mocks where he's going ahead. Like he's getting picked in the top 10 or even at 11 to the Niners.
Daniel Jeremiah, it was one of the first ones that started putting Barron ahead of like Will Johnson and guys like that. So, yeah. But he's a hell of a
the only thing about him is he doesn't have long arms. Every other box, it feels like he checks. And the dude is tough as nails. You watch him meet Scattaboo in the hole. Yeah. Decleat him. That's your corner. And it's man, it's zone. He's fast, 4.40. I don't know what's not to like. You have some position flex a little bit as well. This is a no-brainer kind of selection for whatever team ends up getting him.
Especially because Jordan Lewis left and you haven't really brought in anything good. Yeah. It's
everything you said is absolutely true. I don't have an answer for you. I mean, I don't have we got to, I don't know. Like
how often do short arm guys fail? That everything looks good in college. They have short arms. You take them. You're like, well, of course it didn't work. He's got short arms. Can't do it in the NFL.
I tell you what, I don't have a number or a stat that says it's short arm guys.
I'm going to find something. I know Nick Saban recently was on a podcast and he was talking about the
length of corners,
the parameters around the cornerback position.
But see, that's what I'm saying. He came from a Belichick system, which came from a Parcells system. But like I say, in all my years of scouting, I never saw a study that said, well, short arm players fail more than, trust me, his ability to drive on the ball and to position himself and not have to go through a guy to get to the quickness, the agility, all those things that he plays with, it makes up for some deficiencies that he has with the arm length. But man, you watch him play, he gets his hands on the ball. So I don't even know what to say because you can absolutely love Will Johnson, who is a good player, who's 6'2" and he's got length and all that. But he's not as good as Barron. He's not as good as Reville. Mm-hmm. And even I like Morrison from Notre Dame just as much.
If it wasn't for his hip issues, I think he would be a surefire top 20.
There have been some notable misses like D. Milner and Gary and Conley, but Jair Alexander, Asante Samuel Jr., Jason Verrett, all short arm guys that have had a tremendous amount of success in the NFL.
And I think some of those guys are short just in
short
general.
Players.
Like Barron is at least 5'11".
He's 5'11". He's almost 200 pounds.
So like Nick Saban on like with the Belichick stuff like you were talking about, the critical factors for a corner, they want him to be 6 feet tall. Mm-hmm. So I guess he doesn't technically check that box even though he's there.
He's 5'11", 194.
Okay, so Nick Saban said with Belichick, their standard was 6 feet, at least 180 pounds, and a sub 4.5 40. So he doesn't quite meet the 6 feet if you're going to be super stringent about the 1 inch, but he's absolutely meets the 180, and he absolutely meets the speed sub 4.5. This was a legit 4.4 flat at the combine. Man coverage skills, that's something they want. Jahdae Barron, does he have that?
Yeah.
I would say yes. Tackling ability, absolutely. Again, just go watch him meet Scattaboo, one of the toughest guys to bring down, in the hole. We're talking a 1 yard freaking gain with your corner meeting in the A gap, Scattaboo. And then downfield ball skills. Those were the traits. So it doesn't even mention anything about arm length from Saban.
He goes and gets the ball, though?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
This guy, he is a high IQ.
High character.
High IQ.
Why do you seem kind of down about this, Brian? Do you think the Cowboys won't take him?
No, they won't. I don't think they will. But just because of what you talked about with the parameters, I'm down on it because I'm taking this too personal. That's my problem.
Yeah.
I'm taking it too personal that I think Barron's a better player than Johnson. I'm taking that personally just because one is 6'2" and one is 5'11". I'm taking that too, and I just think there's better players. And
isn't he going to play in the slot anyway?
Who, Barron?
Wouldn't he, if you took him?
Barron?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he can play.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
See, that's
Short
what I'm saying.
guys.
I wouldn't play Johnson in the slot. So that's what you have to do. You play Johnson, you draft Johnson. Johnson is a good player, but you'd have to probably kick Bland inside is what you'd probably have to do.
Okay, it's the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening.
I think this guy is Trent McDuffie. That's who I think Barron is.
Trent McDuffie, for those who don't know, very good player.
For the Chiefs, he's locked down.
I think this guy's Trent McDuffie. That's my comparison, my pro comparison.
Howie Roseman coming in hot against domestic violence players, says won't even touch the film on anyone who's been convicted of DV. Says if you say, well, it happened 10 years ago and I learned it, they don't care. Says they aren't looking for the best players. They're looking for the right ones.
Mm-hmm.
And if you got a little bit of a DV conviction on your record, the Eagles aren't even considering you bringing you in. I don't know. You know, it's every team's going to draw their own line on this. Certainly, they've proven you can have a lot of success being very tough on it. I just think that not having second chances can be a slippery slope. You know, and you know people are going to mess up. So, you know, if you draw that line, maybe you have an assistant GM, maybe you have a VP of sales. You're going to have a bunch of people that are sinful. It's biblical, you know, nothing personal, but you might have to end up moving on from a lot of different people when you draw a line in the sand. Otherwise, you're going to look like a hypocrite. So you got to be ready to fire everybody.
I wonder how many of these, though, are actual convictions. You know, because so many of them they end up getting, some type of
plea deal.
Yeah, some type of deals, or it gets kind of brushed under from like an actual.
The courts can't convict because the victim doesn't want to go through with it.
Yeah. So I still think that keeps plenty of guys open.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. Like, where do you draw the line on probably did it, but the courts couldn't, do a subpoena or whatever. Okay, celebrity Cowboys fan Kelly Clarkson on the Kylie Kelly podcast. She was dunking on Jerry, and I love this. Okay, I'll tell you why I love this. She said, I just read something with my sister, and I guess Jerry Jones had said, well, now is the time. And I was like, oh, okay, it was different from the last now's the time, very different from last year's time, which was also the time. She's mad. We have moved into a new age for Cowboys fans. You had the 70s and 90s, the golden eras. You had the post-golden era. Okay, then you had Bill Parcells and this great offensive line that for the last 20 years allowed them to be good. Now those things are done. You have Schottenheimer, who nobody wanted, coaching the team. I think the fans have decided they've had enough, Brian, and they're no longer saying, "Oh, we're the Cowboys, we're going to get this done." The celebrities used to be loud and proud. Now they're disgruntled. I think
they have every right to be. Yep. They have absolutely every right to be. And and it's there's something that needs to be done. And I think the fan base is very frustrated when they see their main rival, the Philadelphia Eagles, how they go about their business, how the owner stays out of the way. All these things lead to a Super Bowl, and Cowboy fans take a beating from Eagle fans about this.
Yep.
So I don't blame them for saying they've had enough. They're not wrong.
So, I think one of two things are going to happen fairly soon. They're going to have to change their ways, maybe bring in a real GM like they brought in Parcells to get the stadium, or they'll keep it the same, but at least we'll have to buy a winning roster. I think they're coming to that time soon when you have all the legends, all the celebrities now being like, forget it, we're no longer relevant. You follow it up with another 6 or 7 win season, I think we could be there by this point next year. And that's exciting to me. As depressing as it is, I think the Cowboys truly need to hit rock bottom and have their celebrity fans dunking on them in public in order for we to get to a point where meaningful change can happen. We're 3 hours down, 2 to go. Chief, what is next?
Football's finest. We have a draft scoop that Cowboys fans are going to like. Overshone has a high bar for himself, and another player gets a market-setting contract next year in the nation.
Remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
7 by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 4 already of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. It's a big night in sports, even though the Rangers are off tonight. A lot going on, and here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of football's finest.
You know, one of the team-building cheat codes, the position of tight end. If you nail it and you got one of these super beasts, there's just not that many of them. You reset the market, you're still not even paying the guy $20 million per year. That's how you get it done right there. That's what the Cardinals are doing at least. $43 million guaranteed, $19 million average, 4 years, $76 million for Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, highest paid tight end in NFL history. Highest paid tight end in NFL history, not even $20 million a year. That's one of those, man.
And that's genius.
You can land it.
Yeah. Are you getting the whole package? And are you getting 1,300 yards? What did he put up? What are you getting for this $20 million? Because it's a great team building advantage. You got to go $40 million for a dominant wide receiver, but half as much for the tight end, who's going to be more physical, can maybe help you in the run game more. Yeah, there's a big team building inefficiency there.
100%. Now, he's not a touchdown guy for whatever reason. He has touchdown dry spells. He's only got 6 for his career, but he did have over 100 catches for almost 1,200 yards last year. A little over 10 yards per catch. The year before, he was just shy of 1,000 yards. So he's been coming into his own, but he's certainly one of the better pass-catching tight ends in the league. I don't know what the deal is with the lack of touchdowns. I'm not sure what the reasoning is behind that with the Cardinals offense, or if it's something that's a McBride problem. But, I mean, yeah, he's absolutely up there. Like, fantasy players know Trey McBride because there's just not that many consistent tight ends.
Yeah.
And so when you get one, it is such an advantage. And then when you factor in, okay, you have one of the best ones in the league, you're still not going to have to pay him all that much, even if you're resetting the market. Like you said, these wide receivers, they're getting $40 million a year now. The numbers have skyrocketed. And I think a lot of that is because there are so many of them. So you constantly have new guys resetting the market because there's so many awesome ones. But tight end's not the case. So it can't reset at a rapid rate like some other positions.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think that's kind of what Belichick was into. I think you look at like tight ends and slot wide receivers. These guys can dominate the game, and you're saving literally tens of millions of dollars off your salary cap. So I think it's definitely a thing to consider. Now, finding the first round tight end who actually goes and becomes a super beast is tough. These guys are unicorns.
Yes. Brock Bowers, obviously one of those guys. You have Laporta. He was a second round pick.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a real crapshoot when it comes to drafting. A lot of times these guys don't come from, hey, they were one of the top prospects, first round pick
Kelsey.
dudes. Yeah, you end up just finding guys, second, third, fourth round, Kittle, mid-round picks.
Pitts was the one guy that was drafted super high. Now, the guy at the Raiders is legit.
Oh, Bowers is
legit.
He really is the unicorn.
Yeah.
And I'm still just imagining Chip Kelly, Brock Bowers, and Genty.
Yeah.
That could be dynamic there with the Raiders. Geno Smith getting an extension today as well with the Raiders. Now, Todd McShay just saw this. He says, I'm hearing a lot of noise about Ted McMillan going to Dallas at 12.
Come on.
Hello.
Yes.
That's what Cowboys fans want to hear, man.
That's the dream scenario.
I think that's the dream scenario. A lot of people had Genty, but it's becoming more unrealistic that he's even going to be available at 12. Ted McMillan seems to, plenty of mocks where he's falling past the Cowboys. But Todd McShay saying he's hearing a lot of noise about Ted going to Dallas at 12. I think that would... Most people would sign off on that and feel great about it, right, Broadus?
No, I think so. Yeah, I think a combination of something with a receiver, being McMillan, and then maybe your best back being there at 44. That could kind of be the situation. Maybe there's going to be a corner or a defensive tackle there at 44 that would maybe deter you from doing that. But I wouldn't go. I feel good enough about the running backs 4th, 5th round, but man, I think the sweet spot for this group, and I know I'm excited about McMillan, but if I can grab one of these running backs before the end of the 3rd round, I would be super happy about that.
So Bruce Feldman in The Athletic did a mock draft.
He did.
And he had he had quotes from college coaches about each player.
This is a fascinating mock draft, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah, it really is. Because the college coaches will explain, like, we couldn't stop this guy.
Right.
You know, they're giving, like, honest, like, not on the record. Well, they're not using their names, so they're saying all kinds of really interesting things about these players.
Yeah, good and bad.
Yeah.
But when they talk about Ted McMillan, you have a Big 12 secondary coach calling him a baller, saying on film that he saw some laziness when he wasn't getting the ball, but he has the best skills he's seen in years. He's unbelievable. I don't worry about his speed. He'll be able to make those catches on 3rd and 6 when you really need it with a corner right on him. Another Big 12 defensive coordinator said, I think he has competitive speed and competitive vertical ability. Those 50-50 balls are more like 90-10 with him. I know Walchuk has said that plenty. Yeah. And then another Big 12 defensive coordinator says the thing with Ted McMillan, he doesn't come off the field. Yeah. He says you watch the film and you think this kid is lazy. He's like, I think he was just trying to get a breather. He has as good of hands as you will ever see. He catches everything away from the body, up in the air. He has such good body control. Not a blazer, he says, but I think he does a good job of finding a way to separate. He says, I can't compare him hands-wise to anyone.
Yeah, you know, to me, it looks like Des Bryant with his ability to box you out and go up and get the ball. You know, different athletes, obviously, but, you know, to me, that gives him such a high floor because even if he's not the explosive like game breaker, you're still going to be able to use him as an easy possession receiver.
And in this mock draft, he actually fell all the way to Seattle at 18. So he was there for the Cowboys at 12.
Where did in that mock draft, did Golden go before him or?
No, Golden went after him at pick 20.
Okay.
So the Cowboys could have chosen.
He was the first receiver off the board?
Yeah, I guess outside of Travis Hunter.
Or Hunter.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you read me what they said about Golden, please? Did anybody say anything about Golden? I'm just curious.
Absolutely. So the Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden ran the 4.29 or whatever, 40.
4.29, right.
He says he's got, this is an SEC defensive coach.
There you go.
Saying he's got crazy burst and sudden movements to get past DBs. Says he's smart. Says, I didn't think he was as fast as he was in Indy, but if that's what he ran, that's what he is. Yeah. He is a very good route runner. They did a good job with him to get one-on-ones. So that was the scouting report from an SEC defensive coach.
Okay. Does he sound a little bit better than McMillan?
No, the McMillan,
just the way the coaches described him, or did were you liking what the Big 12 coaches were saying about McMillan?
Yeah, I think what was said about McMillan was more impressive than what was just said about Golden.
Yeah.
But I mean, that guy said he was a good route runner. I know Bobby has lamented the fact that he doesn't think Matthew Golden's a great route runner. I
think Bobby's right.
Bobby's right.
Yeah.
Well, in this mock, the Cowboys get Omarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina.
Oh,
so
at 12?
Yeah, at 12.
Wow.
I can't believe people are still doing
how did
that.
they? I thought you said they got the. That's Todd.
No.
Oh, that was
Todd McShay. Todd McShay is hearing noise that the Cowboys want McMillan at 12. This mock draft, I just wanted to read what the coaches said about
go?
him.
Where did he go?
He went all the way to 18.
Oh, he went past Dallas.
Yeah, he went to Seattle.
What did they say about Hampton then, please?
Okay, what they said about Omarion Hampton.
Running back, North Carolina.
Yes. Says he's the complete package. Strong, physical, looks like a linebacker, but can break away and take it the distance. Says we put tape together before we played them about the amount of tackles he broke. Nobody could tackle him. Backs like that usually can't outrun you to the perimeter, but he could. And his hands are really good. I think he can be a 25-carry-a-game workhorse, and there's a lot of different offenses I think he'll fit into. So that was what an ACC defensive coach said about Omarion Hampton.
Yeah,
but I don't see that happening. I mean, I could see the Cowboys taking Genty at 12. Cannot imagine that they would go running back at 12. But based on your stack, Broadus, do you feel like there's going to be more defensive players that grade out more appropriately?
Well, there's a lot of confusion about these offensive linemen. So you know what I'm saying? If you're there's more questions about the offensive players than there are the defensive players. There's a little bit more of a sure, like, okay, if I take this guy in the second, I know what I'm getting. But these offensive linemen have made this thing really kind of crazy in that way because you have guys that you're not sure about tackle, or there's some tackles that need to play guard. There are enough centers in this draft to go around for people. I mean, those are the questions. I think the tight end room's good. I think the receiver room is good. the quarterback seems very, very. It's very top heavy there. With Sanders, and Ward and Dart, and I think everything else is kind of. There's more questions about offensive guys than there are defensive guys, if that answers your question.
Now we have DeMarvion Overshown, who we're all crossing our fingers with the rehab off the knee injury 2 years in a row now. He's an absolute monster at the linebacker position. Cowboys desperately need him to be back as quickly as possible. He was on Good Morning Football, and he says, the future's looking good. Let me tell you that. Just how I came off of last year, I'm 100% positive. I have my sights set high. Not only do I want to be nominated for the Comeback Player of the Year, but I'm going to be the Comeback Player of the Year. He says he's that confident. He says you're not going to see any drop-off when he sets foot on the field once again. So Overshown is painting the picture these athletes are all extremely confident, but he's a guy who's rehabbed, come back, and still been a beast. That would be, if he's Comeback Player of the Year type production next season, especially if he's able to step in earlier than later, that would be huge for the Cowboys defense.
And what was his injury again?
I think it was, let's see. He had the ACL, but then
he tore everything.
This
right?
one, I think this one was even more devastating with the amount.
He tore everything in that knee.
Just totally blew up his knee.
Yeah,
so I believe he can do it at his age. He knows coming back from this, but one more, and I think you go into a range where it's unlikely, that you can come back at 100%. But as long as you're under 26 or 27 and you're sitting at 2 catastrophic leg injuries, I'm going to bet on you. Once we go to 3 and over 28, it's pretty much like you're 80 or 90% of what you were.
Yeah. I'm not setting the bar that high for what next season could look like for DeMarvion Overshown, but he clearly is, and we've seen him dancing around and stuff this offseason.
He works really hard.
Yeah, this is a guy who
really
actually
hard.
rehabs and takes it seriously.
Yeah, he sure
So he's
does.
got a chance. I certainly expect him back before Trayvon Diggs, but man, Comeback Player of the Year would be special for Overshown. He also tweeted out a few hours ago, tomorrow around noon, and he put a 24-hour countdown clock. I think, from what I understand, he's teasing the idea that he's going to have a jersey number change, and he's going to get the Agent 0 number that he wore at Texas. That's what I've been gleaning just from a tea leaf standpoint. He's been teasing this for like a week now or so.
That would be appropriate.
Get back to number 0, Agent 0. He repped it in college. He looked incredible with it, and I think the only reason why he doesn't have it is because of the rowdy factor, which. Come on.
I think you got to mix it up a little bit. It just seems like so far his Cowboys career has been a little bit snake bitten.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
Brand new
just
number.
shake things up a little bit. New jersey number, and
I think he looks
new
good.
Clean bill of health. You like the 13?
I do like the 13.
No, he does. He does. I mean, he's one of those guys that aesthetically I think could get away with just about any number because he's just that physically impressive. The number 0, that's his home right there.
He would look good in, like, I know it's Parsons, but I think he'd look good in the 11 for how tall he is and the stretch of the numbers, the 1 and the 1.
Yeah, he'd wear that well.
He would look good in an 11.
We do have some, and part of the reason too I'm saying that is because this is the jersey number
season.
switch time.
Yeah.
You had Marshawn Lattimore with the Commanders going from 23 to 2, the college number. Got the Detroit Lions, a couple of their guys. Jameer Gibbs, he's been number 26, I believe.
Yes.
Running back.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to number 0. That's become a number that I couldn't tell you. I guess he just thinks it looks better. I don't know.
On a back?
They're on a back. I think DeAndre Swift may have gone with the 0 with the Bears. But yeah, the 0 number is one that is quite a commodity these days. So Jameer Gibbs is changing to number 0. Jamison Williams, their wide receiver, going back to the number 1 that he wore at Alabama.
That was expensive.
To switch.
Yeah.
You have to buy jerseys out, kind of a thing.
I think
didn't Smith do that? The linebacker?
Smith had to spend hundreds of $1,000s.
Jalen Smith is one of the few individuals who is willing to eat that amount of money to switch the number. I think what it is if you give them enough notice, like Jameer Gibbs or Overshown, they probably forewarned the league of like, hey, after next season or whatever, I'm going to make that switch. But if you do it like in just a one-off season type deal and they weren't prepared for it, they've been making all these jersey numbers that are now going to change, then you have to buy it out. So my guess is all the guys that are switching jersey numbers probably got ahead of this last year with the league of saying like, hey, in a year I'm switching so they can get their production in order.
Slow it down for you so you don't have to buy them all out. Yeah, that can be spendy, but I mean, a number can be important to people.
The Jalen Smith stuff is one of the worst business decisions in sports history.
He was just months from being released, wasn't he?
I think he only got to wear the 54 for maybe like half a season or something.
It was not long.
Who saved us from that mess? Was that Dan Quinn who came in and was like, what are we doing here?
I think it was. Dan Quinn was like, I'd rather play with no linebackers.
The guy
get in the corner.
I'd rather move safeties to linebackers.
These guys got to run. There it is. An edition of Football's Finest is in the books. We go commercial free to the top. The Expressway, a GD version of LA Live is coming up for you once again at 5:40. LA will be back next week, but we'll return with everything breaking across the world of sports here on a Thirsty Thursday in the G-Bag Nation. Can we chat about...
products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. Still Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Let's do it. Hit the Expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. It's brought to you by the On Time Experts. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We take a look every afternoon at the top stories evolving through the world of sports at the hour. And then here coming up at 5:40, it'll be a GD version of LA Live with you once again. Doing our best to get you through. Okay, we'll replay the G-Bag of the day for you. Hit some randos on a Thirsty Thursday in the G-Bag Nation. Should be a good time, okay? Let's hit the Expressway and talk about what's been developing in the world of sport. I find this story fascinating, and I know there's a lot of people out there that are doing one kind of sports gambling or another. Do you see what's going on with the city of Baltimore at this hour?
Baltimore.
No, Your Honor.
What's going on?
They have sued DraftKings and Flutter Entertainment, the parent company of FanDuel, accusing them of engaging in deceptive and unfair practices to target and exploit vulnerable gamblers. Okay. And it seems like they might have a pretty good point. The complaint filed in the Baltimore City Circuit Court, yada, yada, alleges that the companies use misleading promotions to attract bettors and then leverage data and analytics to keep problem gamblers betting. Practices, it says, are in violation of the city's consumer protection ordinance. So basically what you have going on is they offer these big bonuses for the first week, right? So you rush in, you're like, oh, dude, I get a 200% login bonus. So you throw in $100, they give you $300 worth of credits, but you got to use these credits in the first 7 days. So you jump in, you're gambling your balls off. They're studying your habits.
Yeah, your algorithms.
And once they get your algorithm and they get you hooked, then they use that data to market more bets to you. And I don't know. This is where the world of the internet and how you harvest data and then use that to market people meets the world of legalized gambling in America. And is it ethical? Probably not. Is it legal? I don't know. But the city of Baltimore is going after these folks.
This is not the first time that FanDuel has been sued.
Really?
Yeah. In March of 2022, a class action lawsuit was filed in New Jersey alleging that FanDuel violated the state's Consumer Fraud Act by restricting users from withdrawing unplayed funds from their account.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is funny business, too. I used to run into that in the online poker world.
And they also got sued in January of 2025 by the Major League Baseball Players Association for unauthorized use of players' names and images on its platform. So
one company owned by Flutter has collected at least 186 attributes for each bettor, including their propensity to gamble and susceptibility to marketing. Some of these users are set up in the sportsbook's VIP programs where they are paired with hosts who provide them with exclusive offers and check in with them to keep these players betting as much as possible. Instead of targeting problem gamblers, the lawsuit states the sportsbooks could use their data to identify and help them combat their addiction. DraftKings and FanDuel could leverage their troves of user data for good if they wanted to, but they're using it for bad. One study shows that some sharp bettors have learned to mimic the behavior of problem gamblers in order to receive rewards and maintain higher betting limits, the lawsuit alleges.
There you go.
So
it can be a win for the smartest gamblers out there.
Yeah, if you're noticing like they reward problem gamblers and you can mimic some of that behavior, apparently that's when the good stuff starts rolling in. But about 20% of online sports bettors show signs of disorderly gambling. You know me, I'm all in for freedom, but I also think it's an interesting ethical deal like Facebook and Google. They're gathering all of your data and then selling it to people who then use that information to market things to you. Should you be aware of it? Should you be able to have actual ownership of your data? Should it be illegal to collect it? All this is stuff that I think the courts are going to be sorting out in the coming years.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like just typical business practices, at least these days. Like, whatever these gambling companies are doing, it's exactly what every other company is doing. Like, how many alcoholics are sitting watching football and they're getting inundated with beer commercials?
No
like,
doubt.
At what point do you draw the line?
Yeah,
I don't know. I think ultimately it's on the individual to have the self-awareness to know, like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah,
you know, like at some point it just goes it goes on to the user.
Yeah. But you know, at the other time, we don't live in a world that just does that, right? We do draw the line on a lot of stuff, and we make rules for what you can and cannot have access to, in the under the idea that the government is protecting you from predators. You know what I'm saying? So is this a place where the predators jump in? And you know, I don't know, but I did see in the story Baltimore gets 0% of this, so maybe they're looking to get cut in. They do $450 million a year apparently in the state of Maryland. And maybe they're like, man, if you're going to set up and be hitting our residents for this kind of money, maybe we need you to pay some sort of a regulator or something.
972 says Chick-fil-A always sends me free coupons, even when I'm on a diet.
Can I sue
them?
them?
I sue them too?
That's a great question.
Don't you sue Chick-fil-A? Don't you take away our Chick-fil-A?
Incredibly sad story with this Frisco track and field. There's been a couple of updates on it since we talked about it with you guys yesterday.
This is as gut-wrenching as it gets, dude.
Can't imagine. Kid had a twin. The victim had a twin who, you know, he died in his arms as I guess the twin watched it happen and then was coming over to try to stop the bleeding. But, you know, the wound was so placed that it was quickly fatal. Apparently the two did not know each other, the attacker and the victim. The victim was the MVP of his football team. He was a very popular guy. But apparently there was some sort of confrontation about telling the attacker that he was sitting in the wrong seat. And that started a confrontation that ultimately led to the stabbing.
Yeah, I think it was a heart stab. Like there was almost no way to. I mean, it was right there in the spot where this is probably going to be fatal.
Yeah,
I mean, and it's in the stands. Don't even know the guy. A little bit of a confrontation.
Yeah,
and then dude's got a knife. How are you able to get into a high school sporting event with a knife?
Had it in his backpack, they're saying.
Yeah, I don't think there's like
there's not like a security kind of deal.
I think you walk in there, you pay your $2, or if you're a student, maybe you walk into the student entrance, or maybe you're an athlete, and you got your gear bag with you. I don't think that's being, you know, sorted through. I don't think there's any need for any sort of precaution. You know, as unfortunate it is, you don't see stories like this very often.
No.
Just bizarre. Like how could you decide I'm gonna take a knife here, and if I have any static with anybody, that I'm gonna end up stabbing somebody today. I could not imagine having that on the bingo card. But it is numbing to see the dad and the twin talking on TV just 48 hours later. I can't imagine what they must be going through.
I know. I think about that all the time, where these families have some type of tragedy that takes place, like the Besh family. And I'm on Super Bowl Sunday. They had their whole feature story on the Besh family after their son got killed in the New Orleans tragedy.
Yeah, the brother. How about the brother catching the game-winning touchdown in the Senior Bowl?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Jack, right?
Yeah,
Jack,
second rounder from the.
I love that dude. He's phenomenal. But these families that are able to get on there and not lose, I'd be like, I don't think I could talk for a while.
Yeah,
like in a public setting about something that, especially in this case where like it just happened. I guess you're just in such shock mode.
Yes,
I don't know how you're able to get through that, man. That is heartbreaking.
Might be a couple of days before the full emotional toll sets in.
Oh yeah. I mean,
but who knows?
Can't even fathom, dude.
Cowboys trade for quarterback Joe Milton, 5th rounder going to New England, a 7th rounder coming back for Milton. We've talked about it a couple of times throughout the day because it's a significant story, I think, for this team. It's exciting, I think, as a fan, because you have a chance of seeing somebody else with some traits that are really impressive. I mean, athletic enough to get first downs with his legs, huge arm, and if it can be harnessed, like Josh Allen's needed to be harnessed, you could really have a nice player. I would put the probabilities in the single digits, but this could, in some realm of possibility, be the Dak successor.
You have a better chance of hitting on this player with the pick you gave up than taking the quarterback with that pick, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. You like this guy better than the options that'll be there in the fifth round, right?
Give me this guy's tape over all those guys I saw the potential fifth-round guys in this draft. No, I'm not. No. You're taking one of the, like I say, you take one of these college kids and this guy is really just a year removed from playing at Tennessee, so, and he's already got some experience.
We got to dig up the broadest Tennessee scouting report on this guy. We need to go back in the broadest.
I need to find
archives,
archive notes, and find that. Yeah.
See if you were just ripping this guy.
No, I probably wasn't.
You know what I really like about him is he can get it outside the numbers so quick.
He can.
And I think that should be a throw that's fairly easy to make. He has pretty good speed in the 4.6 range, but he's just not consistent or polished. You start watching his games or start watching his highlights, which is available, and you're like, holy crap, I'm watching a complete stud. If you watch the full film like Brian does and you watch all 50 or 60 plays, you'll see the downside. But when you're watching just the good stuff, it looks like a first-round pick. But obviously everybody had a chance to bid, and you won the bidding with a fifth rounder, and we'll hope for the best. But he was at Michigan for like 3 years, could barely get on the field.
Yeah.
It is surprising to me that the Patriots are just willing to punt on him for a fifth-round pick.
I don't think they really wanted to. I just don't think they really wanted to. And I think the new coaching staff had something to do with that.
Yeah, they came
want a
different flavor back up.
Yeah, they just didn't want to go there. And I don't think the front office wanted to move him, but they knew that if they could get a fifth-round pick like we talked about, that would work, and that's what they gave up.
Yeah, if Vrabel's coming in there and he swings the biggest stick in that organization now.
Yeah.
Okay, so with baseball being off tonight, it is a time to take stock here in what we're seeing with these Texas Rangers, and they're sitting at 5-2. They're going to host the Rays tomorrow night. Will they start hitting? Is this just a slow start, or is this a continuation from 2024? And I wanted to believe, based on what we were seeing in spring training, this team was going to come out and put up some big numbers and let us have fun and have a party and take some pressure off the pitching staff. But I'm gonna say now I've kind of seen enough, based on how last year went and looking at the players who they're relying on and asking more from. I don't know if you're going to get it. We'll have some stretches where they're hot, but I think this is at best maybe a top 10 offense in baseball.
Yeah, and
if
the pitching stays like it is, which is obviously a big question, then top 10 would probably be fine.
Yeah.
But you're expecting more volatility from a pitching standpoint, especially when injuries start to pile up. You're going to need this offense to be, we were all thinking probably top 5. Mm-hmm. And I think that's all still on the table. Corey Seager hasn't quite been himself. He's missed time. You got to get him consistently in the lineup. Obviously the Josh Young factor. But I still think I'm trying to block out last year and look at this year, especially with some of the new faces, the Bergers, the Petersons, the Higashiokas, and having a fresher Jonah Heim. You've already seen some of that power on display. So I'm still optimistic that it will get going. But at the same time, we were talking about it all season last year, waiting for that thing to pop. But, Langford and Adolis are really the only two guys right now that are consistent.
Yeah, I think with a questionable bullpen, with a rotation that might be top heavy, I think you're going to need to score. And what the Texas Rangers do is they lead the American League in offense. That's what they do when they're really good. It's happened several times over the last 3 decades. And I think when you're top 10, you're really only 5 teams from being average. With 30 teams in the big league. So I don't know. I think if I'm CY right now, I need to make a list of where we could improve this team at the trade deadline here coming up in a few months, and I'm thinking first base is it's got to be in consideration because of how many sluggers play first base, but center field.
Yeah.
We got a couple of spots. I don't know what you do with Simeon at short. You know, obviously Jock Peterson's your
second. Yeah.
You know, you have a good DH in Jock Peterson. I think he's going to start hitting. You know, but you have to be open-minded, and I don't think you can be loyal to anybody anymore. The priority has to be keep giving Young a chance to show he can stay healthy until he shows that he can. I think you got to give him at least a few more chances.
Yeah, and by the All-Star break, and the trade deadline and everything, we'll have a better idea of has Josh Young been able to stay consistently in the lineup. But CY is going to be proactive.
Yes, I love that about him. Okay, Stars hosting Nashville tonight. Big Stars game. We had Ryan Callahan, the former NHL player, on with us at 3:20. If you want some good Stars talk, we talk with the ESPN analyst Ryan Callahan back there at 3:20 on the Odyssey app, YouTube, or Twitch. 4 days after he suffered an elbow injury in Auburn's Elite Eight win over Michigan, Johnny Broome said he'll be ready to go, no limitations, Saturday in the Final Four. He returned to Sunday's game after being injured midway through the second half, but spent the week in rehabilitation preparing for their rematch against Florida. Had a sleeve on his elbow speaking to reporters, but said he's not concerned about his availability against the Gators, who did beat the Tigers 90-81 back in February. How about this? Tulane quarterback Tyler Finley, TJ Finley, suspended by the team.
My gosh, he's still playing?
He was arrested by Tulane police, booked into jail for one count of theft.
Okay, he's done. This is like his seventh team. I mean, he started like at LSU, Auburn, Arkansas State, maybe. I mean, he is bounced around some schools. So I'm surprised he's still eligible.
Police were investigating a vehicle that had been reportedly stolen when Finley showed up to move it, claiming he had bought the vehicle recently. He was arrested, told police he'd recently bought a car that had been reported stolen. Transferred to Tulane after playing for Western Kentucky last year. Yeah. Was competing for the starting job. He had a previous arrest in Alabama for evading police. So quite a mess there. And as you say, it's probably the end. I don't know if you come back from that and play any more college football. Tyrese Maxey expected to be ruled out for the season with a finger injury, and carbon monoxide poison determined as the cause of death for Miller Gardner, the teenage son of the former Yankee outfielder Brett Gardner, on vacation in Costa Rica. Officials say the saturation level was lethal in the area, and it was found on Miller Gardner's organs during the autopsy. That's just crazy. So you're like in a hotel room on vacation, and somehow you get carbon monoxide poisoning?
Yeah.
That's wild, man. All righty. Well, with that, here on a Thursday night, Lucius is out. Let's get a GD edition of LA Live.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I'll tell you on a grand scale who's helping nobody lose weight. It's Starbucks. And this is true. They have a national training campaign to try to trick you into ordering food. And this is why. They know you're going to order a beverage. So they try to lead you into food. Pull into any Starbucks drive-thru, and now they greet you. They say, "Welcome to Starbucks. What can we get started for you to eat today?" And you're like, "Wait, what?" "I just wanted coffee." And they're like, "No. What else do you want?" So you're like, "I don't know, sausage? Like, what do you have?" I don't respect that. I like my shame straight up and honest.
I love it. Welcome in here, LA Live for a Thirsty Thursday in the G-Bag Nation. I never like getting food at Starbucks anyway. It just feels like it's too fancy, you know?
Is that like croissants and stuff like that?
They got eggs with spinach in it.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, the croissants. I think they have decent cookies, decent pastries over there at
Give me that
Starbucks.
banana bread, though.
Oh, the banana bread. Yes, see? Yes.
Is that real?
The Starbucks desserts. Now we're talking. Okay, but as we do in every edition of LA Live, we replay the G-Bag of the day for you, the best audio from the world of sports, which we do every afternoon at 2:30, where we play the champ, the challengers, and then vote on which one we like the best. That is your G-Bag of the day champ. And James, who is our current champion?
we've got now the 4-time champion, Mr. Bobby Bell, with, again, what we think is the diss track of the year.
Hating on the cheap, yo, free those spending cash figures, we need zero, hands down. I'll take Tommy Sledge or even Rigo, failing all the way through cross. Hey Joey, where did he go? What's up with this old phony ass loser and his drama? The industry can hate me, f him, go see my mama. How many flaws you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna slash all his money, I'm gay blocking. Play the clip and hide the eye roll of Sean watching. Sometimes you gotta stop down and show better. Certified board up, man. Take producer out your damn LinkedIn. Walk him out, bro. Fine, you know that he been phoning in. Throw him then, just like Fish, Richie Gergo and them. Say, Pate, I hear you kinda dumb. Don't even know how to make a woman to any chick that talks to him.
Strong stuff from Bobby Belt there, a 4-time G-Bag of the Day champion. He'll be looking for 5 tomorrow at 2:30. He'll have a fresh batch of challengers, but if you make it 5, it's Jeopardy format. You know, you're eligible for the Tournament of Champions or the G-Bag of the Year, and you're immortalized in G-Bag Nation history. But that Bobby Belt's a talented guy, isn't he?
Oh, my God.
Pretty good little rap there for a Cowboys supporter.
Multi-talented individual. I mean, it really knows no bounds.
It's amazing, like, you talk about something you did, like myself. He pulled up senior night. Like, he found, like, a clip of me in Baton Rouge on senior night with my mom and dad on the field. And posted it. And I'm thinking that there's no way. How do you, but he found it. Like, he went back in like an LSU East Carolina game and clipped it out. And I don't know how he does half the
He can find anything, dude. He found my torn ACL injury.
That's
play
right.
From
That's
high
incredible.
school. Like, I have no idea. I couldn't find any game film from my high school days, and somehow he found the single worst moment of my career.
I think last weekend he brought us at the senior night at IHOP. You know, it's just amazing. This guy is so resourceful.
Was that Denny's?
Yeah, Denny's. You're right. They're the senior slam. Okay, it is a thirsty Thursday in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Luby's still has a pulse.
Oh, Luby's is good.
Luby's still getting it done.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to have a ton of
Midway
respect
Road in
for
635. Yeah.
If you want Jell-O, that's your spot.
And it's kind of got a cafeteria feel, doesn't
it?
That's it.
Yes. Yeah, it's cafeteria.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice for people who like to try and push their trays down and get food. Yeah, nice place.
Yeah, finding multiple food items you can eat through a straw. A question here for you: is LaShawn McCoy reaching or preaching? Here we go.
I'll just be honest, man. Listen. If Dak Prescott has a postseason like he's always had, going to that next year, right? Dak, find a realtor. Because Joe Milton got talent, he can play. And I'll say this, y'all laugh and all that. I've seen other quarterbacks get paid a lot of money and they move on from it. Right?
We've seen it happen.
Okay. So
we've seen it happen.
Breaking news for the Dallas.
There's LaShawn McCoy.
LaShawn McCoy, bro.
He played well week 18 against the Bills. And sometimes quarterbacks get paid and then they get moved on from.
How about that?
So with those two pieces of evidence, what do you say? Is LaShawn McCoy reaching or preaching?
This is big time reaching, even for LaShawn McCoy standards.
Yeah. If this was 2026, maybe different, right? Maybe after another year.
After he plays multiple years on the brand new contract that he just signed and they restructured, like Dak is here for a while. Not to mention the no trade clause. And what did you put at single digit percentages that Joe Milton will be the
successor?
The successor.
4%, 6%, somewhere in there.
It's ridiculous. I was actually going to have this go toe to toe with Tracy McGrady for worst sports take of the day, potentially of the calendar year to date.
Yeah.
Because Tracy McGrady had one where he's talking about LeBron James, and he said that LeBron would get crushed in a one-on-one game against other NBA players. I mean, he has a paragraph of terrible taking here. Tracy, so it's a make-off between McGrady and McCoy for the worst sports take of the day. He says, I think LeBron has been amazing for 22 years, and he's been the best basketball player for, God knows how long. But if you put him one-on-one, I think he'll get crushed. I think he'll get crushed amongst guys that are actually in the NBA. And I'm sure LeBron would tell you that because his game is naturally built for 5-on-5. He's not a one-on-one basketball player. Kobe was a one-on-one basketball player. Kyrie James Harden, these guys. LeBron can't do anything with that.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my
God.
I mean, he could struggle defensively, I think, against some of the young, quick guys, but nobody's stopping LeBron getting to the rim in one-on-one.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, he will get to the rim at will, even at this age. And I don't know if he was putting it in like LeBron prime or LeBron now, but the idea that LeBron would admit to not being a good one-on-one basketball player